Chapter 142, A Step Ahead. Thanks to the Alliance Hierarch, half an immortal fate for the reward. 3 Foundation Establishment Cultivators from the Golden Wave Sect. 4 Foundation Establishment Cultivators from the Demon Extermination Castle. 3 people from the Luoxia Sect, Yue Lingxi, Zhang Qingyuan, and Yue Miaoyan. The 3 sects stood in 3 different places, keeping a distance from each other. With the returning yang fruit in front of them, no one dared to be sure whether the others had hostile intentions, even if they all belonged to the Juyun 4 sects. Besides these 3 sects from the Juyun 4 sects, there were also 8 from the Demon Clan and 7 Demon Cultivators. Within them, several factions had also formed. Elder Lingxi. Zhang Qingyuan looked around, noticing that the Demon Clan and Demon Cultivators had significantly reduced in numbers. His eyes showed no joy, but instead a trace of worry. Leaning on a dragon-headed cane, Yue Lingxi surveyed the surroundings, finally resting her gaze on the skylark perched on Yue Miaoyan's shoulder, and shook her head. The skylark has no abnormalities. Elder Lu should be fine. After entering the 100 Herbs Garden. First, Lu Qingfeng needed to quickly gather the spiritual medicine needed for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill by breaking the prohibitions of Medicine Mountain using the Daluo Cave Temple methods. Second, in any conflict, he would have to exert his full strength, deploying all his divine skills and spells. Whether it was the speed of breaking the prohibitions or the various powerful divine skills and spells, he should not reveal them in front of Yue Lingxi and the others. Moreover, he frequently stayed on Medicine Mountain in the latter month, contemplating the Heavenly Monarch Array Dao True explanations in the game, making him appear even more mysterious. Thus, Lu Qingfeng didn't accompany the 3. To reassure them, he sent the skylark he had brought into the 100 Herbs Garden to remain by Yue Lingxi's side as a sign that he was safe. When Lu Qingfeng was fleeing from the Returning to Truth sect, in order to cultivate the 9 skylarks, he had specifically studied a basic beast taming method from the Heavenly Fox realm, which was not presentable and only capable of taming ordinary birds and beasts. Later, in the Red Smoke realm, he studied the 7 beasts' small divine number and found another ordinary beast taming method. After strengthening it, he was able to subdue demon beasts and spiritual beasts. Creatures like the white crane and the iron-feathered flying eagle were tamed and dominated using this method. Accompanying the beast taming method, he also learned the technique for refining spiritual beast bags. The spiritual beast bag provides a dwelling for spiritual beasts. Lu Qingfeng, through the Luoxia sect's collection at Silverhorn Mountain, only managed to gather the most inferior materials, and the spiritual beast bag he refined could not even contain second-rank spiritual beasts. However, the skylarks, which had followed Lu Qingfeng for years, consuming yellow chestnut pills and feeding spirit pills, had greatly increased their spirituality. Yet, they were still ordinary birds. Being able to hide in the spiritual beast bag, they moved within the 100 Herbs Garden without restrictions, not consuming any spirit stones, which was an unexpected joy that saved Lu Qingfeng many spirit stones. Hopefully. Zhang Qingyuan thought silently, then said, "The situation this time is a bit odd. The 3 Elements Demon Sect and the Sky Sun 6 Veins should have full attendance, a total of 32, but now only 15 have come. It is unknown whether the others are hiding in the shadows or have already been forced out of the 100 Herbs Garden." Zhang Qingyuan was a Peiyuan realm cultivator and had a long-standing reputation in the Luoxia sect, having experienced the opening of the 100 Herbs Garden several times. He was quite familiar with the situation within the 100 Herbs Garden. In past years, in the first 3 months, at most, 2 or 3 cultivators from the demon side would have been reduced. It was rare to see more than half of the forces reduced. After all, the real competition for the precious returning yang fruits had not yet started. The usual conflicts would be brief and not escalate to life or death decisions. It's only during the competition for the returning yang fruits that things would really heat up, with all sides launching their full power for one fruit without any mercy. And those who managed to grab a returning yang fruit, if they were the more cautious ones or those with serious injuries, would generally put away their spirit stones to avoid accidents and leave the 100 Herbs Garden after half an incense stick's time. It was then that the number of foundation establishment powerhouses in the 100 Herbs Garden would gradually decrease. But now the returning yang fruits had not yet ripened, and the number of demons and demon cultivators gathered under Sky Sun Mountain was too few, leaving Zhang Qingyuan somewhat puzzled. Wood Hengyan from the Golden Wave sect, when isolated, was forced by a demon cultivator from the Three Elements demon sect to leave the 100 Herbs Garden. Later on, 3 other people from the Golden Wave sect arrived and killed one of the demon cultivators, while the other was severely injured and left the 100 Herbs Garden. But that's just 2 demon cultivators. Yue Miaoyan also felt it strange, and for some reason, the figure of Lu Qingfeng flashed through her mind. And there's the Red Rainbow sect. Zhang Qingyuan added on the side, his eyes filled with a sense of schadenfreude. The people from Red Rainbow sect have yet to appear. It seems they've either been annihilated by demons, or they have already left the 100 Herbs Garden. With the Red Rainbow sect eliminated so quickly from this venture to the 100 Herbs Garden, they'll likely have to tread carefully for the next 12 years. There were many conflicts between Red Rainbow sect and Luoxia sect, and the impression of the former amongst the Luoxia sect's elders and disciples was quite poor. Now that the Red Rainbow sect seemed to be out of the game, Zhang Qingyuan was naturally pleased. However, this meant that the Juyun 4 sects, when facing the severely depleted demon sect or demon clan, no longer held an overwhelming advantage. The situation had become evenly matched. The 3 from Luoxia sect exchanged messages through voice transmission, as did the Golden Wave sect, Demon Extermination Castle, Demon Clan, and Demon Sect. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone was clueless about how this strange situation had come to pass. The instigator of this disaster, Lu Qingfeng, had only just arrived. Everyone is here. After giving Yue Miaoyan and the others a look, Lu Qingfeng's gaze swept over the cultivators from the Golden Wave sect, Demon Extermination Castle, Demon Sect, and Demon Clan, before vanishing into the darkness, remaining undetected even by cultivators at the Foundation Establishment Body Tempering Realm like Yu Lingxi. He quietly reached the base of Sky Sun Mountain. Lu Qingfeng looked towards the mountain. Heavy prohibitions were laid here as well. According to Zhou Yuan and others, the prohibitions guarding the returning Yang fruit tree were far more complex than those on the third-rank Medicine Mountain. For over 300 years, no one had ever broken through the prohibitions and ascended the mountain to obtain the fruit before the prohibitions lifted of their own accord. These prohibitions... Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with spirit light as he carefully discerned the patterns of the prohibitions. But given his limited knowledge of prohibitions, even with clear sight, he was unable to penetrate the profound mystery within. He could only try to unravel it thread by thread, looking for a path that might be viable for passage. After giving it some thought, Lu Qingfeng indeed found a spot. Daluo Cave Temple, truly ingenious. Great joy filled Lu Qingfeng's heart. The prohibition of Sky Sun Mountain that neither Foundation establishment cultivators nor experts well-versed in prohibitions could solve. Yet when Lu Qingfeng's spirit eye swept over it, there were no secrets to speak of. Daluo Cave Temple's divine skills might lack any combat abilities, but when used appropriately, they could defy the heavens. Investigation method, divination spell numbers, concealing chi and hiding body technique, death replacement technique, escape technique. These methods are useless in combat, but their applications are wide-ranging, and their effects are extraordinary. I must pay closer attention to them in the future. Lu Qingfeng made a mental note and immediately followed the path discerned by his spirit eye. Before the eyes of people like Elder Lingxi, he stepped into Sky Sun Mountain, his figure concealed, unnoticed by all. Within the prohibitions, wind and thunder raged, water and fire surged tumultuously. Lu Qingfeng stepped on mysterious positions, choosing life gates and avoiding death gates. After navigating twists and turns for half an hour, he suddenly came upon a clearing where a lush spirit tree stood, resembling a splendid canopy. This chapter is from the collection at MMPYR. This must be the returning Yang fruit tree. A look of elation appeared on Lu Qingfeng's face as he saw amongst the dense branches and leaves 12 bright red fruits hidden. Spirit plant, returning Yang fruit tree. Description: this tree flowers every 12 years, bears fruit every 12 years, and matures every 12 years, yielding 12 spirit fruits every 36 years. Spirit fruit, returning equator. Description: cultivators below core formation stage can extend their life by 10 years with a single fruit, and one may consume up to 3 fruits in a lifetime. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 143, Heavenly Star Command Token, 4th Update. Lu Qingfeng's spirit eye glanced everywhere, noticing countless restrictions woven together, all ultimately centered around the returning Yang fruit tree. There were also complex array formations guarding it, preventing any intentions of damage to the returning Yang fruit tree. Deep underground, endless spiritual energy was accumulating to fulfill the blooming and fruiting needs of the returning Yang fruit tree. These spiritual energies... Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but glance at his waist. At his waist was a cloth bag containing 2 spirit stones from which spiritual energy was slowly leaking out. Looking again at the base of the returning Yang fruit tree, Lu Qingfeng finally understood where all these spiritual energies were going. What a refined design! Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but praise aloud. Using the spirit stones carried by the herb collectors to nourish the returning Yang fruit tree was indeed a thoughtful plan. It also explained why one must carry a certain amount of spirit stones to enter the 100 Herbs Garden. What surprised Lu Qingfeng even more was the array formation covering the entire 100 Herbs Garden. It included effects like suppression and extraction of spiritual energy, clearly indicating a high grade. With my current progress in understanding array formation restrictions, I would need to study and ponder for at least 100 years in the Changqing realm to possibly reach the level of Sky Sun Mountain's prohibitions. As for the array formation covering the entire 100 Herbs Garden, who knows when I could reach that level? Lu Qingfeng marveled in his heart. This 100 years of comprehension would be with the ongoing assistance of Heavenly Silver. Without Heavenly Silver, it might take 1,000 or even 800 years to reach the standard of Sky Sun Mountain's prohibitions. Array formation restrictions. I must continue to seek and explore. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, feeling the vastness of the art of array formation restrictions all the more. Of course. With Primordial at hand, a few years in reality translates into hundreds of years in the game. With the aid of Heavenly Silver, it would be entirely sufficient for Lu Qingfeng to achieve something significant. Compared with ordinary cultivators, the advantage was too great. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Qingfeng glanced at the properties of the returning Yang fruit. It'll mature in 3 days. He had come a bit early. Although the returning Yang fruit appeared bright and red, it actually needed another 3 full days to completely mature. If hastily picked, its medicinal properties would be damaged and its potency would be greatly reduced. Merely 3 days, Lu Qingfeng couldn't bear to waste such heavenly resources. So he sat down cross-legged, waiting for the returning Yang fruit to mature. At that moment, suddenly, from the root system of the returning Yang fruit tree, a wooden command token floated out and positioned itself in front of Lu Qingfeng. What is this? Lu Qingfeng was surprised, gazing at it with his spirit eye. Magic Artifact Heavenly Star Command Token. Grade. Description: a token left behind by Heavenly Star Sect's Ancestor Master. Once refined, it can accelerate the derivation and arrangement of array formation restrictions. Possession of it allows entry into the Heavenly Star Sect as a true disciple. A 3rd-rank magical artifact? Lu Qingfeng reached out to grab the command token, not expecting that the inconspicuous wooden token was actually a 3rd-rank magical artifact. What was even more unexpected was the stream of information that came from the token when he grabbed it, arousing quite an interest in Lu Qingfeng. Heavenly Star Sect Ancestor Master. Heavenly Star Sect. Lu Qingfeng played with the command token, pondering deeply in his mind. According to the information conveyed by this Heavenly Star command token, It was a keepsake left by Ancestor Master Qingfeng of the Heavenly Star Sect, intended to select those with talent in the area of array formation restrictions for the Heavenly Star Sect, and also to select his own successor. The 100 Herbs Garden was a place to screen those with talent. Lu Qingfeng had come to Sky Sun Mountain prior to the opening of its prohibitions and passed the assessment. Thus, he obtained the Heavenly Star Command Token. Holding this, one can go to the Heavenly Star Sect, be directly admitted without any assessments, and become a true disciple. So vast 100 Herbs Garden is merely a game for this Ancestor Master Qingfeng when selecting disciples. Lu Qingfeng showed a surprised expression in his eyes. Indeed, it's a grand gesture. Only cultivators of the postnatal and foundation establishment grades can enter the 100 Herbs Garden, while the restrictions of Sky Sun Mountain require at least 1,000 years of comprehension in array formation restrictions to break through. Thank you for reading. This was brought to you by MVL. With the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator being 300 years, to achieve the comprehension of an ordinary person over 1,000 years before the end of one's lifespan, talent. Reaching the level of an ordinary person over 1,000 years within 300 years isn't considered to be an outstanding talent that amazes the world. At most, the talent is only slightly above average. The identity of a true disciple from the Heavenly Star Sect shouldn't be this easy. Then, Lu Qingfeng, after some reflection, is somewhat enlightened. With help from the Daluo Cave Temple, without triggering or destroying any restrictions, he reached the returning Yang fruit tree. If relying purely on comprehension in array formations and restrictions, it would surpass the comprehension of an ordinary cultivator by 800 or 900 years. Even doubling that time would not be sufficient. Being able to do so, the talent in studying array formations and restrictions far exceeds that of ordinary geniuses and can be called astonishingly brilliant. Only then is one eligible to be specially permitted by this Ancestor Master Qingfeng to enter the Heavenly Star Sect and become a true disciple. It's just that I don't know where the Heavenly Sect is located. Lu Qingfeng recalled the several famous forces in the 3,600-mile span of Biang Lake, but did not find the name of the Heavenly Star Sect. Logically speaking, a cultivator who uses such a vast 100 Herbs Garden as a testing ground should at least be in the primordial spirit realm. The sect they belong to must not be insignificant. Could it be outside of Biang Lake? Thinking of this, Lu Qingfeng looked down at the Heavenly Star Sect entry token in his hand and directly placed it into his storage bag. If he knows the location of the Heavenly Star Sect, he might visit it in the future. Having the Heavenly Star Sect entry token, ignoring natural talent and cultivation level, one can directly enter and become a true inheritor. This is a shortcut for Lu Qingfeng to join an immortal sect. After joining an immortal sect, with the sect's backing, one can avoid many of the troubles of being a loose cultivator. Leaning on a big tree is a good way to enjoy the shade. That's the idea. After joining the Heavenly Star Sect, studying array formation restrictions in the game is 100 times more effective than normal. With the help of Heavenly Silver, it can be enhanced by another 10 times. Promoting oneself as a genius in array formations, indeed, is a good strategy to establish oneself. Lu Qingfeng thought far ahead. He then thought about how currently he does not even know where the Heavenly Star Sect is, and that he will not leave the Juyun mountain range until he has reached the Foundation Establishment and Body Tempering realm, and couldn't help but smile. Thinking about these now seems a bit too far-fetched. Regardless, this Heavenly Star Sect entry token can speed up the derivation and layout of array formation restrictions. Indeed, it is a wonderful magical artifact. It's possible to analyze the refinement method and refine it within the game, which would allow my study of array formation restrictions to be even faster. In the later stages, I can also begin strengthening the refinement method. Lu Qingfeng made up his mind. He had never thought in his lifetime that he would be able to carry secret techniques from reality into the game and benefit from the game one day. For a time, it felt novel and amusing. With Lu Qingfeng's current cultivation, refining a third-rank magical artifact is not easy. He put it away for the time being, planning to refine it after returning to Silverhorn Mountain. He sat down and waited. 3 days passed in a flash. At last, they are ripe. Lu Qingfeng stood up and looked at the 12 returning yang fruits. Every fruit was plump and vividly red, tempting one to salivate at first glance. Lu Qingfeng took out 12 jade boxes for storing spiritual medicine from his storage bag, casually set up restrictions, and then picked and stored each of the 12 returning yang fruits. As the returning yang fruits ripened, the restrictions on Sky Sun Mountain were lifted. After picking the returning yang fruits, Lu Qingfeng concealed his presence and observed strong auras at the foot of the mountain. Numerous sword lights and tunneling lights at divine speed, all rushing up the mountain. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 144, Gathering all the returning yang fruits, finally leaving the 100 Herbs Garden. 5th update. All for naught. Lu Qingfeng chuckled lightly as he swiftly moved away, descending Sky Sun Mountain. As for the safety of Yue Miaoyin and the others, without the returning yang fruit, it was uncertain whether these people would still fight or not, let alone fight to the death, so there was no need for concern. What mattered now was to quickly head to Earth Sun Mountain, ascend the peak, and wait for the fruit of the second returning yang fruit tree to mature. 7 days later, Lu Qingfeng descended Earth Sun Mountain. He saw cultivators from the Golden Wave sect, Luoxia sect, and others, as well as those from the Demon Clan and the Demon sect, all dusty from travel. As soon as the restrictions on Earth Sun Mountain were lifted, the cultivators rushed up the mountain. Lu Qingfeng quietly slipped away, heading to Xuanyang Mountain. Another 7 days. On Xuanyang Mountain, Lu Qingfeng collected 12 returning yang fruits, adding to the 2 Heavenly Star tokens he had obtained from Sky Sun Mountain and Earth Sun Mountain. He now had 3 Heavenly Star tokens in his possession. The restrictions on Sky Sun Mountain, Earth Sun Mountain, and Xuanyang Mountain, even for a cultivator of average talent who has studied array formation restrictions for 1,000 or 2,000 years, would take several months or even longer to unravel. Foundation establishment cultivators live for 300 years, and even those with high talent, who could compete with those who have studied for 1,000 or 2,000 years of average talent, would ultimately have less experience and might take even longer. The 100 Herbs Garden opens once, providing just over 3 months for them to break the restrictions. Once the restrictions are lifted, after more than 3 months, failing to reach the summit beforehand means all previous efforts were in vain. Therefore, someone like me, who can traverse the restrictions and ascend the mountain in merely half an hour, is probably an encounter that comes once every few thousand years. Lu Qingfeng smiled, evaded the crowd, and went down the mountain to depart. Next was Yellow Sun Mountain. As Lu Qingfeng was aware, the returning yang fruit tree on Yellow Sun Mountain was far from maturity, and the restrictions had not yet been restored, so he had no way to break them and acquire the Heavenly Star token. 3 tokens are enough. The remaining 6 tokens can be left to those with destiny. Heavenly Star Sect's Ancestor Master Qingfeng left behind the 100 Herbs Garden and the Heavenly Star tokens to select an inheritor. It was conceivable for Lu Qingfeng to take all the opportunities for himself. But considering the original intention of Qingfeng in establishing the 100 Herbs Garden, Lu Qingfeng lost interest in the remaining 6 tokens. With 3 tokens, it would be enough for him and his siblings to join the Heavenly Star Sect and become its true inheritors. Why ruin the chances of the younger generation and disappoint the intention of Ancestor Master Qingfeng? As for the returning yang fruits, if I can refine them into lifespan extension pills before leaving Juyin Mountain Range, I will give some spirit pills to the Luoxia sect. If not, I'll leave some returning yang fruits. Lu Qingfeng gathered all 36 returning yang fruits, which surely made the trip of the cultivators from the Demon Clan, Demon Sect, and from the Golden Wave sect and Demon Extermination Castle in vain, as did the 3 Foundation establishment members from the Luoxia sect. Lu Qingfeng, who had entered with the help of the Luoxia sect, now monopolized the benefits, causing the Luoxia sect to suffer losses while withholding information, which inevitably brought him shame. Gifting some returning yang fruits or lifespan extension pills would also serve as compensation. However, while still within the Juyan mountain range, it was not the right time to give away the returning yang fruits and expose his secrets. Otherwise, freely entering and exiting the 100 Herbs Garden and acquiring the ability to obtain returning yang fruits once known and leaked would surely lead the Juyan Four sects to not let Lu Qingfeng off easily. After leaving the Juyan mountain range, the sky's the limit. Overlooking the 3 mountains and 9 waters, what do a few returning yang fruits or lifespan extension pills amount to? There would be no concerns for future troubles. Next, I will tour the remaining 3rd-rank medicine mountains before exiting the 100 Herbs Garden. Within the 100 Herbs Garden, there were not many 3rd-rank medicine mountains. Previously, Lu Qingfeng had swept over more than 10, and other cultivators from the upper levels of the 100 Herbs Garden had broken through quite a few. Those left unexplored were in the minority. Lu Qingfeng collected around and only found 6 unexplored 3rd-rank medicine mountains, from which he harvested the 3rd-rank spirit medicine. 12 days later, he exited the 100 Herbs Garden, Windroar Cliff. Lu Qingfeng emerged from the void, his feet carrying him to the top of the cliff. Upon arrival, he immediately felt the atmosphere was a bit peculiar. From the Luoxia sect's camp, Yue Lingxi, Zhang Qingyuan, and Yue Miaoyin had all come out safely, and by their expressions, there were no signs of injury. Then he looked towards the Golden Wave sect and Demon Extermination Castle. All 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators who had entered the 100 Herbs Garden were unharmed. Yet for some reason, Lu Qingfeng sensed that the looks from these 2 factions were rather unfriendly. I wiped out the Red Rainbow sect. What is this behavior from your 2 factions about? Lu Qingfeng felt a strange sensation in his heart, and upon closer inspection, he saw that the Foundation Establishment elders of the 2 sects were fine, exercising restraint. But the true Qi Realm disciples of both sects were either angry or sullen. Could it be? A flash of insight struck Lu Qingfeng, and he guessed the reason, involuntarily letting out a mute laugh. It seems these disciples must have been bullied mercilessly by Qingshan and Qingyu in the lower levels of the 100 Herbs Garden, hence their expression, even projecting their resentment onto Elder Lu. With a chuckle in his heart, Lu Qingfeng did not bother to concern himself. While walking towards the Luoxia sect array, he glanced at Red Rainbow sect. There he saw Yang Bufan of Red Rainbow sect, who was known for his deep calculations, staring expressionless at the exit of 100 Herbs Garden at the bottom of Windroar Cliff. The sect's elders and disciples all wore ugly expressions, far grimmer than those of Golden Wave sect and Demon Extermination Castle. This chapter was uploaded by the team at MEMPYR%. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. The disciples didn't even dare to breathe heavily. 4 Foundation Establishment elders dead, nothing gained from this excursion into 100 Herbs Garden. The true Qi Realm disciples looked dejected, obviously having faced setbacks in the lower levels. This expression is not surprising. But the hidden attack against me, this isn't over. Lu Qingfeng pursed his lips, his gaze sweeping over Yang Bufan before shifting to the Luoxia sect array. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Yue Miaoyin's sparrow on her shoulder chirped upon seeing Lu Qingfeng, fluttering up and down in front of him. Lu Qingfeng reached out and let it perch on his shoulder. Elder Lu is unharmed. This puts us at ease. Lu Qingfeng's return caused Zhou Yuan, Yue Lingxi, and others to breathe a sigh of relief. Lu intended to refine a batch of spirit pills and was short a few herbs of the 2nd and 3rd rank, hence the delay in the 100 Herbs Garden. Explained Lu Qingfeng with a hint of apology. As long as you are safe. Mei Qingyan laughed heartily, finally relaxing. Inside the Luoxia sect, Lu Qingshan, Lu Qingyu, and the other true Qi Realm disciples had not yet come out. Lu Qingfeng looked at the other 3 sects and curiously asked, "Did something happen? The atmosphere of these 3 sects seems a bit off." An expression so innocent it almost seemed true. "Ha-ha! Having faced a setback, of course, they don't feel too good." Mei Qingyan laughed unreservedly, as happy as if he'd stolen honey. Even if Lu Qingfeng hadn't asked, he would have boasted about it anyway. Oh? Lu Qingfeng listened. Mei Qingyan began to briefly describe the strange situation in the upper level of 100 Herbs Garden. Not a single returning yang fruit was harvested. The demon clan and demon sect had sustained serious casualties in the past 3 months. No sign of the 4 Foundation establishment members of Red Rainbow sect. Putting these 3 matters together was indeed odd. There must be some connection between them. However, nobody suspected Lu Qingfeng. Firstly, as an alchemy and artifact master, it didn't make sense for him to have such skills in array formation restrictions. Secondly, many strange incidents had indeed occurred in the upper levels of 100 Herbs Garden. Not only had the Demon Clan and Demon Sect suffered serious losses, but the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators of Red Rainbow Sect were nowhere to be found under Sky Sun Mountain, Earth Sun Mountain, and Xuanyang Mountain. They were still missing now, and most likely met with misfortune. To achieve all this, one's combat power could not be weak. As a mere alchemy and artifact master, what could Lu Qingfeng possibly do? For this reason, the 4 sects had no leads and would not focus their attention on Master Lu, the Dan and artifact double extreme. Of course, perhaps some were overly suspicious, and seeing that Lu Qingfeng did not meet with Yue Lingxi and the others upon entering 100 Herbs Garden, might have developed doubts. But Lu Qingfeng's claim of gathering medicinal herbs for alchemy had no flaws. After returning to Silverhorn Mountain and refining a batch of Foundation establishment pills, his account would be consistent and watertight. On the contrary, those Demon Clan and Demon Sect cultivators who had not appeared from the beginning to the end were more suspicious than Lu Qingfeng. It was illogical to disregard them, and instead doubt Lu Qingfeng, who was harmless to humans and animals. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio, like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want us to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 145, Worry and Trouble Regarding the Red Rainbow Sect. Lu Qingfeng killed 4 great cultivators of the Red Rainbow Sect using the 12 Heavenly Demon God skill, a Demon Dao method. After killing them, he damaged their bodies with the Zhurong Divine Flame. Even if other cultivators saw it, they would only think it was the handiwork of a Demon Dao cultivator and would not associate it with Lu Qingfeng, the harmless alchemy and artifact master. Thus, Lu Qingfeng was not worried. Mei Qingyan spoke at length. Lu Qingfeng was fully aware of the upper-level happenings in the 100 Herbs Garden, but he feigned a surprised look on the surface. When Mei Qingyan mentioned the various oddities, he showed quite a bit of curiosity and regret. The 4 Foundation establishment cultivators of the Red Rainbow Sect had disappeared without a trace, most likely fallen within the 100 Herbs Garden. The 4 cultivators of the Luoxia sect came back unscathed. Comparing the two, this naturally was a good thing. However, it was truly regrettable that the 100 Herbs Garden, which opens once every 12 years, yielded no returning yang fruits this time around. Fortunately, in the lower level of the 100 Herbs Garden, the disciples of the Luoxia sect could be said to have swept through like thunder. They overwhelmingly crushed the Demon Clan, the Demon Sect, and the 3 Juyan sects. Disciples of the Red Rainbow Sect, Golden Wave Sect, and Demon Extermination Castle clashed with our Luoxia sect disciples, attempting to snatch the spiritual medicine. The second son, armed with the 7 Evil Banner and assisted by Qingyu Immortal, broke through the prepared countermoves of the 3 sects meant for the 7 Evil Banner and subdued them all. Then stripped the disciples of the 3 sects of their spirit stones and spiritual medicines before throwing them out of the 100 Herbs Garden. Less than half a month into the garden, the disciples of the 3 sects were all ousted, truly gratifying. When Mei Qingyan spoke of the matters in the lower level, his eyebrows danced with excitement. His storytelling was vivid and truly captivating. That's too ostentatious. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, but his eyes twinkled with laughter. Note from the editor: always check MV2L for corrections. As he had guessed, The three sects had provoked the disciples of the Luoxia sect, or rather provoked the siblings Lu Qingshan and Qingyu. The two joined forces and stripped the disciples of the three sects clean, driving them out of the 100 Herbs Garden. The three sects knew that Lu Qingshan had the 7 Evil Banner and had prepared magic artifacts and talismans in response. However, Lu Qingshan's own Daoist skill and combat prowess was formidable, and with assistance from Qingyu, who was only slightly inferior, their combined strength was invincible. The 4 Jueyun sects each had 18 true Qi realm disciples entering the lower levels of the 100 Herbs Garden. It was not uncommon for them to encounter each other and clash over spiritual medicines. This time was no different. However, with the addition of the unmatched combat power of Lu Qingshan and Qingyu in the true Qi realm, the Luoxia sect did not need to compromise or be cautious. They simply pushed through all the way. Thus, the three sects suffered. This was also why, after Lu Qingfeng came out of the 100 Herbs Garden, the true Qi realm disciples of the three sects looked at him with strange eyes. He was the elder brother of Qingshan and Qingyu, and since the three sects' disciples suffered at their hands, they also held a grudge against Lu Qingfeng. How unreasonable. My 2 children have not known better and have caused trouble for the sect. Lu truly is. Lu Qingfeng was about to speak after listening to Mei Qingyan. But Mei Qingyan waved his hand and said, "It's not causing trouble. They have brought honor to our Luoxia sect, lacking in skills, yet daring to initiate challenges. Not being dealt with harshly is already showing them mercy. This old man wants to see who has the face to come and cause trouble? Truly outrageous." Even Lu Qingfeng felt somewhat embarrassed by Mei Qingyan's arrogance. Looking back at the people from the Red Rainbow sect, the Golden Wave sect, and the Demon Extermination Castle who were originally staring at Lu Qingfeng after hearing Mei Qingyan's boastful and metaphorical criticism, they all turned their heads away. Those true Qi realm disciples, each with their heads lowered, were blushing with shame. Indeed, each relied on their own abilities in the 100 Herbs Garden. The three sects' disciples were inferior and were driven out, suffering huge losses. But if they shamelessly went to the Luoxia sect to seek redress, Mei Qingyan's sharp tongue could likely make them die of embarrassment. Elder Lu, rest assured, the Jueyun 4 sects have long had a rule. Any grudges within the 100 Herbs Garden shall not be taken outside. Yuo Miaoyan transmitted a message, and Lu Qingfeng nodded silently in agreement. Indeed, the Jueyun 4 sects resided within the Jueyun mountain range, and conflict was inevitable during the once-every-12 years event in the 100 Herbs Garden. If every incident within the 100 Herbs Garden was pursued individually, the Jueyun 4 sects would have long been incompatible as water and fire. Hundreds of years of compromise formed a balance between the 4 sects, which was not easily disrupted. This time, the lower layers of the 100 Herbs Garden incident saw Luoxia sect being forceful, and even though the other 3 sects teamed up to compel responsibility, it all came to naught in the end. Furthermore, as Mei Qingyan said, it is likely that the 3 sects do not have the face to do such a thing. However, in the future, covert targeting against Luoxia sect by the 3 sects will surely not be lacking. It all comes down to the means each employs. However, Lu Qingfeng's gaze swept past the Red Rainbow sect. Since the Red Rainbow sect could resort to tactics like covertly assassinating Luoxia sect cultivators and attempting to murder Lu Qingyu, even more outrageous actions could be possible. The loss of 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators was minor. The true trouble was the simultaneous loss of 800 spirit stones they carried. Luoxia sect's annual gains amount to a surplus of just around 50 spirit stones. Situations at Red Rainbow sect are quite similar, with an annual surplus of spirit stones also around 50. This time, in both upper and lower levels of the 100 Herbs Garden, a total loss of 1,160 spirit stones ensued, not to mention spiritual medicines and returning yang fruits. Not even a shadow was seen. The loss is too great. They might be driven to desperation. Lu Qingfeng pondered in his heart. Spirit stones are precious. They are the most important cultivation resource for Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. Whether it is used for cultivation or for rapid replenishment of true yuan, spirit stones are indispensable. Elixir pills ultimately come with the troubles of pill poisoning. With an ordinary cultivation technique, unable to purge pill poisoning, one should not consume too many elixir pills. Otherwise, accumulated pill poison undermines the foundation, and one could perish from cultivation deviation before reaching the spirit void stage. Even if one was lucky enough to reach the spirit void stage, the second realms, heart movement and divine silence, also pose great tribulations. Spirit stones, on the other hand, are different. Containing abundant spiritual energy, one spirit stone can sustain an energy introduction cultivator for 3 months of cultivation. The loss of more than 1,000 spirit stones is something even the vast Red Rainbow sect cannot withstand. Crucially, without these spirit stones, even if the 100 Herbs Garden opens again in 12 years, the amount of spirit stones Red Rainbow sect could accumulate would be limited. The spirit stones they can muster for entry into the 100 Herbs Garden would likely only tally up to half. By then, with fewer spots, should any accidents occur in the 100 Herbs Garden, Red Rainbow sect could potentially fall into an irreversible decline. Not just the Red Rainbow sect. Golden Wave sect and Demon Extermination Castle had stable gains in the upper layers of the 100 Herbs Garden without much loss. But in the lower layer, they also lost 360 spirit stones each. Most of these spirit stones will likely end up in the hands of Lu Qingshan and Qingyu. With their strength, with my strength, possessing so many spirit stones at this moment is a curse rather than a blessing. With this thought, Lu Qingfeng's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Not counting the Demon Clan and Demon Sect cultivators from the lower level of the 100 Herbs Garden, but simply the spirit stones snatched from the hands of the 3 Jueyun Sect's disciples, the sum also reached around 1,000. Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu being the main force, they could at least divide half of the spirit stones between them. Having 500 spirit stones in hand is like a child with gold, and moreover, in broad daylight. A child with gold, additionally parading through the market. It's a considerable predicament. Still lacking experience. Lu Qingfeng sighed inwardly. If we talk about spirit stones, he himself had over 3,000. But since no one knows, he remains undisturbed. Lu Qingshan and Qingyu, however, hold a mere several hundred, and because everyone knows, it is therefore dangerous. In this case, Lu Qingfeng pondered, coming up with a solution. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 146, Curtain Falls. The trip to the 100 Herbs Garden took over 4 months to complete, and with the final group of disciples, including Lu Qingshan and Qingyu, emerging, it was concluded satisfactorily. However, the 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Red Rainbow sect had yet to come out. Under the circumstances of their unknown life or death, the 4 sects would have to wait a little longer. The Red Rainbow sect awaited to confirm whether the 4 were dead or alive. Though there was a greater possibility that they had perished within the 100 Herbs Garden, they were reluctant to accept this fact until the limit of 7 months was reached, which marked the complete closure of the garden and the expulsion of all cultivators. The 3 Jueyun sects, on the other hand, took precautions just in case. They felt it was more likely that the 4 from the Red Rainbow sect had lost their lives, but anything can happen unexpectedly. Should the 4 manage to come out alive, there would be much to discuss. Especially considering the strange incident with the returning Yang fruit, it might well be related to these 4 missing individuals. Only Lu Qingfeng knew that the 4 were dead, refined by the Zhurong divine flame, with not even their bones left. It was not good to depart alone. So, Lu Qingfeng cultivated at the Windroar Cliff, or feigned sleep to enter the game. Big brother, big brother. When Lu Qingshan and Qingyu came out, they attracted innumerable hatred from the 3 sects, their disciples detesting them to the bone. In the future, they would have to be extremely careful when traveling through the Jueyun mountain range. This time, the gains of the 3 siblings in the 100 Herbs Garden were considerable. Not to mention Lu Qingfeng, The heavenly star tokens, returning yang fruits, various ranked spiritual medicines, thousands of spirit stones. Speaking of any single item could stir up colossal waves and cause uproar. Fortunately, the Luoxia sect had long established rules for the gains of disciples and elders entering the 100 Herbs Garden. Lu Qingfeng simply needed to return the remaining spirit stones he brought into the 100 Herbs Garden and submit an equivalent value of spiritual medicine for the amount he used. For example, during the nearly 4 months Lu Qingfeng spent in the 100 Herbs Garden, he used a total of 109 spirit stones. He would only need to submit spiritual medicine with a total value of 109 stones. If there was any surplus, he could keep it for himself or sell it to the sect at a discounted rate. If it was insufficient, the sect would inspect his storage bag to ensure nothing was concealed. Aside from being embarrassing for him, the sect would not issue any punishment. If he could have brought back the returning yang fruit, the sect would have been even more generous with rewards. But this time, there were no rewards. Lu Qingfeng didn't mind. After submitting the remaining 91 spirit stones and spiritual medicine worth 109 stones, how many were left unknown to others and beyond their questioning? This chapter was first seen on MMORPG. Lu Qingshan and Qingyu also had a substantial haul this time. They plundered 54 disciples from the 3 sects, acquiring a massive 1,000 spirit stones. The spiritual medicines were dazzling, mostly first rank. These lesser gains added up to a considerable sum. They profited handsomely. Lu Qingshan and Qingyu shared a portion of the spirit stones and spiritual medicines with other true Qi realm disciples of the Luoxia sect, yet they still held the lion's share of 70%. After the disciples of the 3 sects were driven out, the siblings also joined forces to torment the demon clan and the demon sect. How much they plundered was unknown to the other Luoxia sect disciples. Such sudden wealth might not be a good thing. Lu Qingfeng explained the potential risks and advised the two to submit all their spirit stones to the Luoxia sect. Although they were somewhat reluctant, they complied. For one, Lu Qingfeng's authority was always very high in their eyes. Secondly, after calming down, they also realized that sudden riches could potentially bring disaster upon them siblings. Handing it over to the Luoxia sect could greatly transfer the risk. Though they lost the spirit stones, how could the Luoxia sect not show any appreciation for receiving them for nothing? This move was wise. Zhou Yuan and Yu Lingxi, the old and experienced, had already thought of this worry when Mei Qingyan bluntly bragged. However, it involved hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones, and it was not an easy decision to let Lu Qingfeng deposit them with the Luoxia sect for safekeeping. Even though Lu Qingfeng was not in need of spirit stones, probably he wouldn't feel assured. Furthermore, which cultivator in the world is not in need of spirit stones? Thus, the two remained silent and did not raise the issue. Yet, they never expected Lu Qingfeng to be so decisive, and that Lu Qingshan and Qingyu would so readily heed their eldest brother's command. The total of 1,050 spirit stones plundered from the disciples of the 3 Julian sects, the Demon Clan, and the Demon Sect were handed over to Zhou Yuan without batting an eye, right in front of everyone. Disciples from the 3 sects all looked on, sideways. The spirit stones were transferred to Zhou Yuan. In so doing, although it could not be said that the calamity was completely eliminated, at least they wouldn't be enemies of the entire world. Time slipped by. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. Once the July deadline arrived, the 100 Herbs Garden was completely closed, and the 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Red Rainbow sect were nowhere to be seen. The morale of the Red Rainbow sect sagged significantly, plunging into silence. The 3 sects of the Luoxia sect, however, were secretly pleased, showing nothing on their faces as they dispersed. With this battle, not only did the Red Rainbow sect gain nothing from both the upper and lower levels of the 100 Herbs Garden, but they also directly lost 1,160 spirit stones and 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators. It would be one thing if they had only lost energy introduction and body refining realm cultivators, but among them, there was 1 nourishing Yuan realm cultivator and 1 body tempering realm cultivator. Even for the colossal Red Rainbow sect, this battle was akin to being bone deeply wounded, fundamentally shaken. Without a couple hundred years, it was impossible to recover from such a blow. Conversely, the Luoxia sect returned with a full load, attracting sidelong glances from the three sects. Loss for one, gain for another. The situation in the Juyun mountain range over the next 100 years was set for significant change. Even more so, there loomed a sense of an impending storm. Lu Qingfeng didn't take this to heart and directly returned to Silverhorn Mountain with Lu Qingshan and Qingyu from Windroar Cliff. Silverhorn Mountain. Lu Qingfeng led the way, with Qingshan and Qingyu following silently behind. Entering the cave abode. "Are you blaming your big brother?" Lu Qingfeng turned his head to look at them, smilingly asking with pursed lips. "No way." Qingyu, upon hearing this, let out a vexed snort, then grumbled. It's just that so many spirit stones, hardly warmed in our hands, were all given away." "Regret? My heart aches." Qingyu clutched at her chest and looked up, coquettishly appealing to her big brother. She and her second brother had been busy for several months, and combined, they had amassed a total of 1,050 spirit stones. Her share was 525. Now, with all given away in one go, it felt like there was an emptiness in her heart, along with intermittent pangs of pain. "That's enough. Just a few hundred spirit stones." Lu Qingfeng appeared resigned and took out a storage bag from his waist to hand it to Qingyu. Qingyu blinked, took it, and immediately her eyes widened in shock. So many spirit stones. Upon seeing Qingyu's surprised expression, Lu Qingshan could not help but become curious about just how many spirit stones were in his big brother's storage bag. Taking a look, he discovered that the bag contained a mountain-like pile of dazzling, sparkling spirit stones. There must have been 2,000 or 3,000 of them. Besides the spirit stones, there were also many jade boxes containing spiritual medicine, likewise piled up like mountains. Lu Qingshan and Qingyu's dispirited moods were dispelled by the mountain of spiritual stones and spiritual mountain inside their big brother's storage bag. Surprise, then joy once again. The three siblings sat down in the cave abode, with Lu Qingfeng leading the conversation. "You two have caused the three sects great losses at the 100 Herbs Garden. Although the spirit stones were handed over to the Luoxia sect for safekeeping, the trouble has not lessened. Stay in Silverhorn Mountain to cultivate in seclusion for a while. We'll discuss more after the dust settles." Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 147, Chaos. Third Night Watch. Each of the three sects lost 360 spirit stones because of the two, and the lower-tier spiritual medicines were also not collected. The combined losses were substantial. It was even possible that they would secretly send people to kill Lu Qingshan and Qingyu out of spite. It was more than just spite. Although the spirit stones were handed over to the Luoxia sect, the techniques and magic artifacts exhibited by the two in the lower levels of the 100 Herbs Garden, especially the 7 Evil Banner, capable of summoning 7-headed evil spirits, would certainly attract attention. Whether it was the techniques or the 7 Evil Banner, being in the hands of 2 true Qi Realm disciples was enough to tempt certain cultivators. With Lu Qingfeng stationed at Silverhorn Mountain, those with lesser cultivation would not dare to come. Those with higher cultivation, at least at the body-refining and nourishing Yuan realms, would find the risk of offending Qingfeng and the Luoxia sect too great over a simple first-rank magic artifact and techniques that may or may not be forced out. They could guarantee temporary safety. After digesting the gains from the 100 Herbs Garden, the strength of Qingshan and Qingyu would significantly increase. Even after Qingfeng's ascension to Foundation establishment, their means of defense and protection would grow. There would be no rush to venture out until then. Lu Qingshan and Qingyu nodded upon hearing this. The siblings had followed Qingfeng since they were young and had no issue staying in one place for a long time, having wandered around Crying Swamp for over 7 years. Knowing the situation, they had no objections to temporarily residing in Silverhorn Mountain. The 3 Lu siblings remained in Silverhorn Mountain without venturing out, yet the situation in the Juyun Mountain Range changed 3 times a day. First, the various industries of the Luoxia sect were repeatedly attacked by demon beasts or mysterious cultivators. 6 cities then consecutively suffered beast tides assaulting them, with officials and generals frequently targeted by secret attacks. Although the Luoxia sect responded early, the losses were still significant, and they couldn't manage the fires everywhere. They could only defend while investigating. Whether there were other unseen arrangements remained unknown. However, the other 3 sects within the Juyin 4 sects soon suffered the same fate. Their businesses were attacked. Disorders arose in their cities. With 400 years of deep roots in the Juyin Mountain Range, the Luoxia sect struck back with the force of thunder, unafraid to resist the other 3 sects alone. When Qingfeng left Windroar Cliff, he sensed a storm brewing. Yet the storm arrived faster and more fiercely than he had imagined. The covert battles among the 4 sects escalated unceasingly. In a short time, the chaos of the Juyin Mountain Range began to reveal itself. Please read this chapter on its original platform, MVL1. Have you heard? The gathering of the Juyin 4 sects at Windroar Cliff this time wasn't a small event. That's right. Reliable intel, Red Rainbow sect lost 4 Foundation Establishment elders, and the Luoxia sect's True Qi Realm disciples produced 2 phenomenons who suppressed disciples from the other 3 sects, dominating the scene impressively. I see. No wonder the Juyin 4 sects have been so unsettled these days. It's good to have a bit of commotion. If the 4 sects were united as one, where would there be a place for us loose cultivators in the Juyin Mountain Range? I know. These 2 phenomenons are the second brother, and little sister of Master Lu from Silverhorn Mountain, with invincible magic artifacts refined by Master Lu and proficient techniques, invincible among the True Qi realm. They even snatched over 1,000 spirit stones at Windroar Cliff, incredibly wealthy. Over 1,000 spirit stones? But I heard all those spirit stones were handed over to the Luoxia sect. Nonsense. If it were you, would you be willing to part with them? With the chaos in the Juyun Mountain Range and the covert battles of the 4 sects, the 3 Lus were also dragged into the mess. It was unclear whether someone intentionally leaked the information or for some other reason. Seemingly overnight, the names of Qingfeng, Qingshan, and Qingyu spread throughout the entire Juyun Mountain Range. Qingfeng, a Dan and artifact double extreme, immensely wealthy. Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu dominated Windroar Cliff, earning countless spirit stones and amassing a huge fortune. Over 1,000 spirit stones have clearly been handed over to the Luoxia sect, yet the true and false news in the Juyun Mountain Range is mixed. Even the disciples within the Luoxia sect, aside from the elders and disciples who witnessed the scene at Windroar Cliff that day, harbor doubts in their hearts. Ask themselves. Over 1,000 spirit stones is by no means a small figure. Even the Luoxia sect would need 20 to 30 years to accumulate such an amount. Hand over the spirit stones they obtained through their own abilities? Unwilling. Thus, the image of the Lu's siblings in the Juyun Mountain Range instantly became that of fat sheep, with numerous cultivators focusing their gaze on Silverhorn Mountain. 2 months after the visit to the 100 Herbs Garden ended. Silverhorn Mountain. Lu Qingfeng was cultivating in his cave dwelling when he suddenly opened his eyes, his figure flashed, and he appeared outside the cave in a fleeting moment. His eyes twinkled with spirit light, and an elusive shadow was revealed in his field of vision. "Who dares?" Lu Qingfeng bellowed, stretching out a hand, and his palm thundered with energy. Crack! A bolt of thunder appeared in the void ahead, and as it twisted, the elusive shadow's traces were revealed. This person was thin as a rake, holding a piece of torn cloth, and appeared to be around 70 years of age. His magical technique was suddenly exposed, showing a frightened face. Immediately after, his expression changed, showing surprise. I didn't expect that Master Lu not only excels in both alchemy and artifact, but is also proficient in such thunder skill. This person's voice was gloomy, causing irritation in the hearts of those who heard it. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Chanyun Old Ghost. Lu Qingfeng looked at the newcomer, recognizing his identity. This gaunt old man, known as Changyun Old Ghost within the Juyun mountain range, had quite a reputation. His Changyun skill could both attack and defend, and was indeed formidable. He also had a treasure in his possession that could conceal his tracks, making it a top-notch tool for both ambushes and escapes. It's no wonder such a character dared to be the first to cause trouble at Silverhorn Mountain. I'm only after wealth and not out for lives. If Master Lu is willing to give up 500 spirit stones, I will leave immediately, without further disturbance. How about it? Rumors in the Juyun mountain range suggested that this Master Lu was only at the Foundation establishment condensing liquid realm. But the fact that he saw through his tracks at a glance and forced him to reveal himself with a thunder skill clearly indicated that he was no ordinary condensed liquid realm practitioner. Changyun Old Ghost was cautious, unwilling to be the first to take action, and spoke. Spirit stones? How about not at all? Lu Qingfeng's brows slightly knitted, his palm turned over, and another hand-heart thunder struck down, targeting Changyun Old Ghost. No entanglements allowed. Changyun Old Ghost's hands flew, forming gestures, and the Changyun technique was cast. Clouds like silk ribbons danced and collided with the thunder. Boom! Thunder roared, and the silk ribbons were torn apart. Taking advantage of the collision, Changyun Old Ghost turned and fled. The strength of Lu Qingfeng's thunder skill was beyond Changyun Old Ghost's imagination. Having lost the advantage of a sneak attack, and equally in the condensing liquid realm, Changyun Old Ghost considered himself unable to defeat Lu Qingfeng quickly. Furthermore, should there be the slightest delay, people from Jinyun Peak 700 miles away would come, and he would meet his end here. Therefore, Changyun Old Ghost made a decisive move, without a moment's hesitation, worthy of being amongst the strongest loose cultivators in the Juyun mountain range. Lu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back at the original spot, making no move to pursue. There are a number of powerful loose cultivators in the Juyun mountain range, and the Luoxia sect has been greatly distracted by the four sects. Changyun Old Ghost thus harbors a hope of taking advantage by chance. By repelling him today, cultivators of the condensed liquid realm and those below it will have to weigh their options before coming to Silverhorn Mountain again in the future. As for the cultivators of the Peiyuan realm, body tempering realm. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 148, At the Height of Its Power, Release. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. In the Juyun mountain range, loose cultivators like these could be counted on one hand, only if they came in groups. Otherwise, he just had to pretend to hold on for a while and wait for assistance from Jinyun Peak. There should be no problem. But what about this talk of spirit stones? Lu Qingfeng recalled how Changyun Old Ghost had demanded 500 spirit stones as soon as he arrived, which puzzled him, prompting him to summon Wang Yuan. Over the past 3 years, Wang Yuan had managed the Silverhorn Mountain Medicine Garden for Lu Qingfeng, looked after the 7 birds, and was also responsible for the exchange of spiritual medicine and various refining materials between Silverhorn Mountain and the Luoxia sect. His diligence was indeed commendable. But his status had also risen with the tide. Initially an inconspicuous deacon within the Luoxia sect, he had now become a highly sought-after figure, receiving courteous treatment from even ordinary elders who dared not offend him. Such changes were all thanks to Lu Qingfeng, and Wang Yuan was extremely respectful. Spirit stones? Subordinates indeed have heard the sect disciples and the loose cultivators of Juyun Mountain Range talk about it. Some say the elders handed the spirit stones over to the Luoxia sect. Others say they kept them for themselves. The information is mixed with truth and falsehood, and there are many versions. Upon hearing Lu Qingfeng's inquiries, Wang Yuan quickly replied. In fact, even he, who had been managing various affairs for Lu Qingfeng, wasn't sure about the credibility of that rumor from the outside world. It all seemed to make sense. and upon deeper thought, it seemed to make no sense at all. Wang Yuan had also wondered about this for a long time, but had not dared to ask. I see. Lu Qingfeng suddenly realized. Rumors are indeed to be feared. He had already responded in the best way possible, yet he still could not avoid trouble. In this matter, Lu Qingfeng's fingertips moved slightly, then suddenly stopped. Perhaps the three Juyan sects are adding fuel to the flames. If the three sects didn't intentionally spread the rumors, the affair with Windroar Cliff would hardly have spread so quickly. Truth and falsehoods in the messages were detailed. 3 parts truth mixed with 7 parts falsehood. It was no wonder that a rootless loose cultivator like Chanyun Old Ghost was skeptical and came to test the waters. Red Rainbow Sect, Golden Wave Sect, Demon Extermination Castle. Lu Qingfeng pondered, then asked Wang Yuan about the recent situations of the 4 Juyan sects. After understanding the situation, he then ordered Wang Yuan to leave. My virtual library Empira, MVLMRYR, appreciates your readership at the Sorsa. Just endure a little longer. Once I break through to Foundation Establishment, it will be time for you of the Red Rainbow Gate to waver. As for the Golden Wave Sect and the Demon Extermination Castle, leave them be if they don't provoke us. But if they collude with the Red Rainbow Gate, they cannot blame me. But this Silverhorn Mountain... Lu Qingfeng's eyes condensed evil intentions, and he returned to his cave dwelling. In reality, the Luoxia sect was in turmoil, and the Juyun mountain range was in disarray. In the game, the Changqing realm was equally chaotic. But the soul-searching temple stood out like the sun at midday, dominating the landscape of the Central Plains alone. The journey to the 100 Herbs Garden took 7 months, and staying in Silverhorn Mountain for another 2 months, a total of 74 years had passed in the game. The initial 16 years Lu Qingfeng spent in the Rebirth Pool are not mentioned. After stepping out of the Rebirth Pool, in the span of 8 years, he first took charge of the Soul-Searching Temple, and then traveled the 7 states, suppressing the Central Plains unrivaled. He was honored as the world's first immortal. In the 50 years that followed, the Soul-Searching Temple rapidly expanded, with experts continuously emerging. At this time, 65 years had passed since the first major change in heaven and earth. Immortal sects stood all over, and on top of the spiritual mountains, cultivators gathered in groups. In the beginning, the classification of human realm, earth realm, heavenly realm, and even God realm and heavenly disaster realm seems laughable when looked back upon. These categories were mostly circulated among the common world. But once one truly enters an immortal sect and becomes an orthodox cultivator, the classification transitions from heavenly disaster, God, heaven, earth, and human realms to traditional cultivation realms like fetal breathing, true qi, and foundation establishment. The great trend of cultivation gradually unveils. General Ridge. Lu Qingfeng is seated in the Ancestor Hall, with Ren Changsheng and Zhang Wenye in front of him. 58 years have passed. Both have long become Foundation Establishment practitioners, considered top-level cultivators within the entire Changqing realm. The former, with inferior root bone and comprehension, under the guidance of Lu Qingfeng and with the consumption of elixir pills, still lingers in the energy introduction realm, a distance away from the condensing liquid realm. The latter, with excellent root bone and a steady nature, has surpassed the former, breaking through the true qi, energy introduction, and condensing liquid realms, becoming the first Pei Yuan realm cultivator in the Soul-Searching Temple besides Lu Qingfeng. The world revitalizes. All cultivators in the world are groping their way forward, as if crossing a river by feeling the stones. Even with various scriptures of true skills, how can they compare to receiving teachings and having doubts resolved by a master? Those with astonishing talent are ultimately few. Thus, reaching fetal breathing and true qi is easy, but Foundation Establishment cultivators remain very rare, only in Soul-Searching Temple. Lu Qingfeng personally gives guidance, also renowned worldwide as an alchemy grandmaster. Utilizing a dual approach, Foundation Establishment cultivators emerge one after another in the Soul-Searching Temple. The earliest took only 8 years for 7 great Foundation Establishment cultivators to ascend. This is the profound accumulation of the secular Changqing realm. Those who quickly ascended to Foundation Establishment were previously at the limit of the heavenly realm. After the great changes in the world, they met great opportunities and transformed into dragons, instantly becoming experts of the god realm, standing out among the millions of mortals in the Changqing realm. After joining the soul-searching temple and being supported by Lu Qingfeng, they advanced rapidly and achieved foundation establishment. These self-cultivated experts of the god realm are highly sought after by various great spiritual mountains and immortal sects, capable of enhancing their own foundations. Lu Qingfeng adheres to a fish and hook attitude toward those who are willing. People may come to join, but it also depends on their temperament and character. Thus, there are fewer in number. However, anyone who catches Lu Qingfeng's eye can generally ascend to foundation establishment within about 10 years. As for what follows foundation establishment, it depends on individual fate and methods. There are those who practice quickly, like Zhang Wenyi, who advanced to the foundation establishment and essence cultivation realm in 50 years. There are those who practice slowly, still lingering in the energy introduction realm even now. After all, the elixirs for foundation establishment level are entry-level spirit pills. The spiritual medicine needed to refine spirit pills is hard to find. It's not possible to bestow high-grade, top-level elixirs as freely as in the true Qi realm. And spirit stones are even rarer. To be able to cultivate to the Peiyuan realm under such circumstances, each individual is exceptionally gifted. Even just reaching the condensing liquid realm marks one as an extraordinary talent. And Lu Qingfeng, just last year, he ascended to the body refining stage, leading all cultivators in the world, unrivaled and uncatchable by anyone. After paying respects to Lu Qingfeng, Ren Changsheng took the lead and said, "As instructed by elder brother, I've already informed Chen Zhang and prepared the corresponding measures." Chen Zhang is the Iron Curtain Marquise, now known in the 7 states over these years, the current King Chen. After decades of war, Chen Zhang swiftly rose to power after aligning with the Soul-Searching Temple. Over 50 years, he occupied the territories of Lei State, Heng State, Wan State, Lian State, Yo State, Tiancheng State, and Mu State. Jing Country's northern border encompassing 3 states, Tiancheng State of the Eastern Realm, Mu State of the Western Realm, as well as Lian State of Zheng Country's Southern Territory, and Yu State of Wei Country's Southern Territory, all under his control. He instantly became the largest feudal lord in the world, spanning the territories across the former Jing, Zheng, and Wei countries. Half of the original Jing Country's territory was seized by Chen Zhang. The Jing Country's royal family, previously entrenched in Wan State, is now long exiled without a trace. With the royal family shattered and seeking immortal key non-existent, unable to hold the spiritual mountains, as several immortal sects in Jing Country continuously produced God Realm experts and even foundation establishment practitioners, the downfall of Jing Country's royal family and seeking immortal Kuei became inevitable. Chen Zhang, wielding great momentum, took down Wan State in one fell swoop. Hence, Chen Zhang went from Marquis to King, discarding the old name of Jing Country, and established his kingdom as Chen. It has been 9 years to date. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 149, The Second Heavenly Change. Chen Country borders Zheng Country, Jin Country, and Wei Country to the north, resisting the 3 nations. To the south, it faces off against the 3 major overlords of the former eastern, southern, and western territories of Jing Country. Behind these 3 overlords stand Yellow Robe Mountain Great Saint Mansion, Matiliang Mountain Judge Star Sect, and Tiangu Mountain Purple Mist Palace, although not as powerful as Chen Country, but also not to be underestimated. With so many opponents, the expansion of Chen Country was quickly halted. Fortunately, in the land of the 7 states, the territory is large enough. The decree from Soul-Searching Temple was passed down, ordering Chen Country to shift from expansion to guarding externally and stabilizing internally, focusing on governance. Nourishing the population, there have been no major wars for 6 to 7 years. Lu Qingfeng listened and nodded slightly. Upon seeing this, Ren Changsheng hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking, "Elder brother? Will the Central Plains truly expand once again, like it did 65 years ago?" Half a month ago, Lu Qingfeng summoned Ren Changsheng to inform him of the second expansion of heaven and earth, which surprised and puzzled Ren Changsheng. However, due to the long-standing authority Lu Qingfeng had established in the Soul-Searching Temple, Ren Changsheng did not question it and went directly to Chen country to issue the decree. He had just returned to report. His curiosity had accumulated over half a month, and he finally asked, "Indeed." Lu Qingfeng nodded gently. Recently, he had observed the stars at night and noticed the stars in the sky were increasingly brilliant. After several calculations, he discovered that the second major change in the Changqing realm was imminent. It could happen in as little as 3 months or as much as 3 years. A massive change in the realm, the expansion of heaven and earth, would bring disaster to mortal commoners and political regimes. The 7 countries that had stood on the Central Plains for hundreds of years were caught unprepared, leading to the decline of their political regimes. Apart from Zheng, Huan, and Jin countries, the other 4 countries all vanished, no longer existing. Chen country is newly established, and if it cannot prepare early and respond appropriately, its vast territories might become a curse. Civil unrest among mortals is not good for the Soul-Searching Temple. The second heavenly change. I wonder what situation will arise after the heavenly change. Ren Changsheng and Zhang Wenye, seeing their elder brother's certainty, exchanged glances and sighed. During the first heavenly change of the Changqing realm, they had personally witnessed the miraculous scenes of the land expanding, rivers widening, and mountains growing taller. One by one, spirit mountains emerged, and over these decades, spirit rivers and spirit lands also continually appeared. The path of cultivation opened, and cultivators emerged. Various immortal sects and loose cultivators scattered everywhere. Such changes were overwhelming. Now facing the second heavenly change, they suddenly look back and realize that they are already foundation establishment cultivators, viewed as immortals by ordinary mortals. The once declining soul-searching temple, facing the brink of destruction, had also leapt to become the leading immortal sect of the Central Plains. Renowned across the old territories of the 7 countries. Content first released on MEMPYR. All of this indeed felt like a dream. The heavenly change is imminent. Are all the properties of the soul-searching temple secured? Lu Qingfeng spoke up, snapping the 2 lost in thought back to reality. Zhang Wenye replied, "Everything has been arranged. 2 spirit rivers, 3 shell fields, and 4 spirit mountains of various sizes, including Baodu Mountain, are all manned by foundation establishment cultivators." Years have passed. Spiritual charm sites around the world gradually increased. In Soul-Searching Temple, numerous foundation establishment cultivators were numerous, and whenever a spirit land appeared within the borders of Chen country, it would be occupied by a foundation establishment cultivator sent by Soul-Searching Temple. Decades of accumulation, various holdings are enough to support the cultivation of 784 disciples and 27 foundation establishment cultivators of the Soul-Searching Temple. After the second heavenly change, the realm of Changqing would expand again, and these spirit lands could grow larger, able to support more cultivators. This is the foundation of Soul-Searching Temple. It must be maintained. Mortal Chen country, spirit land properties. Stabilizing these 2, all is without concern. Ren and Zhang withdrew. Lu Qingfeng sat in the Ancestor Master's hall in meditation, silently waiting for the second heavenly change to arrive. In the blink of an eye, September. This day, Lu Qingfeng stepped out from the Ancestor Master Hall and looked up at the sky. Clear sky and bright sun. Stars scattered across the sky, half hidden. Suddenly, streaks of light crossed the sky, resembling stars falling from heaven, disappearing into the Changqing realm without a trace. This is, Lu Qingfeng calculated with bent fingers, sensing the heavenly mechanism in total chaos, utterly incomprehensible. A sign of an unusual celestial phenomenon indeed. A heavenly change? Lu Qingfeng muttered, thoughts yet unformed, when suddenly he felt the ground shake and mountains sway. Strangely, on closer inspection, there was no feeling of vibration underfoot, Standing on the ground felt as plain as usual. Truly bizarre. This disturbance was not confined to the space beneath Lu Qingfeng's feet, nor to General Ridge alone. The entire land of Central Plains, the entire Changqing realm shuddered at once. Heavenly change. The Changqing realm is about to expand once again. To the younger generation of the Central Plains, the heavenly change was merely a legend, never witnessed firsthand. After all, it was a tale from 65 years ago. Those who experienced the first heavenly change have mostly passed away. This younger generation did not realize that they were about to witness an awe-inspiring celestial might. With a light step, Lu Qingfeng landed lightly as a swallow on the peak of Thunder Mountain, overlooking the entirety of General Ridge. In General Ridge, streams widened and mountains rose visibly before one's eyes. Lu Qingfeng saw clearly. In front of Thunder Mountain not far away, a small mountain 30 zhang high stood like an arhat, magnificent and graceful. At this moment, however, it grew inch by inch, foot by foot, climbing continuously. In the blink of an eye, it had already risen several zhang and continued to ascend. Looking down at Thunder Mountain beneath his feet, this mountain, the main peak of General Ridge, was only 100 or so zhang high before the first heavenly change. When Lu Qingfeng saw it, it had become a mountain 1,300 zhang high. At this time, Thunder Mountain, on the basis of 1,300 zhang, was changing again. Boom, boom, boom! Endless roaring sounds echoed from somewhere, startling birds and beasts on the mountain. The 1,000 zhang high mountain surged even higher with each blink. Lu Qingfeng focused his gaze. The Daluo Cave Temple spell deployed, revealing an immense immortal mountain in the void, brimming with immortal energy, standing outside Thunder Mountain, relentlessly approaching it. As the immortal mountain drew nearer, Thunder Mountain grew even taller, its character shifting towards a more ethereal and celestial transformation. Divine skills from the upper realm. God of the Thunder Department. So terrifying! Like all mortals and cultivators under 65 in the Changqing realm, Lu Qingfeng was seeing the dramatic changes of the world for the first time firsthand, rather than just speculating or hearing stories about them. Even employing divine skills, he saw much more than a regular cultivator. Seeing with one's own eyes makes a world of difference. The first heavenly change lasted for 3 months. After 3 months, the rivers of the Central Plains expanded tenfold, the land extended tenfold, mountains heightened tenfold. How long will this one last, and to what extent will it reach? Lu Qingfeng thought of the information received upon first arriving in the Changqing realm. 5,600 years ago, the Changqing realm was shattered by a battle. Traces of the evil dragon were everywhere. The Changqing realm tainted with the evil demonic qi, threatening to plunge into the demon abyss. The deities of the Thunder Department refined it with 9 heavens' thunder, purifying the shattered Changqing realm and consolidating it once again. Since then, the territory of the Changqing realm has contracted, with 10,000 Lai compressed into 1 Lai. 10,000 Lai compressed into 1 Lai. Now it seeks to reverse this, through one heavenly change after another, to restore the original territories. 1 Lai to 10,000 Lai? Lu Qingfeng's pupils constricted slightly. In light of such a notion, what indeed would amount to the tenfold increase of the first heavenly change? Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 150. Stars tilt in thought. On Thunder Mountain, streaks of tunneling light flashed. Ren Changsheng, Zhang Wenye, Chen Fengyu, and Ren Xiaoyao, the 4 highest-ranking Foundation establishment cultivators from the Soul-Searching Temple, leaped up and landed beside Lu Qingfeng, observing the changes in the heavens and earth and the transformation of General Ridge. The mighty power of nature surpasses the mundane. Under such forces, we cultivators are but a grain in the ocean, mere ants, Zhang Wenyi exclaimed. The grandeur of heaven and earth is beyond human reach. Ren Changsheng agreed. The latter two, one steady, the other perpetually deep in enmity, were rather bland in character. Chen Fengyu and Ren Xiaoyao, compared to the previous two and Lu Qingfeng, belonged to a younger generation and were somewhat more vivacious. Upon viewing the heavenly changes, Chen Fengyu looked towards the back mountain with anticipation. The first heavenly change produced 3 divine objects on General Ridge. The first is green thunder bamboo, the second is the heavenly crystal cherry tree, and the third is the 7-colored lotus. The former was refined into a flying sword magic artifact, elevating the repute of our soul-searching temple. The heavenly crystal cherry fruit can be refined into a breakthrough realm spirit pill. The 7-colored lotus can be made into the 7 glories pill, the most proficient elixir of Brother Guang Yuan, and also one of the most famous spirit pills in Central Plains. This heavenly change, I wonder if any other divine objects will appear on General Ridge. Heavenly change. Accompanied by the emergence of spiritual mountains and spiritual lands. Various spiritual objects also appear, providing opportunities for cultivators of this world. General Ridge holds these 3 spiritual objects, and Baodu Mountain has the Red Sun Fruit Tree. Although the Red Sun Fruit's effects are not as profound as the legendary Vermilion Fruit, it is still a 4th-rank spiritual fruit, highly beneficial for a cultivator's cultivation. Across the Changqing realm, both large and small spirit lands bear spiritual objects to some degree. No spiritual objects have yet appeared in this second heavenly change. Lu Qingfeng listened to the reflections and discussions of Chen Fengyu and the others, while his attention was fixed on Thunder Mountain and the surrounding mountains. The mountains rose higher, rocks continuously tumbling down. It seemed to swell out of nowhere, yet also appeared to be releasing a formerly compressed, hidden immortal mountain bit by bit, emerging from the void as if growing naturally. It was peculiar indeed. As the spiritual mountain kept rising, the spiritual energy grew more concentrated. In the entire Changqing realm, with Central Plains as the core, only one place was rich in spiritual energy during the first 65 years after the spiritual mountains and spiritual lands emerged. Outside these regions, the spiritual energy was extremely limited. For instance, the spot where Lu Qingfeng had just arrived at in the Changqing realm was far from the spiritual mountains, with absolutely no trace of spiritual energy perceptible. However, as time passed, the spiritual energy gradually started to dissipate and radiate from these spiritual mountains and lands. The spiritual energy of the Central Plains slowly began to increase. While ordinary Earth realms still fell short of the spiritual mountains and lands by a significant margin, they were no longer in a desolate state. Over the years, the overall spiritual energy environment of Central Plains roughly equated to that of Upper Sun Country in reality. It was possible to cultivate to the stages of inner breath and true qi, but unless one found a spiritual mountain or land to cultivate, advancing to the foundation establishment was impossible. At this moment, during the second heavenly change, the spiritual energy from the spiritual mountains burst forth, and the earth beyond General Ridge also began to dissipate wisps of spiritual energy. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Changqing realm rapidly intensified. It soon surpasses Upper Sun Country, comparable to about 1,000 miles east of the Crying Swamp in terms of spiritual essence, and continuing to rise. Lu Qingfeng stood in midair, witnessing the shift from day to night. Night descended, and the stars above grew increasingly brilliant. The majestic power of the stars poured down, bestowing countless fortunes between heaven and earth. What intense power of the stars! Even Lu Qingfeng could not help but be astonished. He quickly sat down cross-legged, operating his cultivation technique to voraciously absorb the overwhelming star power like a torrential downpour. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. Cultivation technique rotating, like the roar of tigers and the chant of dragons. The majestic star power transforms into refined true yuan, nourishing the meridians and refining the body. Creation! Great creation! Feeling the inexhaustible star power, Lu Qingfeng was overjoyed. How precious is the star power! In the primordial great heaven and earth, stars are limitless. These stars are all controlled by the heavenly court, managed by one of the 8 divisions, the Dao department. The stars above, sprinkling star power, are the most coveted energy by primordial cultivators, humans and demons alike, apart from nature's spiritual energy. It can also be considered a special kind of spiritual energy. It contains creation and endless vitality. When cultivators absorb and refine it, they can rapidly increase their cultivation level. Ordinary flowers, birds, fish, and insects that absorb it in abundance, along with the essence shed from the sun and moon, can even develop spiritual intelligence and become mountain spirits or demons. This is also one of the origins of the demon clan. However, the star power controlled by the Heavenly Court's Dao department mainly supplies the 33 days and the Heavenly Court. Another part supplies the many great powers and influential forces in the primordial world. Even if their relationship with the Heavenly Court is mediocre, the Heavenly Court dares not cut off their supply of star power. Another part supplies the major forces in the Earth immortal world. For example, Guan River Mouth, Chentang Pass, Four Seas, and so forth. Only an infinitesimal fraction, perhaps one in countless millions, sprinkles upon the primordial land. Even less, perhaps one in billions, falls into the innumerable lower realms. Ordinary cultivators, even immortals who have stepped onto the immortal Dao, would crack their heads open just to serve in the Heavenly Court, primarily for star power. Many immortal sects in the Earth immortal world maintain good relations with the Heavenly Court. The reason is so that the Heavenly Court might slightly favor them with star power, turning their immortal sects and immortal mountains into holy lands for cultivation. Even a cursed barren land, if the Heavenly Court is willing, could instantly be transformed into one of the world's top immortal mountain spirit lands. Visit my virtual library empire, YR, for more. By holding such authority, the Heavenly Court can swiftly stabilize its footing in the primordial heaven and earth. Dominating the three realms, none dare disobey. At this moment, perhaps the ancestor masters serving in the thunder department of the Changqing realm exerted their strength, and the deities of the Dao department manipulated the stars to pour star power over Changqing realm. More enriched than usual by more than tenfold? Lu Qingfeng was simultaneously running 4 cultivation techniques, refining like mad. All the cultivators in General Ridge's soul-searching temple. All cultivators under heaven. Anyone who has reached the foundation establishment stage, just like Lu Qingfeng, would not want to miss this rare opportunity. Star power nourishes the meridians. The cultivation techniques continuously operate, refining it into true yuan. Their cultivation levels soared limitlessly. Lu Qingfeng had just ascended to the body-tempering realm less than a year ago, and now he is making rapid progress by devouring star power. Running 4 cultivation techniques simultaneously, nearly all star power from Thunder Mountain is being absorbed by Lu Qingfeng alone, leaving only a small part for others like Ren Changsheng. Even though it is a small part, it is enough for them to refine and upgrade. Lu Qingfeng closed his eyes, focusing on cultivation. Luofu Sword Scripture, 12 Heavenly Demon God Skill, Yellow Robe True Skill, 5 Thunder Heart Sutra. These 4 cultivation techniques are extraordinary. The first 2 are mysterious level techniques, long practiced by Lu Qingfeng. Yellow Robe True Skill replaces the Iron Refining Body. Lu Qingfeng merged Iron Refining Body with it, also using experience value to boost it to True Sect level, adding more traits and refining it further than the previous Iron Refining Body. 5 Thunder Heart Sutra is based on the Prison Control Heart Sutra, passed down by the prison-controlling 5 Thunder Great God. Over the years, from various true skills collected from Changqing Realm with corresponding attributes, he selected 5 volumes of techniques and merged them into this creation. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 151, Advancing Triumphantly. In the Changqing realm, thunder skills are predominantly practiced. If one is determined, it is even possible to merge all thunder techniques into one unique method. However, the consumption is enormous. It is better to select the most appropriate cultivation techniques, filter those with better characteristics, and proceed with the fusion. After all, Lu Qingfeng is still in the stage of cultivation in this world with scarce experience value available. If overused, his cultivation will stagnate and hinder greater achievements. Fusing 5 volumes of Thunder techniques, all of which are at least side door level skills, the accomplished 5 Thunder Heart Sutra is already remarkable. Limited by insufficient experience value to enhance it, it is nonetheless a true sect-level cultivation method. The Secrets of Soul-Searching Cultivation Techniques section has also been merged by Lu Qingfeng. After the fusion, the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, with its sifted essence, is perhaps the strongest legacy of Thunder Dao cultivation method in the Changqing realm. Even among the gods of the Heavenly Court Thunder Department, it is not to be taken lightly. In this way, 2 mysterious level techniques, 2 true sect-level cultivation methods. Inside Lu Qingfeng's body, it's as if there are 4 great mills, constantly honing the star power into pure true yuan. Sword chi is sharp and piercing. A Luofu heart lamp settles over Lu Qingfeng's dantian. Heavenly silver is immersed into it, turning into oil that burns. The star power and accomplishment of true yuan, after being scorched by the Luofu heart lamp, becomes of even higher quality, increasingly pure. The speed of refining has also increased by several folds. Zhurong and Zhumeng, 2 demon gods, poke their heads out inside Lu Qingfeng's body, devouring star power in great gulps to strengthen themselves, and in turn, nourishing Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng's demon technique cultivation is constantly improving. Yellow Robe True Skill tempers the flesh, with Lu Qingfeng's body continuously becoming more solidified, a faint yellow robe looming over him. This method is said to be passed down from one of the Heavenly Court's 28 constellations, the Kuai-Wood Wolf, when it descended to the lower realm to experience calamities, transforming into the Yellow Robe Demon and cultivating this magic gate. Whether human or demon clan, all can cultivate it. After a spell of cultivation, Lu Qingfeng finds it indescribably delightful. Finally, the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, once activated, instantly dispels all evils. Lightning moves like dragons and snakes, traveling throughout Lu Qingfeng's body, assisting the Yellow Robe True Skill, continuously refining the flesh. The body keeps breaking down and regenerating. Only after thousands of hammering and refining, unlimited vitality is obtained. Time whizzes by. A night passes, the stars recede, and the power of the stars is no longer dense. Only then does Lu Qingfeng open his eyes and stand up tall. Crackle pop. As he stands up, his entire body crackles and pops. Just this one night, I've saved at least 3 years of arduous cultivation. A look of surprise appears on Lu Qingfeng's face. The power of the stars is indeed what even immortals dream of. Just one night, the refined star power equals 3 years of his arduous cultivation, and that's without any assistance of elixir pills or spiritual objects. Truly formidable. 1 night equals 3 years. If the second heavenly change could last for 3 months like the first one, it would equal 270 years of my arduous cultivation. My realm is sufficient. Only the Yellow Robe True Skill and 5 Thunder Heart Sutra are slightly lacking in the comprehension of the cultivation techniques. However, it's not too late to first enhance the Luofu Sword Scripture and 12 Heavenly Demon God skill, stack up my cultivation, and then slowly ponder over the latter 2 methods. 270 years, enough to make swift progress and reach the Spirit Void Fusion realm, is possible. Great joy appears on Lu Qingfeng's face. This will allow him to quickly reach the peak of his previous life, avoiding a waste of time. Even the initial expectation that his cultivation would be quickly surpassed after the second heavenly change will be greatly delayed. He will be able to do much more. Ha ha! Heaven helps me too. Thinking of the delightful possibilities, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brother Guangyuan. Ren Changsheng and the other 3 have completed their cultivation, each also experiencing the benefits of star power, faces filled with surprise, landing near Lu Qingfeng. Among them, Ren Changsheng was the most delighted. Lu Qingfeng looked over and couldn't help smiling. Congratulations to junior brother Changsheng on advancing to the condensed liquid realm. Thanks to senior brother Guangyuan. A smile was on Ren Changsheng's face. A night of cultivation, finally breaking through the long stagnant chi drawing realm and stepping into the condensed liquid realm in one fell swoop. With this achievement, Among the 27 Foundation Establishment cultivators of the Soul-Searching Temple, he was no longer the least among them. There was also hope for a breakthrough into the spirit void in the future. Lu Qingfeng then looked towards Jiang Wenye and the other two. Jiang Wenye was at the Pei Yuan realm. Chen Fengyu was at the condensed liquid realm. Ren Xiaoyao was at the Qi drawing realm. All three had made progress in strength, but they were still far from a breakthrough. Especially Jiang Wenye, who had not long entered the Pei Yuan realm and didn't have as much cultivation experience as Lu Qingfeng. Aspiring for a breakthrough, even with the transformation afforded by the star power, was definitely not an easy task. The second heavenly change continued, with the Changqing realm still expanding. As star power was sprinkled around, countless cultivators under the heavens benefited. Among them, the Foundation Establishment practitioners and the plants, birds, and beasts within the mountains and rivers benefited the most. The Foundation Establishment practitioners connected the bridge between heaven and earth, refining the star power, rapidly increasing their cultivation levels, and solidifying their foundations. The plants, birds, and beasts absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, bathing in the star power, and gained countless fortunes. Numerous sentient beings were born from them, turning into extraordinary creatures. In the Central Plains, demon sects like the Yellow Robe Mountain Great Saint Mansion benefited from this and cast a wide net, recruiting numerous talented and exceptional creatures. They grew rapidly. Time flew by. Just as Lu Qingfeng had guessed, similar to the first heavenly change, the second heavenly change lasted a total of 3 months. After 3 months, the Changqing realm expanded tenfold again. General Ridge, which initially spanned 100 miles, had expanded to 1,200 miles across when Lu Qingfeng arrived. After this heavenly change, it transformed into a vast entity spanning 10,000 miles. Thunder Mountain rose 10,000 feet, becoming an immortal mountain. Most of the mountain was shrouded in clouds, becoming a true land of the immortal. The entire land of Central Plains, from an area of 9,600 miles, expanded to 96,000 miles, and now it extended to a massive expanse of 1,000,000 miles. Ordinary people, not to mention traversing a whole country, might find it difficult to even leave a single province or county. Lu Qingfeng stood atop the mountain peak, refining all of the star power from the last night. Enjoying the story? Discover more on Lem6PY. Standing tall, with white clouds stretching for thousands of miles beneath his feet. With a surging aura, Lu Qingfeng exhaled deeply, and his breath condensed into sword qi mixed with thunderous light, shooting out over 27 feet. Spirit Void Fusion! Feeling the rapid increase of his cultivation level, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but be joyful. In his 8th life, it took him a full 32 years to progress from the initial foundation establishment and body tempering to breaking through to the spirit void. Subsequently, the spirit void. The fasting period took 50 years. The heart movement and divine silence realms, due to repeated cultivation, eventually shortened to just over 20 years to cross. Decades were spent in the fusion realm with little progress. This time, by taking advantage of the opportunity provided by the star power, Lu Qingfeng only took 10 nights to rise from foundation establishment and body tempering to the spirit void. Within a month, he broke through the realms of fasting, heart movement, and divine silence, ascending to the fusion realm. Before the fusion realm, due to the ample experience from repeated cultivation, Lu Qingfeng's foundations were solid, allowing for rapid advancement, far surpassing ordinary cultivators. However, after reaching the fusion realm, due to a lack of cultivation experience and the difficulty and intricacy of merging divine thought and true yuan, Lu Qingfeng could no longer advance as swiftly as in the previous realms. Upon entering fusion, he encountered great difficulty with every step. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 152, Heavenly Phenomena, Ancestor Master's Tablet. So for the next 2 months, Lu Qingfeng focused intently on repeatedly cultivating through the realms of heart movement and divine silence. Within a month and a half, he underwent 6 cycles of cultivation, accruing 15 million experience value. He then strengthened the Yellow Robe True Skill and the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra to the mysterious level, with remaining experience value sufficient to enhance many more magical techniques and other magic gates. At this time, having gained various thunder skills, Lu Qingfeng selected the best to integrate and further strengthen, developing his thunder skill divine abilities. Divine Thunder Palm emerged, its power unparalleled. By the 7th cycle, progressing from the early stage of heart movement to the peak of divine silence, Lu Qingfeng chose to break through, advancing to the fusion realm. This lifetime, Lu Qingfeng was prepared to deeply engage in cultivation. Understanding array formation restrictions, the higher his Dao ability, the stronger his divine soul, the quicker his progression. This is distinct from alchemy and artifact refining. Advancements in alchemy and artifact might be hindered in reality due to cultivation level limitations. However, mastery in array formation restrictions could potentially leverage the terrain or other conditions to set up incredibly powerful array formations. Harnessing the power of heaven and earth, formidable foes can be vanquished. Even simply deploying an array flag magical artifact like the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Flag could exert greater power, offer various changes, and be more versatile. Of course, apart from the mastery of array formation restrictions, there were many more considerations Lu Qingfeng needed to factor in. As he consolidated the 3 major realms of postnatal, foundation establishment, and spirit void through continuous cultivation in the game world, cementing his foundation and deepening various insights, he faced no barriers in reality, at least until reaching the spirit void fusion realm. At least, he encountered no bottlenecks in realm comprehension. Only true yuan and the physical body needed refining, and certain thresholds had to be overcome. However, compared to ordinary cultivators confronting the unknown, he was better off by a factor of thousands. Beyond Spirit Void is the core formation realm, marking one as akin to a mundane immortal, worthy of the title True Man. In some lower realms, core formation true men are even called human immortals, indicating the extraordinary among men. Core formation grants a lifespan of 3,000 years. Each minor realm is exceptionally challenging. Though the importance of root bone diminishes, profound understanding, determination, and opportunities remain indispensable. Even if I devote myself entirely to cultivation, breaking through to the true primordial spirit realm might not be possible, and I could find myself stuck at some bottleneck indefinitely. If I further exhaust experience value delaying cultivation, it's even more hopeless to reach a stronger realm before my lifespan runs out. Lu Qingfeng pondered. As one's realm increases, the difficulty of cultivation rises in tandem, exponentially more challenging than in lower levels. This can also be seen from the time perspective, a lifespan of 3,000 years in the core formation realm. Spending 3,000 years there, many cultivators remain trapped at that level, eventually dying and their path ending. From Jiran to before Spirit Void, Lu Qingfeng's understanding of realms is tier by tier. Like cultivating to the peak of foundation establishment Qi introduction, expending experience value, then restarting from the early stage of Qi introduction, or cultivating to the peak of spirit void grain avoidance, expending experience value, and restarting from the early stage of grain avoidance. But after entering the core formation stage, if he cultivates to the peak of Jiran Shudan, expending experience value, and then starts over from the early stage of Void Core, it's very possible he might hover in the Void Core realm his entire life. Then when the 3,000 years of lifespan is exhausted, another reincarnation is needed. In the next life, if there are no opportunities like this life, it could take 200 to 300 years or more. The cost in time is too high. This lifetime in Changqing realm, unlike the past, where spiritual energy has revived and no great divine power practitioner exists, there is an abundance of opportunities. Realizing realms and accumulating experience for reality can be reserved for the next lifetime. In this life, only with stronger cultivation can he vie for more opportunities. Perhaps there will be unexpected rewards. It's just right to focus on cultivating this lifetime to see just what realm I can ultimately reach. Core formation? Primordial spirit, or even Mahayana? Lu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled. Cultivating to the spirit void fusion period in reality takes 100 to 200 or 300 years. In the game world, it would be at least 10,000 years. First, familiarize with the challenges of cultivating in core formation, primordial spirit, and even Mahayana stages. So when reaching the spirit void fusion in reality, I can spend some time carefully crafting the various realms of fusion and core formation before my old capital runs out. In summary, in the game world, the experience accumulated in cultivation is enough for Lu Qingfeng to use in reality for 100 or even 200 to 300 years. The repeated realization of realms in the spirit void fusion and beyond is not urgent. Lu Qingfeng also wants to see, with the efforts of this lifetime, just what level he can ultimately cultivate to. Then, he chanted determinedly. In the last half-month of the second heavenly change, Lu Qingfeng focused on his cultivation in the fusion realm, stabilizing the early stages of this state. Next, having completed his cultivation session, Lu Qingfeng gazed toward the distant horizon. There, a gap appeared in the sky's canopy, revealing an ancient floating temple that seemed like an immortal palace from ancient times, now covered in scars and deeply damaged. Thick vines cascaded from the void above the ancient temple, connecting heaven to earth in a spectacular sight. 3 months prior, when the second heavenly change started, strange occurrences began manifesting across the Changqing realm. In the depths of the sea, ancient sea monsters that had been incubating for years caused giant waves and storms. From deep within the earth, constant tremors suggested the impending arrival of a terrifying ancient entity. Mountains and plains suddenly became shrouded in thick mist, disorienting and trapping anyone who entered, both mortals and cultivators. Mountains crumbled from either the void or the earth herself, appearing overnight, standing upon the land scorched and ruined, as if enduring hardships in ancient times that were now manifesting again. Vines abruptly emerged in the void, countless in number. Some climbed these vines and saw the immortal palace, and even rumored sightings of a divine general who controlled thunder, and dancing immortal maidens. The divine general feasted on dragon liver and phoenix gall, while the maidens' dance in feathered garments added to the merriment. Amidst the music and dance, the grandeur of the immortal court was mesmerizing. These bizarre sights even unsettled the major immortal sects, compelling them to send their people to investigate. But of those who went, few returned. Gradually, the immortal sects grew cautious and dared not venture out freely. 3 months later, the heavenly change concluded. The ancient temple attached to the thousands of vines that had been dangling from the void was the first to appear. Countless cultivators from the Changqing realm looked up to see this grand ancient temple spread across the high expanse over the central plains. It seemed within reach, yet whether one climbed the vines or flew, the ancient temple remained elusive. The cultivators then realized that although the ancient temple appeared to have traces, it hadn't truly manifested into their world. Or perhaps their cultivation levels were simply too low to reach such heights. However, upon closer inspection, the temple, previously rumored to house the immortal palace, divine generals, and immortal maidens, didn't match the reality. The temple was just like the extensively war-torn ancient mountains from the Changqing realm, marked by the ravages of time and ancient conflicts, imparting a sense of inexpressible sorrow. Sea monsters, mist, ancient mountains, ancient temple. Sia, ain't met at by MFlantYR. Lu Qingfeng watched the void temple from afar, his anticipation for further changes in the Changqing realm growing. Unlike ordinary people, he understood the major trends of Changqing realm from ancient times to present, including the reasons behind the 2 heavenly changes and those likely to continue. The mysterious locations did not shock him as much as they did the native-born mortals and cultivators of Changqing realm. Rather, he was filled with anticipation. He anticipated the transformations of Changqing realm and what remarkable maneuvers the great powers above might yet perform. As he pondered the ancient temple in the void, Lu Qingfeng felt a sudden intuition. His figure flickered, and he found himself within the Ancestor Hall, the soul-searching temple's Ancestor Hall. Here rested the spiritual tablets of ancestors from since the beginnings of the soul-searching temple, mostly those of mortals. Hindered by Changqing Realm's isolated environment, which cut off routes to immortality, even the most talented eventually met their earthly ends. Before the destruction of Changqing Realm, when Soul-Searching Temple was still considered an immortal sect, the ancestors from that time were beyond tracing. Even the successors of the temple over the past 1,000 years were unaware that it used to be a top-tier immortal sect in the Changqing Realm. Yet, above all these ancestors, there was still one spiritual tablet revered. It read, "The Soul-Searching General of the Thunder Department." While past ancestors of the Soul-Searching Temple's time as an immortal sect were unknown, it was recognized that this Thunder Department general founded the temple's teachings and was thus honored as the founding master. As the second heavenly change ended, this ancestral tablet displayed an extraordinary phenomenon. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 153, Ancestor Master Manifests, True Immortal Descends. Disciple Guangyuan respectfully welcoming the Ancestor Master. Lu Qingfeng entered the Hall of Ancestor Masters, knelt with both knees on the ground, and spoke with respect. As Lu Qingfeng bowed, the tablet of the soul-searching Ancestor Master enshrined in the place of highest honor emitted a hazy glow. Above the Hall of Ancestor Masters, the incense fire that Lu Qingfeng had yet to refine swirled. Without even looking up, Lu Qingfeng could feel an overwhelming power emanating from the seat of honor, like the heavens, like the earth, majestic and solemn, shaking one's spirit deeply. Changqing revives, immortals descend. Guangyuan from the lower realm, this deity now bestows upon you the 8th rank magical artifact, 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman. When your cultivation reaches perfection, longevity is within reach. The divine voice was splendid, deafening to the senses. Lu Qingfeng felt dazed and confused, unsure if the divine voice was entering his ears or appearing directly in his mind. It felt like a mere instant, but also as if several years had passed. When Lu Qingfeng regained his senses, there were no more extraordinary visions in the Hall of Ancestor Masters. Looking up at the tablet of the Ancestor Master, it seemed normal as well. Everything was like a dream. Only when Lu Qingfeng looked down to prepare to stand up, did he notice that at some point, a fan forged from mixed iron had appeared before him. At first glance, the fan did not seem to have many ribs, but upon counting, there were exactly 129,600 of them. Is this the 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman? Lu Qingfeng picked up the folding fan before him, and then realized that the miracle revealed by the soul-searching Ancestor Master was real, and the thundering voice in his mind was indeed true. Disciple carefully abides by the Ancestor Master's decrees. Once again, Lu Qingfeng bowed his head, then stood up. After 2 heavenly changes, it was indeed a surprise that the soul-searching Ancestor Master revealed a miracle. But even more shocking was the news from the soul-searching Ancestor Master. Changqing revives, immortals descend. 3 months ago, a meteor fell from the sky. Was it a heavenly immortal? Lu Qingfeng held the Xuantai folding fan and paced thoughtfully. The appearance of the soul-searching Ancestor Master this time, besides bestowing the 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman, such as the 8th rank magical artifact, also revealed a lot of information. Among them, the most important news was that a group of immortals had descended, with true immortals among the mortals. In the numerous lower realms, Mahayana true immortals are revered. Once reaching the state of Mahayana, one can ascend to the Earth Immortal world. Those with a background or support can be listed among the immortal class. Those without roots or support become loose cultivators in the Earth Immortal world. There are also disciples from the great sects of the primordial immortal sects ascending from the lower realm, and they will be guided into the orthodox sects of the Earth Immortal world. This so-called group of immortals that descended into the Changqing realm are in fact descendants or disciples of the Thunder Department gods in the Earth immortal world, whose lifespan is about to end, unable to break through. With the revival of the Changqing realm, great fortunes and transformations are to be had. They reincarnate and once again embark on the path of the immortal Dao. Lu Qingfeng, through 9 lives and 4 worlds, had heard much about these matters. In fact, not only true immortals. Once one reaches the core formation or primordial spirit stage, there is hope for reincarnation. If an immortal sect guides and transforms them, finding their reincarnated body, they will be brought into the sect. To cultivate with divine speed. Once the cultivation is reached, past wisdom awakens. The higher the cultivation before reincarnation, the greater the chance of awakening innate wisdom and the deeper the foundation. If one comes from a rich background, accumulating the efforts of several lives, or even decades of lives, one might just be able to perceive the creation of a true immortal and achieve the Earth immortal Dao fruit. But how perilous is the cycle of rebirth and reincarnation? Even with the protection of elder immortals from the sect, even with one's own impressive cultivation, if the sect has not found them yet, or if accidents occur, or if enemies seeking revenge find them, resulting in a premature death, they would have to re-enter the cycle of samsara. By then, without cultivation to protect themselves, with the true spirit in darkness, many are forever lost. This kind of reincarnation is very different from Lu Qingfeng and other players' reincarnation. The difference, at Lu Qingfeng's current level, is still unknown to him. There are 3 true immortals descending from the soul-searching temple. Chang Lin, true immortal, Ziqi, true immortal, and Xuan Music, true immortal. Holding the 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman, one can sense the whereabouts of the reincarnated bodies of these 3 true immortals. Lu Qingfeng, holding the 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman, couldn't help but ponder. It would be fine to find these 3 true immortals and foster them as genius disciples before their innate wisdom awakens. It would not impact him or the soul-searching temple. But once their innate wisdom awakens, if they are gentle in nature, then it's manageable. If they act arrogantly and defiantly because they are descending true immortals, then it's like inviting 3 ancestors back into your home. When the reincarnated body awakens its innate wisdom, it often happens in the spirit void realm. Heart demons assault and easily provoke the divine soul. It takes tens to 100 years or even more to cultivate from nothing to the spirit void stage in the form of reincarnation. Lu Qingfeng frowned. These 3 true immortals are indeed troublesome. According to the soul-searching ancestor master, it's not only the soul-searching temple that has descending true immortals. Many gods from the Thunder Department with Daoist lineages in the Changqing realm also have reincarnated true immortals. They aim to use the revival and rise of the Changqing realm to ascend once more, take control of the legitimate Changqing realm, and return to the immortal realm. During the first heavenly change, a portion of true immortals had already reincarnated. Over the years, true immortals have been reincarnating continuously. The second heavenly change, with meteors falling, marks the last batch of true immortals descending to the world. The soul-searching general from the Yang realm, although a divine general from the Thunder Department, is of ordinary status. He can't compare with the great gods of the Thunder Department. Thus, the soul-searching temple's true immortals could only descend in the last batch. Besides the soul-searching temple and the Thunder Department gods, the Dao Department also wants a share in the Changqing realm. To help revive the Changqing realm, one of their conditions is that, like the gods of the Thunder Department, they can send true immortals to reincarnate and vie for opportunities. Content sourced from MV4L, My Virtual Library Empire. Before the fall of the Changqing realm status, even golden immortals could be accommodated. Once the status is restored, taking advantage of this trend, achieving Earth Immortal or Heavenly Immortal Dao fruit is much faster than cultivating in silence. Lu Qingfeng sorted through the information obtained from the soul-searching ancestor master, contemplating how to profit from it. Ascend to Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal by taking advantage of the situation? Or seize the opportunity to harvest various inheritances that are beneficial in reality? The two seem not to conflict. But to cultivate to Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal takes a long time. One also has to consider the speed of cultivation in the real world to accumulate more cultivation experience in reality. 100 years in reality, over 10,000 years in the game. Let's give it a try. Lu Qingfeng made up his mind and immediately looked at the magic artifact in his hand, the 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talisman. This artifact consists of 129,600 iron talismans. When gathered together, they can transform into a folding fan, a circular plate, an iron stave, and so on, all at the whim of the user. It's made from materials such as black shining iron and other metals, mostly found scattered across the stars in the external realms. Only a few fall to the primordial land or constant sand world. The soul-searching ancestor master, having set foot in the external realms and traversed the stars, collected various materials. Eventually, he refined the 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talisman, a superb material for array formation. With the soul-searching ancestor master's mastery over the array Dao, the 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talisman could exhibit a power not inferior to that of an immortal artifact in his hands. It's also an advantageous array formation tool in the hands of the array-skilled true immortals and cultivators of the soul-searching temple. It can also be combined with other arrays to significantly enhance its power. For instance, if Lu Qingfeng had the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags he acquired earlier, he could set up the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array with those flags, embed the 129,600 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talismans within, and coordinate with the Immortal Array, easily increasing its power multiple times. Conversely, ordinary cultivators and immortals who are not skilled in array techniques, even with the 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talismans in their possession, are merely holding treasures in vain, sighing and longing. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 154, 7 years later. What a treasure! Lu Qingfeng clutched the 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talisman, overjoyed. Even the worries of true immortals descending from the heavens were cast aside from his mind. Were he to decipher this magic artifact and obtain the refining method, and then craft a simplified version of the 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talisman in the real world to pair with a simplified version of the Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banner, the combination of the two would be enough to become another trump card for Lu Qingfeng, in addition to all his divine skills. Even within the Changqing realm, the 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talisman will be of great use. Alas, there were contingencies left within the talisman by the soul-searching ancestor master. These hidden measures did not affect Lu Qingfeng. He could refine and analyze the derivation technique normally. Only if someone dared to seize the magic artifact would the methods left by the soul-searching ancestor master be triggered. This was a good thing for Lu Qingfeng. But since the soul-searching ancestor master had bestowed a magic artifact, other immortal sects in the Changqing realm and ancestors from the upper realm would undoubtedly bestow magic artifacts as well. If one did not have a contingency in place, with Lu Qingfeng's current strength, he could borrow it for play for decades. At the very least, he could decipher the refining method. What a pity! Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Holding the 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talisman, he turned and went to his cave dwelling on the back mountain to begin the refining process. In the Changqing realm, the impact of the second heavenly change was no less significant than the first. The tipping of the celestial bodies showered the earth with star power. Countless birds, beasts, fish, and insects benefited from this, and numerous plants gained spiritual wisdom. In just 3 months, the land of the Changqing realm teemed with countless new mythical beasts. These creatures, with newly awakened intelligence, acted out of pure instinct, unwitting between good and evil. Combined with the ignorance of mortal folk who had no knowledge of guidance, the initial reaction was often to attack and kill. Timid mythical beasts hid everywhere. The aggressive and bloodthirsty ones slaughtered mortals in their anger, racking up endless sins. Thus, human clan cultivators descended from their immortal sects, slaying demons and protecting the mortals. The conflict between monsters and cultivators intensified. Powerful beasts that could call the wind and summon the rain attacked spiritual mountains, destroying immortal sects. Strong immortal sects swept the universe, exterminating all mythical beasts. A whirlwind of bloodshed ensued. Heaven unleashed its killing intent. The star-shifting array was in motion. Earth unleashed its killing intent. Dragons and serpents took to the land. Man unleashed killing intent. Heaven and earth were in turmoil. Without warning, the Changqing realm was plunged into chaos and slaughter. Great calamities rose simultaneously, and the heavenly mechanism was in disarray. Prodigies defied the odds and emerged, exhibiting their prowess on the central plains. They conquered spirit lands, established sects, and revealed their extraordinary nature. One after another, demon kings howled through the forests, amassed monsters, and founded demon sects and demon countries, standing toe-to-toe with human clan cultivators. Under the Great Calamity, such was the trend of the times. Even a top immortal sect like the Soul-Searching Temple could not avoid being dragged into this turmoil. Monsters rampaged, attacking the spiritual mountains and shell fields under the Soul-Searching Temple's control, killing their disciples. Fortunately, the Soul-Searching Temple was powerful, with many foundation establishment cultivators. They suppressed various spirit lands. Any beast that dared invade had no return. Over time, no more mythical beasts dared to come. The territories under the Soul-Searching Temple's control within the Chen country became a sanctuary amid the Central Plains. 7 years later, General Ridge. The Daoist Qingfeng from Yu country to the north, traveling all the way from the extreme north, passing through Zheng, Wei, Jin, and Huan, has defeated more than a dozen top immortal sect strongmen from 4 countries. His momentum is indeed unstoppable. Yes, in recent years, Daoist Qingfeng has become quite the prominent figure, and there are few in the world who can compare with him. The only one I fear who might surpass him is the master of the sect. That Daoist Qingfeng is insignificant in comparison to our sect master. Quite right. Regardless of whether it's Daoist Qingfeng from the north, Sima Han from the east, or Lin Chao from the west, although their reputations have grown recently, our sect master had already become the foremost figure in the Central Plains and the world's first immortal over 60 years ago. How could any Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to compare with him? Disciples of the Soul-Searching Temple gathered around several peaks centered on Thunder Mountain, walking in pairs, talking nonstop. When discussing the few rising stars of late, they can't help but compare them to their own sect master and immediately look down upon them with disdain. Soul-Searching Guangyuan. This name is renowned throughout the entire Changqing realm. Within the Soul-Searching Temple, he is admired by numerous disciples. Status. Strength. No one could match him. Thunder Mountain. Ancestor Hall. Lu Qingfeng commanded 3 children around 6 or 7 years old to worship in front of the Ancestor Master's tablet, accepting them into the sect. He then instructed others to take them away and settle them in. They were too young to cultivate. For the moment, the priority was to teach them to read and write. After laying the foundation of their path, they could embark on cultivation once their minds had matured. The 3 children were bewildered. They still hadn't come to terms with what had happened. They were originally playing in the villages far apart, in Tiannan or elsewhere. Suddenly, a Daoist came down from the heavens, displayed the immortal law, and offered to take them on as disciples. With 2 heavenly changes having occurred, the existence of immortals had become widespread among mortals. In earlier times, the deeds of an immortal named Guangyuan frolicking among humans were even turned into storybooks and widely sung among mortals. Though young, the 3 children had heard of these tales. Their parents were overjoyed. Following an immortal to seek the Tao and become one of the celestial beings was an opportunity not to be declined. They immediately agreed, offering prostrations and thanks. In a daze, the children had left their homes and arrived at this strange, immortal mountain. Now they knew that they were at Thunder Mountain on General Ridge. They knew the immortal sect they had joined was the Soul-Searching Temple of Chen Country. They knew that their teacher was the very immortal Guangyuan they had heard of since childhood. The shock was profound. Not until after paying respect to the ancestor master and leaving the hall did they begin to regain their senses. After the children left, Ren Changsheng stood beside Lu Qingfeng, watching the retreating figures of the children, then turned and curiously asked, "Brother, are these three the reincarnated true immortals of our soul-searching temple?" "Exactly. Need character sheets and glossaries? Visit MVP.R." Lu Qingfeng nodded. For 7 years, while practicing cultivation and traversing the Central Plains, he had at last found the reincarnated souls of the three true immortals, descending from the soul-searching temple. At the moment, the three were too young to show more than a hint of precocity. Nothing miraculous yet apparent. Only when they embarked on the path of cultivation would they begin to reveal their extraordinary talents. Once they reached the spirit void realm, there was a high likelihood they would awaken their dormant wisdom. After that milestone, the road of cultivation would smooth out significantly, unlike the reincarnated true immortals. Even though Lu Qingfeng had reached the true immortal realm in his training within the game, in reality, due to various limitations, his progression remained slow. Instead, it proved more full to repeatedly refine each stage of cultivation and solidify his foundation, ensuring no bottlenecks in reality. When cultivating, he would then focus solely on enhancing his magic power cultivation, and not be preoccupied with the realm of his Dao ability. After all, how could practicing cultivation once in a lifetime compare to doing so 10 times, 100 times more solidly? If there was a 50% chance of cultivating to the Mahayana true immortal realm in 5,000 years, then after practicing cultivation to the Mahayana true immortal realm 10 times in the game, the likelihood of Lu Qingfeng achieving this in reality might increase to 70%, and the time required might be shortened to merely 3,000 years. 100 times. After 100 cycles of cultivation, the probability would increase even further, and the time required would become even shorter. Making the Mahayana true immortal realm concrete to each minor realm was what Lu Qingfeng had been doing since he entered the game. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 155, Changfeng Night Watch. Reincarnated True Immortal. What a significant origin. Ren Changsheng sighed, then suddenly asked, "Brother, in your travels away from home these past years, have you heard of the deeds of Chang Fengzi, Sima Han, or Lin Chao?" "I've been wandering the mortal realm with little contact with cultivators, so I haven't heard anything." Lu Qingfeng shook his head, his curiosity piqued. "What about their deeds?" Ren Changsheng frowned and recounted to Lu Qingfeng how the three had set out from the north, east, and west, challenging the experts of the great spiritual mountains and immortal sects, undefeated in their endeavors. Then, frowning again, he said, "Hearing you speak of the reincarnated true immortal, it dawned on me. Could these three be the true immortals that descended to the mortal world some time ago?" The Changqing realm was a place where dragons and snakes rose from the land, and geniuses were born in abundance. That these three could emerge from the crowd and stand out indicates they are no ordinary beings. The possibility of them being reincarnated true immortals seemed the greatest. "Oh?" Hearing Ren Changsheng's speculation, Lu Qingfeng became interested. "Do you know which sects or schools these three hail from?" Ren Changsheng had already investigated this and immediately replied, "Chang Fengzi comes from the Fenghuo Temple in Nine Palace Mountain of Yu Country. Sima Han is from the Dongling Sword Sect of Gui Peak Mountain in Huan Country. Lin Chao is from the Six-Eyed Heavenly Gate of Golden Mountain Ridge in Zheng Country." The three joined forces and swept across the land with an unstoppable momentum, much like formidable dragons and snakes. Their origins were certainly no secret. "I've never heard of Fenghuo Temple, but Dongling Sword Sect and Six-Eyed Heavenly Gate are both major sects." Lu Qingfeng was now 3 parts convinced of the three's identity as reincarnated true immortals. The Dongling Sword sect was said to revere the Thunder Department's East Spirit Prime Minister, a Thunder Department god whose status was far above that of the soul-searching ancestor. The six-eyed heavenly gate needs no further mention, for it is a lineage handed down by the six-eyed lightning god, also one of the Thunder Department gods. As for Fengwo Temple, I recall that on Nine Palace Mountain of Yu Country, there was the Nine Palace sect, wasn't there? Lu Qingfeng was perplexed. Yu Country lay in the northernmost part of the Central Plains, far from the former Jing Country. Nine Palace Mountain was the earliest known spiritual mountain of Yu Country and also the largest and most profound. The Nine Palace sect was situated there, with Zhou Mu, its sect leader, being one of the first to ascend to the god realm in earlier years. Check for the latest updates on my virtual library empire MYR. A sextant ago, Lu Qingfeng had visited, holding a cordial discourse with Zhou Mu and borrowing many of the sect's classical texts. In recent years, he had heard that the Nine Palace sect's development was positive, producing many foundation establishment cultivators and gaining considerable influence in Yu Country. So how did a Fengwo temple suddenly appear? Fengwo Temple was originally a minor temple on a small spiritual mountain within Yu Country. With the rise of Qingfeng in recent years, he took over Nine Palace Mountain and expelled the Nine Palace sect. In the last 2 years, as Qingfeng's reputation has grown, the incense fire at Fengwo Temple has become prosperous, with endless seekers of immortality visiting the mountain. The number of disciples and followers has gradually flourished as well. Ren Changsheng, who managed the secular affairs of Soul-Searching Temple, was well informed of the major developments in the world. I see. Lu Qingfeng now understood. The Changqing realm was amidst a great catastrophe, with fortunes changing so rapidly that one could hardly keep up. Just a few years of not paying attention, and he was utterly out of the loop. This Fenghuo Temple, Lu Qingfeng's eyes revealed deep thought. If Qingfeng was a reincarnated true immortal, judging from his age and cultivation level, he must be among the first batch of reincarnated beings. Being part of the first batch, his background had to be exceedingly powerful, comparable to the six-eyed lightning god and the East Spirit Prime Minister. And he was named Wind and Fire. Could it be the Wind-Fire Primordial Monarch? Lu Qingfeng thought of a deity. The Wind-Fire Primordial Monarch, on par with the East Spirit Prime Minister, having true immortals under both of their tutelage reincarnated at the same time, might indeed make sense. Such a profound background, truly extraordinary. Lu Qingfeng saw that Qingfeng and his companions had already become the unrivaled figures of the Changqing realm and thought of the 3 reincarnated true immortals who had recently joined the Soul-Searching Temple, still in their childhood bodies. I couldn't help but feel emotional. Ren Changsheng stood by, frowning. With the reincarnation of a true immortal, challenging so many sanctuaries on spiritual mountains, all cultivators in the world are discussing this. Observing the trio's route, the final stop is very likely to be our soul-searching temple. With the reputation you command across the Central Plains, if you were to be challenged and defeated, it would be an endless benefit to those 3 individuals and their 3 sects. The sharper the sword, the clearer the world understands. Arriving with a momentum of consecutive victories, their aim was to challenge the title of the world's first immortal bestowed upon the master of Soul-Searching Temple, to establish an illustrious reputation by stepping on the shoulders of the once #1 person in the Changqing realm. Perhaps it's also tied to some mysterious fate. Lu Qingfeng pondered deeply, gradually solidifying his plans. The old lands of the Jin Country, White Rock Mountain. Before the second heavenly change, Jin Country had only one emerging spiritual mountain, White Rock Mountain. Within it sat a temple called Heavenly Decree Temple. Once, long ago, the temple housed but a single Daoist who called himself White Rock Hermit. The White Rock Hermit was not skilled in management, but reveled in liquor and making friends from all corners. He was exceedingly popular, yet he always kept a low profile. After the heavenly change, White Rock Mountain became a spiritual landmark. High-ranking experts from the Jin arrived to conquer the mountain, eyes full of wild ambitions. Only then did the White Rock Hermit reveal his true strength. Mastering the inscrutable cloud and rain technique, He defeated all the experts of the country single-handedly. With his lone power, he took control of White Rock Mountain. Since then, the fame of the White Rock Hermit soared. Even in Jin, his reputation surpassed Guanlanzi in Jin country by a good measure. Thus, the Heavenly Decree Temple flourished. By the second heavenly change, White Rock Hermit had reached the Foundation Establishment realm. His disciples were mostly of the true Qi realm. How many had secretly ascended to Foundation Establishment cultivator status post the second change was unknown. On this day, White Rock Mountain buzzed with activity. Many famous and great cultivators from the Jin country gathered, having just witnessed a battle of incredible brilliance. Daoist Qingfeng truly lives up to his reputation. Yes, his wind and fire techniques are ferociously formidable. The cloud and rain technique of the senior from White Rock was completely countered and suppressed throughout. It's not just a matter of techniques countering each other. Daoist Qingfeng is superior in both the control of techniques and the foundation of his cultivation. In this battle, the master of White Rock Temple lost without any grievances. As the dust settled on the battle at White Rock Mountain, the cultivators whispered amongst themselves, gazing with awe at the Daoist in the wind and fire Daoist robe standing in the sky. In the center, White Rock Hermit's white robe was tinged with scorches and blood. In contrast, the young Daoist opposite stood tall. His face was as calm as a gentle breeze, not hot nor cold, completely unlike the fierce competitor who had just bested a powerful enemy. This man was Chang Fengzi. Master of White Rock Temple, I am grateful for your consideration. Chang Fengzi clasped his hands and bowed slightly, speaking indifferently. It is I who is lacking in skill. I thank Daoist Qingfeng for showing mercy. The White Rock Hermit conceded defeat, neither angry nor annoyed, a smile on his face as he returned the gesture to Chang Fengzi. Chang Fengzi shook his head and slowly said, although our ancestor master of heavenly decree and my sect's ancestor seldom met, there are ties within the Thunder Department. Chang Feng would certainly remember to respect them. Well then, I should thank both ancestor masters, replied the White Rock Hermit with a smile, ignoring the deeper meaning behind Chang Fengzi's words. The master of White Rock has remarkable skills. Today's encounter was quite enlightening for Chang Feng, so I will take my leave and not overstay my welcome. Seeing the situation, Chang Fengzi didn't mind. After bidding farewell, he turned and left. The White Rock Hermit stood in the sky, watching as Chang Fengzi's figure disappeared into the south, a light smile playing within his heart. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 156, Pointing the Sword at General Ridge Update. Even if you are a reincarnated true immortal, when facing the master of Soul-Searching Temple, the outcome of who wins and who loses is uncertain. To think you can persuade my Heavenly Decree Temple to take a stance with just a few words is really overestimating yourself. White Rock's recluse shakes his head. His aura seems languid, but is actually profound and deep. There wasn't a trace of injury. Beyond White Rock Mountain of Jin Country, the next is Chen Country. Chen Country. Soul-Searching Temple. Is Chang Fengzi really going to challenge that person? As Chang Fengzi departs, White Rock's recluse returns to Heavenly Decree Temple. The cultivators who watch the battle look in the direction of Chang Fengzi's departure, their hearts filled with anticipation. Outside White Rock Mountain. Up next, the world's first immortal? Chang Fengzi, with his hands behind his back, flies through the air. A lower realm mortal cultivator dares to claim to be an immortal, truly arrogant. It's laughable that mundane cultivators do not recognize the true gods, yet they are so self-satisfied. Chang Fengzi, thinking of the master of Soul-Searching Temple and recalling many smooth characters like White Rock's recluse, feels indifferent. The destiny of Changqing Realm is like a rainbow. This life of mine as Chang Fengzi, I will transform from mortal to immortal using this opportunity. What I seek is the heavenly immortal path. Once I succeed, let alone the minor cultivators of two sects. Even the founding ancestor masters of both sects will have to bow their heads when they see me. Qingfeng nurtures his fighting spirit. Like a sword unsheathed, this sword points directly to General Ridge, following years of journeying from the north, never defeated. After stepping over White Rock Mountain, soon he will face off against Soul-Searching Temple, the master of Soul-Searching Temple, Guang Yuanzi. This person, once proclaimed the world's first immortal, was the foremost cultivator of the mortal realm. It's been decades since his last public display of skill. No one knows, after decades of cultivation and 2 heavenly changes, how powerful this once unrivaled man has become. Is he outdated and fallen behind? Or is he still unmatched? All cultivators in the world anxiously await. They turn their eyes toward Qingfeng and head to General Ridge's Soul-Searching Temple together. Read ahead and get updates at MVLMPR. The founding ancestor master of Heavenly Decree Temple is the Upper Pure Yang Flame Summoning Dragon Rain 5 Thunder Celestial Decree Divine General from the Thunder Department. He is also a real power in the department with a command of tens of thousands of officers, equivalent in status to the founding ancestor of Soul-Searching Temple. But he still falls short compared to the Windfire Primordial Monarch. White Rock's recluse is truly as always smooth and adept. Lu Qingfeng sits cross-legged in his cave abode, listening to Ren Changsheng narrate the details of the battle at White Rock Mountain, and can't help but chuckle. Changqing Realm belongs to the Thunder Department, and various texts describe much of the Thunder Department. The history and origins of Heavenly Decree Temple are clear to Lu Qingfeng. I wonder what kind of magic artifact the Divine General of Heavenly Decree has bestowed. Lu Qingfeng is curious. 7 years ago, during the Second Heavenly Change, the Soul-Searching Ancestor and many Upper Realm ancestors of Changqing Realm all manifested miracles, bestowing magic artifacts and issuing divine orders. Heavenly Decree Temple, Wind and Fire Temple, Judge Star Sect, and others must have also been gifted with magic artifacts by their founding ancestors. But along the way, few cultivators like Qingfeng have brought out magic artifacts. In this battle with White Rock's recluse, the latter did not present a magic artifact, leaving both Lu Qingfeng and the cultivators of the world unaware of what magic artifact the founding ancestor of Heavenly Decree had bestowed. However, looking at Qingfeng, throughout his ruthless battles, despite being victorious every time, he also encountered fierce opponents. Upon seeing a downturn in the battle, they brought out their magic artifacts. Magic artifacts bestowed by Upper Realm ancestors would never be of low grade. Even if Qingfeng's cultivation is powerful and his foundation deep, he can only contend by bringing out a magic artifact. Wind and Fire Dual Beads. Magic artifact with dual attributes of wind and fire, it complements the techniques of Wind and Fire Temple greatly and possesses immense power. When Lu Qingfeng thinks of the magic artifact in Qingfeng's possession, a glint appears in his eyes. After winning against White Rock's recluse, Qingfeng leisurely travels from White Rock Mountain towards General Ridge in Chen Country. Qingfeng isn't in a hurry on his journey, seemingly wanting to build his momentum to its peak. A journey of 2 months, he has taken half a year to complete. Half a year later, the sects in former Jing Country, neighboring sects and cultivators of Zheng, Jin, Wei, Wan, and other countries moved upon hearing the news, all converging within the territory of Chen Country. Qingfeng, Guang Yuanzi. The former has been an absolutely formidable figure in the Central Plains lands in recent years, defeating experts from all directions since emergence without a single defeat. The latter is even more legendary. He became famous a whole cycle of the Chinese sexagenary cycle earlier than Qingfeng. At the early stages of the Heavenly Change, he was an invincible presence that swept across the Central Plains. Many of the older generation of strong figures have experienced that indescribable power, as well as the helplessness in front of Lu Qingfeng. However, in recent years, he has rarely made a move. Whether his strength has continued to dominate alone, or has long blended in with the common crowd, no one really knows. The collision between new and old titans. Naturally, it attracted countless attentions. Even the other 2 paths, Sima Han and Lin Chao, were almost overlooked. But then it was noticed that after consecutively defeating powerful enemies, They rushed towards the soul-searching temple without stopping. At this moment, the atmosphere was instantly pushed to a climax. The collision of three great new generation powerhouses with the master of soul-searching temple, an older generation powerhouse, is definitely the most eye-catching event in the Central Plains lands for decades to come. Half a year later, on this day, Qingfeng, Sima Han, and Lin Chao almost arrived at the same time and descended on a mountaintop outside General Ridge. Outside General Ridge, a group of cultivators had already gathered. Looking closely, Judge Starsek's Guanlanzi, Daoist Mao Xing, Purple Mist Palace's Changsun Ni Chang, Feng Day, Great Saint Mansion's Yellow Robe Great Saint, Hao Yang Saint, Six-Eyed Heavenly Gates, Yu Yangzi, Four Bright Sects, Fu Yunzi, Heavenly Decree Temples by Shi, the Recluse. Around Chen Country, every well-known immortal sect and cultivator all hurried over. Among them, many were old acquaintances of Lu Qingfeng, like Guanlanzi, like Changsun Ni Chang, Yu Yangzi, Fu Yunzi, Bai Shi. They had also intersected with Lu Qingfeng. Today, they gathered together. Indeed, it was a rare grand event. With everyone gathering, there were still cultivators arriving scatteredly. Some of them knew each other and gathered together to exchange pleasantries while waiting for the main participants to arrive. Chang Fengzi, Sima Han, and Lin Chao stood indifferently. One was as calm as water, one's face was like cold ice, and one was full of domineering aura. Their temperaments were completely different, yet they were all prodigies of their generation. The three were positioned in three different directions. The eyes of all cultivators were on them, as if they were the center of heaven and earth. At this moment, someone else is coming. That's the five-colored flying phoenix? Five-colored flying phoenix? It's the master of soul-searching temple. A multitude of cultivators gathered outside General Ridge. Lu Qingfeng, as the master of soul-searching temple, had known early on. As soon as the main participants arrived, he didn't dawdle, immediately calling for the five-colored flying phoenix as his ride, and hurried toward General Ridge. Ren Changsheng, Jiang Wenye, Chen Fengyu, Ren Xiaoyao, 4 people followed behind Lu Qingfeng, coming together. Besides them, there were also a number of soul-searching temple foundation establishment cultivators who had heard the news and rushed back. Following the master to observe the battle, the postnatal cultivators of soul-searching temple were restricted to stay in the mountains. Otherwise, in the face of a great battle, even the mere aftermath would not be something they could withstand. Lu Qingfeng, riding the five-colored flying phoenix, arrived. The place outside General Ridge, where the cultivators were surged with a buzzing uproar. Everyone turned their eyes toward Lu Qingfeng, their looks complex. No matter how this world changes, for decades past, this master of soul-searching temple has always been the absolute #1 figure suppressing the Central Plains land. None could stand shoulder to shoulder with him when looking around. In fact, many of the cultivators present had interactions with Lu Qingfeng, but that memory wasn't necessarily pleasant. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 157, The Prize. Lu Qingfeng leaped down, the five-colored flying phoenix landing beside him. Looking forward, there were quite a few familiar faces. Fellow Daoists, it has been a long time since we last met. Lu Qingfeng cupped his hands in greeting, a smile on his face. The crowd looked towards Lu Qingfeng, silent for a moment. About 50 to 60 years ago, when Lu Qingfeng first arrived in the Changqing realm, relying on his superior cultivation, he traveled across the 7 nations, wandering around one spiritual mountain after another, cunningly snatching many true skills. It was common for him to engage in fierce battles. Even after a lapse of one cycle, 10 years, the memory was still a face-losing affair. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Lu Qingfeng didn't take it to heart. Among the cultivators present, apart from the likes of Guanlanzi and others, those who had occupied the spiritual mountains and established sects in the recent cycle, he had mostly visited them too. There were those with whom he had poor relations. and there were also those with whom he had decent relations. Unfortunately, looking around, those who gathered outside General Ridge at the moment were not on good terms with him. "May I ask if you are Guang Yuanzi?" As Lu Qingfeng saw the indifferent attitudes of Guan Lanzi and others, and was about to come forward to catch up, he suddenly heard someone speaking to him and turned to look. A young Daoist wearing a Daoist robe stood atop a nearby mountain peak, his demeanor calm, seemingly unaffected by Lu Qingfeng's renown. "And this fellow Daoist is." Lu Qingfeng looked towards him. "Fenghuo Temple's Changfengzi from Nine Palace Mountain." Changfengzi responded indifferently. "So it's Daoist Changfeng. I have long admired you." Lu Qingfeng looked at Changfengzi and laughed. "I have long heard of Daoist Changfeng's journey from the north, flattening dozens of spiritual mountains, suppressing various immortal sects so much they could hardly raise their heads. Seeing you today, truly remarkable indeed." Upon these words, many cultivators present suddenly had darkened expressions. This was indeed like rubbing salt into their wounds. Although it was indeed true, it was an unpleasant truth to hear. They also knew that the master of Soul-Searching Temple was not someone easy to provoke, and he probably said this because he remembered being previously snubbed. Hence, he was now slapping faces directly. "Daoist Guang Yuan is too kind. Changfeng has merely exchanged skills with fellow Daoists. I've come to General Ridge this time after hearing that the soul-searching Guang Yuan technique is unmatched, and that you're called the world's first immortal, especially to seek guidance." Changfengzi spoke straightforwardly, going straight to the point. Standing tall, there was an otherworldly quality about him, different from the common cultivators. Lu Qingfeng's spirit eye swept across, discerning the cultivation level, and immediately laughed. "Indeed, I'm looking forward to witnessing the wonderful method of Wind-Fire Temple." "Please?" Changfengzi stood with his hands behind his back, his long hair flying, prompting Lu Qingfeng to make the first move. "No rush, no rush. A couple of moves are perfectly fine, but today, as top cultivators from all over the world are gathering, how about setting a wager?" Lu Qingfeng looked around and then asked Changfengzi, "If Daoist Guang Yuan is in such a spirited mood, it would be improper for Changfeng to refuse and spoil everyone's fun." Changfengzi said with light in his eyes, relaxedly speaking, "Ordinary wagers are uninteresting. Changfeng has a pair of wind and fire pearls in hand, not of a low grade. Using these as the wager, would that satisfy Daoist Guang Yuan? Wind and fire dual beads? Isn't this wager a bit too much? The magical artifact bestowed by an upper realm ancestor master is indeed precious. If Changfengzi loses, it would significantly weaken his strength in future battles without his magical artifact. Changfengzi is confident in his strength. With a crucial battle imminent, he wants to strike before Guang Yuanzi, maintaining an unstoppable momentum." Changfengzi stretched out his hand, and the wind and fire dual beads rotated in his palm. One was a red pearl, the other was a green pearl. They were indeed the wind and fire dual beads bestowed by the ancestor master of Wind-Fire Temple. Upon seeing such a large stake, the crowd was startled. If Changfengzi won, all would be well, but if he lost, even if he was a reincarnated true immortal, his strength would substantially be reduced. Of course, if Lu Qingfeng were to bet against him, he would have to put forth a magical artifact of equal value. His own magical artifact may very well be won away by Changfengzi. Although it was not a matter of life and death, it was more intense than a life and death struggle. Exactly to my liking. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng laughed heartily in his mind and lightly smiled as he said, "The wind and fire dual beads are quite a fortunate omen. This poor Daoist has nothing of value, only a set of 9 strategies, Xuanhao talisman bestowed by my ancestor master. May I know if it can serve as a wager for this duel?" As he spoke, Lu Qingfeng flipped his hand, and 129,600 iron talismans gathered in his palm, forming a round disc. Plain and unremarkable, it was precisely the 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman. 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman? Changfengzi frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Ha ha! Changfeng, true immortal, is going to be embarrassed this time." Lin Chao couldn't help but laugh and transmitted his voice to Sima Han, laughing loudly on the side. Sima Han's face was cold as ice, and he showed no emotion. However, the look in his eyes as he glanced at Changfengzi was tinged with a hint of mockery. "How so?" Does Daoist Qingfeng look down on this poor Daoist's magical artifact? Seeing that Qingfengzi was slow to respond, Lu Qingfeng immediately said, "This set of 9 strategies, Xuanhao Talisman, was granted by an ancestor master, and is also an 8th rank magical artifact with unfathomable might. It's unexpected that Daoist Qingfeng would look down even on such an artifact. If that's the case, let's drop the matter of wagers." Lu Qingfeng shook his head and pretended to retract the 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman. The cultivators around who saw this were puzzled. Some truly thought Qingfengzi looked down on the soul-searching magical artifact, while others felt that Qingfengzi was backing out at the last moment, seeing Lu Qingfeng's decisiveness and fearing to make a huge bet. For a moment, although there was silence all around, most lips were moving, obviously communicating with each other through voice transmission, wondering what they were discussing. Seeing this, Qingfengzi spoke indifferently. "Qingfeng has no such intention. The stake for this battle will be the Wind and Fire Pearl against the 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman. Whoever loses must hand over their magical artifact." "Good." Lu Qingfeng clapped his hands in agreement, yet he chuckled inwardly. It was clear to Qingfengzi upon seeing the 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman what its origin was. An array Dao magical artifact. What use would it be to him, a cultivator who has no knowledge of array Dao? It would even be less practical than an ordinary 2nd or 3rd rank magical artifact. Yet he had already spoken out loud. He put forth the Wind and Fire Pearl, and Lu Qingfeng presented the 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman, both magical artifacts bestowed by an upper realm ancestor master. Although there was a hierarchy, their values weren't much different. Publication courtesy of MVLEMPYR. Lu Qingfeng took it out. If Qingfengzi was unwilling, outsiders would not know the truth. Truly, it was a tricky situation to get out of. He would have no choice but to accept it. This Qingfengzi seems to have awoken his past wisdom early on. With such an early awakening, his foundation must be extraordinary. However, judging from his words and deeds, Lu Qingfeng looked at Qingfengzi. Qingfengzi could recognize the 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman, which obviously meant he had memories of his past life. But from his words and actions, he seemed to differ greatly from a Mahayana true immortal. He didn't seem like a true immortal who had lived for over 100,000 years, but rather like an ordinary cultivator with character flaws. Could it be a drawback from not fully awakening his past wisdom? Lu Qingfeng knew little about the reincarnation of true immortals and didn't understand much, but the current situation was clearly to his advantage. "Daoist Guangyuan, please." Qingfengzi spoke again, indicating for Lu Qingfeng to make the first move. This must be the demeanor of a true immortal. All right. Lu Qingfeng smiled lightly. He stepped forward, rubbing his hands together, and immediately held a bolt of thunder in his hand. The mighty true yuan within him surged, and layers of talismans flickered. The thunder flashed like dancing dragons and snakes. In just an instant, it transformed into a purgatorial prison. The purgatory was like a mountain chasm, like the deep sea, evolving all things under heaven, and descended with a roar. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 158, True Immortal Demeanor, Nature Hard to Change. Boom! A thunder prison descended from the clear sky, directly targeting Daoist Qingfeng's face. The power of the thunder was extraordinarily masculine and filled with upright energy, far beyond any ordinary thunder. Even the super-level techniques, hand-heart thunder, mastered by Lu Qingfeng paled in comparison. It could slay demons and vanquish evil. The form of the purgatory also possessed the ability to suppress. Once it appeared, it heavily oppressed Daoist Qingfeng. Daoist Qingfeng initially had his hands clasped behind his back, appearing quite indifferent. But upon seeing Lu Qingfeng's deployment of the thunder skill, his face immediately revealed a hint of surprise. Simultaneously retreating step by step on the Heavenly Gang defense, while his hands gestured seals, The wind and fire moved together, instantly covering his body with a shield made from a powerful whirlwind of wind and fire. Then, the thunder prison descended, enveloping Daoist Qingfeng completely. Advancing or retreating, flying upward or burrowing underground, there was thunder in its attack. Boom! 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 The wind and fire big mill spun, seeming to erode the thunder. Wind aiding the fire riding the wind. The big mill continuously accumulated. However, lightning ignited fire, wearing down the wind and fire big mill enveloping Daoist Qingfeng. The moment the two came into contact, the seemingly strong wind and fire big mill abruptly ceased and rapidly dimmed and shattered. Boom! The remaining thunder power did not diminish, striking fiercely, hitting Daoist Qingfeng's face squarely. Daoist Qingfeng was instantly struck, trembling all over, and was flung backward, falling into a deep pit. Daoist Qingfeng, to fall in one blow? No, it's not that. It's that Guang Yuanzi's strength is too strong. Such powerful thunder skill. Guang Yuanzi's strength has grown stronger. Lu Qingfeng displayed the thunder skill, and before the crowd could react, Daoist Qingfeng, who just a moment ago appeared expert, was already defeated. Everything happened in a flash. The crowd felt that the wind and fire big mill was extraordinarily formidable, excellent for both defense and offense, yet it couldn't withstand even a single strike under the thunder prison. This Guang Yuanzi? A white rock hermit within the crowd, seeing Lu Qingfeng destroy the wind and fire big mill with one strike, his pupils suddenly contracted. He had battled Daoist Qingfeng 6 months ago and was aware of the potency of his wind and fire techniques. Although he purposely lost that day, he had witnessed the power of Daoist Qingfeng's techniques. But during their engagement, Daoist Qingfeng had never used the wind and fire big mill. White Rock Hermit thought to himself, if Daoist Qingfeng had used such techniques from the beginning, even if he resisted with all his might, defeat was only a matter of time. With this thought, White Rock Hermit's gaze towards Lu Qingfeng shifted. Soul-searching Guang Yuan. Indeed, it is still soul-searching Guang Yuan. Guan Lanzi, Changsu Nichang, and others too changed their expressions, eyes flickering. Initially, they thought that since Guang Yuanzi hadn't truly shown his cultivation level and hadn't fought with others for years, he might have fallen behind, hence the low profile. Today, they realized being low profile was true, falling behind was false. The world's first immortal of the past, even after the second heavenly change, his charm still remains unchanged. Whoosh! As the crowd discussed, the sound of wind arose. A figure leapt out from the deep pit. It was Daoist Qingfeng. What thunder skill did you just use? Daoist Qingfeng looked unharmed, just frowning slightly, his gaze towards Lu Qingfeng no longer indifferent as before. Apparently, he hadn't expected Lu Qingfeng to possess such strength. Thunder Prison. Lu Qingfeng smiled. This technique originates from the Prison Control Heart Sutra, where a super-level thunder skill, 5 Thunders Refining Hell, was fused with various thunder skills to enhance its power. It has reached the level of divine skills. For a smoother reading experience, visit MV and Limeyer. At this moment, even Daoist Qingfeng's remarkable wind and fire big mill technique could not compete with Lu Qingfeng in a single clash. Thunder Prison? It seems more like the technique transmitted by the prison-controlling 5 Thunder Great God, 5 Thunders Refining Hell. Daoist Qingfeng's expression was severe, his tone suddenly strict. I had long heard that Guang Yuanzi, relying on his cultivation level, seized the inheritance of various sects in his early years. I originally thought it was mere curiosity, but to think a mere master of soul-searching temple would dare to secretly learn the techniques passed down to the lower realm by the prison-controlling 5 Thunder Great God. If you do not wish to bring calamity to your ancestor, quickly abandon this technique. Otherwise, even your ancestor won't be spared from accountability when the heavenly deity's wrath descends. Within the Thunder Department, you'll suffer a decline. Daoist Qingfeng landed on the ground, looking at Lu Qingfeng, his words still carrying a hint of admonition. This. What do you mean by this, Daoist Qingfeng? Prison-controlling 5 Thunder Great God? Seeing Daoist Qingfeng behave unusually, everyone around first reacted with astonishment. Soon after, they came to a realization. Could this lad be trying to deny his loss? With this thought, the look in everyone's eyes toward Daoist Qingfeng suddenly carried a tinge of contempt. Before the battle, it was agreed to bet with magic artifacts. Having already lost, yet he rambled nonsensically, as if the cultivators present couldn't see through it. Moreover, Daoist Qingfeng's statement was indeed exposing everyone's shortcomings. Each one who felt targeted by Daoist Qingfeng's words was displeased in their heart. Lu Qingfeng looked at Daoist Qingfeng and couldn't help but sneer. The rank of the prison-controlling 5 Thunder Great God and his status within the Thunder Department are indeed much higher than that of the soul-searching ancestor. The former is a great deity commanding 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers, and the latter merely commands 10,000. They are not even comparable. Lu Qingfeng, as the master of soul-searching temple in the Changqing realm, seized and secretly learned the techniques of the prison-controlling 5 Thunder Great God. If the great deity were to make a fuss, the consequences would indeed be unimaginable. However, Lu Qingfeng is merely a lower realm mortal cultivator, his cultivation at the spirit void stage. What sort of person is the prison-controlling 5 Thunder Great God? If he truly cared about quarreling with Lu Qingfeng, he might become a laughingstock throughout the entire heavenly realm, inevitably being greeted behind his back with whispers of pettiness. Daoist Qingfeng's words, while appearing logical, are only intimidating to ordinary cultivators. For Lu Qingfeng, it was presumptuous. Furthermore, this is Thunder Prison, not 5 Thunder's refining hell. Daoist Qingfeng is short-sighted. Do not spout nonsense to incite laughter. Lu Qingfeng glanced at Daoist Qingfeng and shook his head. This person truly had a problematic reincarnation, lacking the demeanor of a true immortal. Perhaps, are true immortals not what I imagined? All perfection, with an aura of immortality and righteousness? A thought suddenly struck Lu Qingfeng's mind. Thinking back to his previous life, encountering the Core Formation stage Hun Mountain Demon King, meeting the Core Formation True Man, Primordial Spirit True One in the Red Smoke Realm. It seems, each one had cultivated for long, yet their nature had not changed much. Cultivation refines temperament, elevating the spirit. It seems Lu Qingfeng didn't change his disposition after all. Before seeing Daoist Qingfeng, he believed that a reincarnated true immortal would certainly possess an extraordinary spirit. Who knew they were the same vile and sordid sort? Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio, like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 159, Fierce Fire Refines True Immortal. Chang Fengzi snorted coldly, and upon seeing the disgust in Lu Qingfeng's eyes, an unnamed fury rose within him as he shouted, "Don't think that just because you have mastered a thunder skill, you can act high and mighty. Let me show you the sublimity of Immortal Dao's wonderful method." Speaking, Chang Fengzi pressed the air with both hands, his left hand representing wind and his right hand representing fire. As wind and fire complemented each other, a large millstone materialized instantly. From his chest sprang 2 round beads. It was the wind and fire dual beads. Once embedded in the wind and fire big mill, the millstone expanded instantly as if it intended to envelop the entire world. This is serious. Upon seeing this, the cultivators around hurriedly retreated. Brother, be careful. Ren Changsheng and others, seeing the formidable momentum of the wind and fire big mill, called out in reminder. All eyes were fixed on the scene. Ha! Little tricks! Lu Qingfeng laughed out loud, and with a wave of his hand, 12 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags flew out, positioning themselves at the 4 corners of the world. Another move, and 3,609 strategies, Xuanhao talismans shot out, settling down in alignment with the 12 flags. Wind and Fire Big Mill. Chang Fengzi ignored Lu Qingfeng's array setup. The Wind and Fire Big Mill, bolstered by the Wind and Fire dual beads, took shape in an instant. As wind and fire churned, it covered a territory dozens of miles wide, seemingly grinding tens of miles of the world into dust. In the midst of heaven and earth, Lu Qingfeng was the primary target. This was an attack aimed at annihilating Lu Qingfeng. A deadly move, without holding back at all. But Lu Qingfeng kept calm, forming seal techniques with his hands, and the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags were set into motion. The flags fluttered, and thunder fire scattered everywhere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Huge waves of fierce fire billowed, and wind and thunder moved in unison. This was the result of Lu Qingfeng gathering materials from all directions over the years, especially the rare materials from various spiritual mountains, and imitating the 4th rank magic artifact from the Dutian Fierce Fire God banner refining method found in the Red Smoke realm, ultimately achieving 4th rank. In Lu Qingfeng's hands, it was able to exert formidable power. Although the wind and fire dual beads were 8th rank magical artifacts, Chang Fengzi, after all, only possessed the cultivation of the body tempering realm and could not fully refine them. Thus, the power they could wield was limited. Not nearly as powerful as a set of 4th rank array flag magical artifacts in Lu Qingfeng's hands. Lu Qingfeng also activated the 9 strategy Xuanhao talismans to enhance the power of the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array. Not to mention that the overwhelming difference in realms made it impossible for Chang Fengzi to resist. Boom, boom, boom. The wind and fire big mill attempted to spin. Pity. Under the suppression of the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array, it barely moved. Spin, spin, spin. Chang Fengzi's face turned beet red, his true yuan flowing wildly. Regardless of the disparity in magical artifact power or the crush of difference in realms. Both were enough to secure Lu Qingfeng's victory and Chang Fengzi's defeat. Spin! Eradicate! With just a thought from Lu Qingfeng, the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array sprang into action. The raging fierce fire struck down, and Chang Fengzi, caught within it, had absolutely no power to fight back. He could only passively defend with the wind and fire dual beads, but in the end, his cultivation was too weak and his true yuan too shallow. In just a few moments, the fierce fire surged, threatening his life. Guang Yuanzi, I am a true immortal descended to the mortal world. Do you dare to kill me? Lowly Guang Yuan from the lower realm, how dare you be reckless? Do you know you're inviting calamity upon yourself by attacking an immortal as a mortal? A roar came from within the array, which then abruptly ceased. With a wave of his large sleeve, Lu Qingfeng withdrew the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags and the 3609 strategies Xuanhao talismans back into his sleeve. Looking back at the array, hiss! The crowd gasped in shock. Within the array, there was no longer any sign of Chang Fengzi. Only a red pearl and a green pearl floated in the air, aimlessly. The magical artifacts were no longer in hand. Clearly, Chang Fengzi's chances of survival were slim. Guang Yuanzi actually dares to slay a reincarnated true immortal? Truly fearless. A ruthless character, even after a gap of several decades, still as ruthless. But with the reincarnated true immortal perished, the trouble Guang Yuanzi has stirred up this time is no small matter. I wonder if the heavenly immortals will dissent punishment. Lu Qingfeng acted decisively, deploying an overwhelmingly powerful array and burnt Chang Fengzi to ashes in an instant. The crowd was shaken, and it took a long while for them to come back to their senses. But seeing Lu Qingfeng move forward with joy on his face, he reached out to grab the wind and fire dual beads. This copy comes from content on MVL0. These magical artifacts had not revealed their full potential under the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array. But that was only because Chang Fengzi had low cultivation and couldn't unleash their full power. Even so, with a cultivation at the body tempering realm, Chang Fengzi's wind and fire big mill would have forced Lu Qingfeng to deploy the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array. Otherwise, if he was not reduced to ashes on the spot, he would have likely been severely wounded and bled profusely. It's important to know, Lu Qingfeng practiced 4 mysterious level techniques simultaneously and possessed the Taiyan Calamity Crossing Robe, a divine skill that could defend against the 10,000 laws. His cultivation was a whole major realm higher than Chang Fengzi's, yet he was still so cautious. All because of the wind and fire dual beads. Lu Qingfeng went on to claim the dual beads, but as he moved to collect them, the beads radiated dazzling light, seemingly about to tear through space and escape. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingfeng could not hold back. He urgently raised his voice and said, "Windfire Primordial Monarch, pardon my rudeness. These magical artifacts are the spoils of this battle. Since Daoist Changfeng has fallen, they should rightfully belong to me." Lu Qingfeng knew this was a safeguard left by the Wind-Fire Primordial Monarch within the Wind and Fire dual beads. If the magical artifacts were lost or seized, they would naturally tear through the sky to return to Chang Fengzi's hands. Now that Chang Fengzi is dead, it seems the Wind-Fire Primordial Monarch intends to retrieve the artifacts. Lu Qingfeng has painstakingly planned and fought fiercely. How could he be willing to end up with nothing? As soon as he spoke, the flashing brilliance on the Wind and Fire dual beads receded. Soon afterwards, it flickered out and they dropped towards the ground. Lu Qingfeng was elated. He hurried to catch them and gratefully said, "Many thanks to the Wind-Fire Primordial Monarch." It was clear to him that the mighty Thunder Department god would not stoop to snatching treasures from Lu Qingfeng, a lower realm mortal cultivator. Not to mention, a true immortal of his own had descended to the lower realm and was killed by Lu Qingfeng, a mortal cultivator. Perhaps out of shame or due to some reason, he did not intervene. Worlds apart, beyond reach, Lu Qingfeng relaxed, knowing he had made the right gamble. This person, what exactly is his background? Changfeng True Immortal was rash. Lin Chao and Sima Han communicated through a sound transmission. Both of them, like Chang Fengzi, were among the first batch of true immortals to reincarnate and to awaken their past wisdom. They had recovered their memories of their past lives, even before advancing to the spirit void realm. It was afterwards that they started challenging adversaries all around, snatching fate and accumulating momentum. The last opponent they all chose was Lu Qingfeng. It's just that Chang Fengzi took the lead, inadvertently saving both of their lives. This soul-searching Guangyuan is no pushover. The earlier bet was a scheme for precisely this moment. When Changfeng True Immortal unleashed the Wind and Fire Big Mill with lethal intent, this person immediately struck a deadly blow. Pity that Changfeng True Immortal hardly earned this chance of reincarnation, only to die and enter the cycle of reincarnation again. To hope for ascension in the next life is nothing but a faint dream. Ha! Truly refreshing. Lin Chao, seemingly domineering and unrestrained, was in fact extremely loquacious. He continually transmitted his thoughts into Sima Han's ear. Sima Han felt bombarded by the chatter and slightly furrowed his brows. Yet, he rather agreed with Lin Chao's words. This person is not a reincarnated true immortal, and yet he has cultivated up to the spirit void fusion realm. Bizarre! Sima Han looked at Lu Qingfeng, holding the Wind and Fire dual beads, his face full of joyful color, but his heart was filled with doubts. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 160, Longevity Trial. The first time the Changqing realm underwent a major change, they, the first batch of true immortals, had already reincarnated as mortals. Yet before they could grow up, they heard of the title of Soul-Searching Guangyuan, the world's first immortal. After awakening their innate wisdom and pondering deeply, they merely thought that soul-searching Guangyuan was lucky, favored by the destiny bestowed by heaven and earth. Thus, the three of them swept through the major forces accumulating destiny, reaching the pinnacle of their power, intent on taking down Lu Qingfeng and plundering the destiny that surrounded him. Looking at it now, it was probably not just as simple as being favored by destiny, or perhaps it was because the destiny on him was too rich. Lu Qingfeng was unaware of what the two were thinking. After fiddling with the Wind and Fire dual beads for a while, he turned his gaze to Sima Han and Lin Chao standing by the side, a harmless smile on his face as he said, "The two of you have come from afar. Do you also wish to exchange pointers with this poor Daoist?" "This poor Daoist." Daoist Guangyuan jests, Lin is merely passing by. Lu Qingfeng hadn't finished speaking when Lin Chao eagerly interrupted him. His voice stretched. He had clearly witnessed the earlier battle, and Chang Fengzi had been killed, a rare opportunity turning into a mirage. Under such circumstances, who would dare to battle with Lu Qingfeng? Lu Qingfeng then looked towards Sima Han. "I admit defeat," said Sima Han tersely, also not accepting the challenge. What a pity. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Had he known this earlier, he would have reserved some strength during the previous fight. Perhaps he could have tricked the two into battling him, thus obtaining 2 more sect magical artifacts. Unfortunately, Chang Fengzi harbored killing intent, so Lu Qingfeng reflexively slew him. It's really just a habit. Hearing Lu Qingfeng's murmur, the corners of Lin Chao's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt even more fortunate that Chang Fengzi had gone ahead to scout. Otherwise, even if he could save his life, he feared the magical artifacts would not be preserved. Seeing that Sima Han and Lin Chao had no intention of sparring, Lu Qingfeng looked around and said in a clear voice, "It's not often that everyone comes to this poor and remote place where this poor Daoist resides. Why not come inside for a gathering to enjoy some tea and discuss the Dao?" Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Fu Yunzi of the Four Bright sect was the first to clasp his hands together and apologize. "Daoist Guangyuan is overly courteous, but there are important matters in my sect that require attention. Therefore, I must take my leave." Having said this, he hurried off. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingfeng was at a loss for words. He had traveled to Yellow Cliff Cave in Wei Country years ago, seeking the immortal sect, where he encountered Fu Yunzi. Fu Yunzi, not living up to his reputation, was extremely hot-tempered. Upon hearing that Lu Qingfeng wanted to borrow a look at the inheritance of Magic Gate, Fu Yunzi immediately started a fierce battle. Unfortunately, he was no match and was miserably overpowered by Lu Qingfeng. In the end, not only did he have to present the inherited Magic Gate for Lu Qingfeng to examine at will, even the spiritual objects within Yellow Cliff Cave were taken away by Lu Qingfeng. Now, seeing the expression on Lu Qingfeng's face was no different from back then. Harmless to humans and animals, the most deadly indeed. How could they dare to stay any longer? They turned and left. Fu Yunzi led the way. The cultivators present also began to move. "I just remembered, there are important matters in my sect as well. I too, farewell, farewell." After a hubbub, in the blink of an eye, only the disciples of Soul-Searching Temple, along with Sima Han, Lin Chao, and Yu Yangzi from Six-Eyed Heavenly Gate were left. Lin Chao came from the Six-Eyed Heavenly Gate and was also a reincarnated true immortal. Even though Yu Yangzi was the sect leader, he had to defer to Lin Chao. Those who are blind to pearls don't deserve to stay. Their departure is well. Lin Chao turned to Lu Qingfeng and said loudly, "If Daoist Guangyuan invites, I, Lin Chao, am most willing to be the first to accept. Such an honor." Brought to you by MV6Lempy6R. Sima Han also nodded in agreement. Yu Yangzi stood on the spot, somewhat embarrassed. Seeing this, Lin Chao stirred and said, "There are many secular affairs in the Six-Eyed sect. The sect leader should hurry back to preside over them." "If that is so, this poor Daoist will take leave." Yu Yangzi, as if granted a great pardon, took his leave. His Golden Mountain Ridge had been visited by Lu Qingfeng in earlier years. The relationship between the two was somewhat strained. Remaining here would be unavoidably awkward, so it was better to return home. In my earlier years, indeed, I behaved recklessly. Following Yu Yangzi's departure, Lu Qingfeng caught Lin Chao and Sima Han's gazes and felt a bit embarrassed for a moment, then burst into laughter with a clapping of hands. "Honored guests, do not dismiss my humble abode. In my residence, I still have 2 jars of aged fine wine. Today, we shall drink to our content." "Excellent. We shall drink until we're satisfied." Upon hearing this, Lin Chao's heroic spirit surged and he struck the air with his palm, laughing heartily. Sima Han, standing by, nodded slightly. Changqing Realm. Ever since Lu Qingfeng deployed the Great Array to refine and slay Chang Fengzi, no cultivator dared to seek trouble at his doorstep. Lu Qingfeng was happy with this situation. He cultivated at General Ridge, pondered over the Array Dao, and watched the world change beneath the heavens. Time passed, year by year. In the blink of an eye, 16 years had gone by since the battle where Lu Qingfeng killed Chang Fengzi. Juyan Mountain Range. It had been 3 months since Changyun Old Ghost's surprise attack to the present day. Upper Sun Country, at the edge of the Crying Swamp. 5 people walked side by side. They were Qingwan Sword Sect's Zhang Bo, Ma Wenju, Shui Qian, Shui Di, and Han Baiyin, the 5 disciples with the highest cultivation. A whole year had passed since they first heard about the Crying Swamp trial. After a year of preparation, the five had finally decided to venture together into the Crying Swamp, known as the Longevity Trial. To undergo the Longevity Trial, one must traverse the Crying Swamp. But the Crying Swamp is full of confusing mists with direction indistinguishable. Only with the guidance of the black-clothed guardian can one follow the correct path and emerge from the swamp. To complete the trial and exit the swamp, one must survive. Survive the numerous perils within the Crying Swamp: demon beasts, natural dangers, floods, and so on. If one cannot hold on, they must call for the black-clothed guardian's rescue, which means trial failure, and they will be sent back to Upper Sun Country. Second, one must cultivate to the Foundation Establishment realm. Within the cultivation world, only Foundation Establishment practitioners possess some self-protective strength. Before leaving the Crying Swamp, reaching the Foundation Establishment stage is indispensable. Zhang Bo led the way, repeating the requirements for the Longevity Trial, then turned to look at Ma Wenju and the others with a serious expression. For the Longevity Trial, a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 5 in a group. Only with mutual assistance can we withstand the demon beasts in the swamp and utilize its various spirit lands to reach Foundation establishment sooner. For this trial, we might be gone for a short period of 3 to 5 years, or as long as over a decade. Our lives shall be entrusted to each other. The Longevity Trial. This was a plan that Lu Qingfeng had been scheming for a long time. It was a selection method for disciples of the Qingyuan sword sect of Upper Sun Country, and also the first step in flexible application for the sect. He wanted to model the Qingyuan sword sect after the main god's space, albeit with a nature completely different from it. Lu Qingfeng was currently conquering many challenges within it. Thus, he intentionally extended the duration of the trial. Furthermore, first, by utilizing the Crying Swamp, he could temper the disciples' combat power, adaptability, and sense of teamwork. Second, the spiritual energy in the Crying Swamp was gradually becoming denser than in Upper Sun Country. During the trial, the vast swamp concealed numerous dangers, but also countless opportunities. With such an environment, those with perseverance and wisdom would find it not difficult to advance to Foundation establishment. After all, those eligible for the Longevity Trial were geniuses who had attained the 4th level of true Qi through cultivation in Upper Sun Country's conditions. After a further selection through the Crying Swamp, those who reach the Foundation establishment stage and enter the cultivation world will, whether in cultivation potential or other capabilities, stand out among millions or even tens of millions in Upper Sun Country. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 161, Tearing. Congratulations, Fantasia's lonesome cry, on becoming the hallmaster of this book. Lu Qingfeng was set on taking the elite path. Zhang Bo and the other 4 had advanced to the True Qi Realm 4th level for over a year. Throughout that time, some have been diligently practicing their techniques, while others studying the arts of alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman crafting. Each had their own strengths. After gaining a preliminary mastery, feeling that cultivation in Upper Sun Country was slow, they finally decided to embark on the Longevity Trial. The demon beasts roam rampant in the Crying Swamp, and the terrain is incredibly complex. To travel, survive, and cultivate within it, and to advance one's cultivation to the Foundation establishment stage is by no means an easy task. But since the Ancestor Master has set this trial, it certainly wouldn't be an impossible situation. Shidi spoke up, his eyes ablaze with the desire for battle, unable to wait any longer. Although the other 4 tried hard to contain themselves, they ultimately couldn't hide their excitement and anticipation. Once they passed the Longevity Trial, they would first become Foundation Establishment cultivators. Furthermore, upon reaching the cultivation world, they would have a chance at longevity and get to witness the vast and mysterious cultivation world. This was what truly sparked their longing. The 5 of them arrived at the edge of the Crying Swamp, exchanged glances, took a step forward, and stepped into the crying swamp. The longevity trial. Onward, without fear of what lies ahead. Somewhere in the mountains, inside a cave dwelling. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, with the image of Zhangbo and the others stepping into the crying swamp before him. The first batch of disciples has finally started their trial. Next, Upper Sun Country will continuously send disciples into the crying swamp to commence the longevity trial. In at most 10 to 20 years, some disciples will complete the trial, achieve foundation establishment, and enter the cultivation world. I have at most 10 years to prepare. Lu Qingfeng rose to his feet, his gaze filled with contemplation. Spot an error? Visit the original post on MMORPG. There wasn't much he needed to prepare, but all of it was crucial, such as selecting the deployment locations of disciples and investigating their general conditions, such as preparing various task rewards, such as elixir pills, magic artifacts, talismans, etc., for the foundation establishment stage. However, the most important and critical aspect was the teleportation array that would link all the disciples and facilitate the transfer of items. I have already begun to study the teleportation array. Transporting items alone is actually not that difficult. Lu Qingfeng had been in the Changqing realm for a full 100 years, excluding the 16 years in the rebirth pool. That's over 80 years. Throughout these years, Lu Qingfeng had done many things in the Changqing realm, but his research into arrays never ceased. Early on, he collected and refined incense fire from temples and Daoist temples all over the Central Plains, obtaining a massive amount of heavenly silver. Apart from a small amount used for cultivation, the vast majority of the heavenly silver was used by Lu Qingfeng to comprehend array formation restrictions, 70 to 80 years. With the aid of heavenly silver, his prowess was comparable to that of an array expert who had studied for nearly 1,000 years. Now proficient in restrictions, he had almost mastered various middle and low-level arrays. He was currently beginning research on teleportation arrays. 10 years in reality was equivalent to 1,000 years in the game, enough time for Lu Qingfeng to completely master the teleportation array. However, at the same time, he needed to quickly gather various materials required for refining the teleportation array, so as not to be caught off guard when the time came. Refining crystal, illusion dreamstone, purple gold copper. Other materials for refining the teleportation array were easy to find, but these three were particularly precious. Lu Qingfeng did not need to refine a teleportation array capable of transporting people, nor did he need a large one. The amount of materials needed was not extensive. If he could find a piece of refining crystal, a piece of illusion dream stone, and a piece of purple gold copper, he would be able to refine 4 or 5 sets of teleportation arrays. The difficulty lay in the fact that these 3 materials were extremely hard to find. Refining crystal was a rare material stored inside the bellies of alien iron fire ants after they consumed ores, which could be used to reinforce magic artifacts and likewise to strengthen teleportation arrays, preventing damage to the array plate from spatial fluctuations. The illusion dreamstone is produced in the land of illusions, imbued with a peculiar power, and possessed a dreamlike quality that could connect 2 spaces, used for aiding in the void's positioning within arrays. Compared to the other 2, purple gold copper was relatively common, only found within ordinary copper mines. It may be impossible to find even a palm-sized piece of purple gold copper among thousands of copper mines. Indeed, the strategy of casting a wide net is correct. Lu Qingfeng felt a headache coming on, increasingly convinced that dispatching Qingyuan sword sect disciples all over the 3 mountains and 9 waters cultivation world was the right strategy. If there were 3,000 disciples distributed everywhere, no matter how difficult the 3 materials were to find, if a task was issued with enough rewards, why worry about not finding them? But for now, one must honestly do it oneself. First, let's ask the Luoxia sect to inquire around. It would be best if we could buy them with spirit stones. If that's not possible, then we'll have to think of another method. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, walked out of his cave dwelling, and was about to rush to Jinyun Peak. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and with a wave of his hand, a scene appeared before his eyes. 3 months passed. The situation in the Juyun mountain range was increasingly chaotic, turning from dark struggles to open confrontation. They're insane! Truly insane. How dare the Red Rainbow sect do this? On the Bowang platform of Jinyun Peak, Mei Qingyan was furious, her voice thunderous. On the platform, Zhou Yuan, Yue Lingxi, and 2 elders from Suiju Peak and Zhou Chenggu were present. As for Sui Hanshan, the Red Rainbow sect brazenly attacked our Luoxia sect's spirit stone veins, injured Elder Su, and slaughtered dozens of disciples. This is a declaration of war. Mei Qingyan's eyes spewed fire, furious to the extreme. Just today, 1,300 miles north of Jinyun Peak, where the spirit stone veins were located, a group of cultivators suddenly appeared, killing all 36 disciples of the Luoxia sect guarding the spirit stone veins. Sui Hanshan, along with elders Yuan Miaofa and Luo Yunsheng, outnumbered and overwhelmed. Ultimately, Sui Hanshan managed to bring the 2 elders back to Jinyun Peak, despite his severe injuries. At this moment, all 3 were seriously injured. While their lives were not in danger, the humiliation was hard to swallow. The attacking cultivators had disguised themselves, but Sui Hanshan recognized that many of them used the magic of the Red Rainbow sect's Fire Refining Vault secret manual. They barely covered their faces with a cloth veil before attacking, clearly making only a superficial effort and not afraid of the Luoxia sect finding out. This matter, Zhou Yuan frowned slightly. How does the Red Rainbow sect dare to instigate a war against our Luoxia sect, risking mutual destruction? Aren't they afraid of the Golden Wave sect and Demon Extermination Castle reaping the benefits like a fisherman? Yes. Yang Bufan should not be so unwise. Yue Lingxi also had a look of confusion. Hearing this, Mei Qingyan fell into contemplation. Beside her, the anger on Suiju Peak Elder's face had not subsided. Supreme Elder Sui Hanshan was his grandfather, and he was more furious than anyone else about the severe injury. But he was able to suppress his anger and think more carefully, now having some thoughts. This time, in the 100 Herbs Garden, our sect monopolized the lower-level spiritual medicines. The Golden Wave sect and Demon Extermination Castle only had some gains in the upper level, while the Red Rainbow sect had none at all, in addition to losing 4 Foundation Establishment elders. Moreover, the 3 sects also lost hundreds of spirit stones. With these batches of spiritual medicines and spirit stones, and with Elder Lu turning them into spirit pills and magic artifacts to expand the advantage, it can be foreseen that our Luoxia sect will solidify its foundation in the next 100 years, quickly surpassing the 3 sects to become the #1 great sect in the Juyun mountain range. Perhaps this time it's not that the Red Rainbow sect acted unwisely, but the 3 sects joined forces to deal with our Luoxia sect. Suiju Peak's face was solemn, his analysis sharp and incisive. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan exchanged a glance with Yue Lingxi and Mei Qingyan, their expressions changing simultaneously. Silverhorn Mountain. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio.com, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 162, Acceleration. Upquest for Monthly Pass. Juyun Mountain Range. Red Rainbow Sect, Golden Wave Sect, and Demon Extermination Castle act simultaneously. Red Rainbow Sect launches a surprise attack on Luoxia Sect's Spirit Stone veins, slaughtering dozens of disciples and severely injuring Luoxia Sect's Supreme Elder Sui Hanshan along with 2 Foundation Establishment elders. Golden Wave Sect dispatches cultivators to attack 3 of Luoxia Sect's medicine gardens and 1 beast garden in succession. The disciples of Luoxia Sect stationed at these places either die or flee, with half of the 6 Foundation Establishment elders perishing. More than a dozen curled feather pelicans are plundered. Demon Extermination Castle's experts move out, pouncing towards Silverhorn Mountain with formidable momentum. Regrettably, among the 3 sects, only Demon Extermination Castle returns empty-handed. Within Silverhorn Mountain, siblings Lu Qingfeng should have been in secluded cultivation on the mountain. When Demon Extermination Castle arrived, they discovered that Lu Qingfeng, Qing Yu, and the others were all puppets in disguise. The real persons had long since vanished without a trace. More than 400 li south of Silverhorn Mountain, a hidden cave dwelling exists within an inconspicuous little mountain. Red Rainbow Sect, Golden Wave Sect, Demon Extermination Castle. Lu Qingfeng stands outside the cave dwelling, gazing at the three pieces of imagery in the sky, a cold light flickering in his eyes. 3 months earlier, after surviving a stealth attack by Chanyan Old Ghost, Lu Qingfeng remains vigilant. Afterward, by divination, he foresees good and bad fortune and quickly takes measures, as he did in Upper Sun Country before, burrowing into dense forests to conceal himself. This maneuver is extremely practiced. As for leaving the puppet on Silverhorn Mountain, Lu Qingfeng wanted to see who exactly would make a move against him. Today, when the group of cultivators and evil spirits show up at Silverhorn Mountain, Lu Qingfeng uses the peeping heaven and earth great method to see everything clearly. The one who made the move, Demon Extermination Castle. Red Rainbow Sect and Golden Wave Sect attacking simultaneously, striking at the two foundations of Luoxia Sect. Demon Extermination Castle's move on Silverhorn Mountain was naturally aiming for Lu Qingfeng. Immodestly speaking, with Lu Qingfeng's accomplishments in alchemy and artifact refining, he is equally an important pillar of the Luoxia Sect. Even so, the three sects of Red Rainbow Sect are precisely anxious that Big Brother, in alliance with Luoxia Sect, will rapidly expand their power by leveraging the gains from the 100 Herbs Garden. Thus, they resolutely band together to deal with Luoxia Sect. My behavior with Qing Yu in the 100 Herbs Garden was merely the catalyst. Lu Qingshan stands next to his elder brother, sees the situation of Luoxia Sect on all fronts, and shows a regretful look on his face. If he had not been too impetuous in the 100 Herbs Garden that day, not too eager to stand out and make a name for himself, perhaps. Catch the formatted version at MV_Lim_R. Do you think if you hadn't fought back in the 100 Herbs Garden, the three sects would just sit back and watch Luoxia Sect rise and surpass them? Lu Qingfeng hears this and laughs lightly. Lu Qingshan does not know, but he is aware. Even before entering the 100 Herbs Garden, Red Rainbow Sect had intended to eliminate him, probably having seen his talent in both alchemy and artifact, wanting to strike preemptively to nip potential threats in the bud. Failing in 100 Herbs Garden, and with heavy losses for Red Rainbow Sect, Red Rainbow Sect would not just leave things be. This is something Lu Qingfeng had anticipated. However, Red Rainbow Sect convincing Golden Wave Sect and Demon Extermination Castle to join forces against Luoxia Sect so swiftly was indeed beyond Lu Qingfeng's expectations. It is rare for the three sects to reach a consensus. They share a common stance, all wishing to eliminate Luoxia Sect, to reduce the division of the Juyan Mountain Range pie from 4 to 3. Furthermore, Red Rainbow Sect, because of the trip to 100 Herbs Garden, will likely not recover for nearly 100 years. Golden Wave Sect and Demon Extermination Castle naturally have no reason to hesitate. Even if they fail to eliminate Luoxia Sect, they could still slow Luoxia Sect's rapid development or even cause it to severely regress. As for Qingshan and Qing Yu, regardless of whether they acted in the lower levels of the 100 Herbs Garden, the overall situation remains unchanged. At most, when the Red Rainbow Sect persuades the other two factions, it may require a bit more negotiation. Blaming the enemy's words, actions, and atrocities on oneself is indeed an act of cowardice. Hearing his elder brother's words, Lu Qingshan fell silent without a word. Beside him, Lu Qingyu spoke up. "Elder brother, the Luoxia Sect is currently facing enemies on 3 fronts. What should we do next?" The powers of the Juyan 4 sects are balanced. Although the Luoxia Sect made great gains in this trip to the 100 Herbs Garden, there hasn't been enough time to convert them into foundational strength and power. Currently facing 3 enemies alone, the disadvantage is significant. The Red Rainbow Sect and the other 2 sects dare not press directly onto Jinyun Peak, lest they provoke a desperate counterattack from the Luoxia Sect, resulting in heavy losses. But eradicating the Luoxia Sect's industries one by one outside of Jinyun Peak is truly a problem without a solution. With the foundation establishment elders of the Luoxia Sect being few, how can they compare with the 3 factions' foundation establishment? Rest assured, I have a method. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand and closed the peeping heaven and earth great method. I had intended to accumulate enough strength before retaliating against the Red Rainbow sect. Now it seems we have also attracted the attention of Demon Extermination Castle and the Golden Wave sect. Our plans need to be expedited. Within the Nameless Mountain, Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged, cultivating. When he left the Upper Sun Country initially, it wasn't long since Lu Qingfeng advanced to the True Qi realm. During the 7 years plus in the Crying Swamp, he reached the 6th layer of the True Qi realm. Later, he cultivated for 3 years on Silverhorn Mountain and didn't neglect his cultivation before and after his time in the 100 Herbs Garden. Upon careful calculation, he had been in the True Qi realm for nearly 12 years. Lu Qingfeng had also reached the 9th layer of the True Qi realm, with the Foundation Establishment stage just within reach. This time in the 100 Herbs Garden, he harvested a large number of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rank spirit grass. He not only successfully refined a batch of the Foundation Establishment pills, but also refined a number of entry-level spirit pills, which are needed for the cultivation of the Foundation Establishment stage. In the game, he had reached Foundation Establishment countless times. In reality, the day for Foundation Establishment had finally come. Lu Qingfeng's cultivation technique operated. His true qi within was turbulent. The yellow robe true skill replaced the iron refining body. Under the domineering nature of the Yellow Court scripture, which controls all methods, the true qi refined from iron refining body seamlessly transformed into the true qi of yellow robe true skill. His body was tempered even more comprehensively and powerfully than when cultivating iron refining body. Even at just the true qi realm, the strength of his body has reached an unfathomably formidable level. The mysterious level body refinement techniques were powerfully indescribable. As for the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, Lu Qingfeng had already cultivated it to the Foundation Establishment level in the game, but in reality, he was just at the beginning stage, still at the inner breath level. He initially planned to elevate this technique to the 9th layer of the True Qi realm before commencing Foundation Establishment, but this might slow down the pace. For now, Foundation Establishment takes precedence. As his cultivation level continually increased, he drew ever closer to the True Qi peak. While cultivating, Lu Qingfeng also sought out the appropriate place for his heavenly tribulation with various preparations simultaneously in progress. Time passed by. The Red Rainbow sect, Golden Wave sect, and Demon Extermination Castle continued to target the Luoxia sect, occupying its industries one by one, uprooting each of its strongholds. Even the 6 cities controlled by the Luoxia sect were gradually showing signs of breaking away from the sect. The Luoxia sect defended on one hand and counterattacked on the other, sending out Foundation Establishment cultivators to strike at the 3 sects' various industries. Now it was a matter of whether the Luoxia sect would be the first to falter, or if the 3 sects of the Red Rainbow sect would voluntarily retreat due to substantial losses. Lu Qingfeng ignored the battles, taking time to refine various elixir pills for recovering true qi and true yuan, as well as healing elixir pills, seals, and so on, to sustain the consumption of the Great War. Fortunately, the Luoxia sect had obtained a substantial amount of spiritual medicine this time, which could support them for a short period. Days went by. Lu Qingfeng was getting closer to the Foundation Establishment stage. Finally, in the 7th month after the end of the trip to the 100 Herbs Garden, which was also the 2nd month after the Demon Extermination Castle left Silverhorn Mountain empty-handed, 12 Foundation Establishment pills were consumed, each refined one by one. The peak of true qi was broken through, and the Foundation Establishment Thunder Tribulation arrived. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 163, Finally Foundation Establishment. Update, Ask for Monthly Pass. Yuyuan Mountain Range. Stretching desolate hills. Lu Qingfeng stood with his arms hanging by his sides, quietly standing. Hoo hoo hoo! Above the desolate hills, layers of dark clouds began to gather without warning. Roar, roar, roar! Ow, ow! The surrounding area was filled with the roars of wild beasts. From initial agitation, it turned into a panic. The majesty of heaven and earth is truly terrifying. Wild animals, following their instincts, are particularly sensitive to this. Even before the tribulation descended, they were scared and fled in all directions. In the game, he had undergone the Foundation Establishment Thunder Tribulation no fewer than dozens of times. As his foundation grew stronger and his cultivation techniques more powerful, the might of the Thunder Tribulations that Lu Qingfeng underwent also increased. It was no match for the first Thunder Tribulation he underwent at Fufeng Mountain. Finally, it has come to this point in reality. Lu Qingfeng looked up. The dark clouds pressed lower and lower, with electricity running like dragons and snakes, and flashes of lightning continuously flickering among them. Under the Thunder Tribulation, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but reminisce. The times at Blackwood Village, at Miaoyan City, and in Upper Sun Country. In a flash, more than a decade passed. As the Thunder Tribulation arrived, looking back suddenly, those times seemed to flow like a dream, seemingly real, yet illusory, utterly ethereal. Crackle! The clouds flashed with lightning, drawing Lu Qingfeng's consciousness back. He realized that he was already undergoing the Foundation Establishment Thunder Tribulation. After this tribulation, he would be a Foundation Establishment practitioner with a lifespan of 300 years. This was his initial transcendence beyond the ordinary. The authentic version is on MV-LempR. The Thunder Tribulation was vast, displaying the might of heaven and earth. First came a fierce storm, sweeping around Lu Qingfeng as the center. Following that, the nature's spiritual energy around him also began to shake, causing the true qi in his body to erupt in waves of instability. However, what truly inspired fear was the immense spiritual pressure that almost brought one to their knees in submission to this heavenly might. Lu Qingfeng was experienced. Although the Thunder Tribulation was strong, it couldn't shake his true qi or his resolve. He stood calmly, quietly waiting for the Thunder Tribulation to brew. Among the clouds, a purple lightning snake slithered, the sense of oppression growing stronger. Lu Qingfeng even felt a throbbing pain in his brain. It's about time. Seeing the purple lightning snake, seeing it about to strike but not yet striking, Lu Qingfeng moved, soaring into the sky, piercing through the heavens. In an instant, he entered between the clouds. Lu Qingfeng. He chose to undergo the Thunder Tribulation directly amidst the thunder clouds. Crackle! Boom, boom, boom. This act immediately enraged the Thunder Tribulation. The dark clouds roared, thunder followed. Numerous bolts of lightning flashed, directly targeting Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng, within the clouds, sat down cross-legged. The yellow-robed true skill continuously circulated, his true qi traveling throughout his body. A yellow robe, faint yet visible, appeared. This was not a divine skill like the Taiyan Calamity Crossing robe. It was merely a natural defensive force produced from cultivating the physical body to its limit. Like the mortal world's golden bell shield or iron cloth shirt, it was an expression of reaching the ultimate in physical defense. Of course, the yellow robe, compared to the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, was many times stronger. They were as different as the immortal and the mortal, incomparable. Boom, boom, boom! Lightning struck down, one after another hitting Lu Qingfeng. It posed no substantial threat. The yellow robe true skill circulated, harnessing the thunder to refine his physical body, true qi operational, simultaneously refining the thunder and tempering the physical body. External forces facilitated a more thorough temperance. The physical body constantly solidified, growing ever stronger. Within Lu Qingfeng's body, the true qi forged by the Luofu sword scripture also solidified and transformed under the hammering of the heavenly tribulation, progressing from true qi towards true yuan. The Zhurong demon god, refined by the 12 heavenly demon god skill, emerged from Lu Qingfeng's body, devouring the thunder with big gulps. Thunder roared within it, and lightning flickered. The body of the demon god was continuously refined, becoming stronger and more formidable. Switching between illusion and reality, continuously elevated. For ordinary cultivators, the Foundation Establishment Thunder Tribulation represents a trial, a threshold. For Lu Qingfeng, It was a fortunate cultivation holy site, a unique opportunity. It was unknown when he started, but he faced the Foundation establishment thunder tribulation in such an arrogant manner during the game. The effect was remarkable. The thunder roamed through the clouds, enveloping him entirely. Thunder surrounded him from all directions, his entire being as if steeped in a thunder prison, continuously tempered, regardless of whether it was true chi or the physical body. Eventually, the thunder tribulation could do nothing to Lu Qingfeng, and the dark clouds slowly dissipated, revealing his figure. Lu Qingfeng remained seated in meditation. The thunder tribulation served both as a heavenly ordeal and a bestowed opportunity. Constant bombardment by the thunder in the tribulation clouds refined Lu Qingfeng's true chi to be more condensed and solid. Once the heavenly spirit acupoint opened, spiritual energy from all around surged toward him. With each inhalation and exhalation, a vast amount of spiritual energy was refined. Coupled with the thunder strikes, the true chi sublimated, akin to inner breath transforming into true chi, as if it had leaped, turning into an extremely consolidated energy within moments, emitting a dense and powerful aura. This was the unique true yuan of a Foundation establishment practitioner. As the saying goes, returning to the root and source. Just like this, a strand of true yuan circulated. All acupoints throughout the body opened up, pores relaxed. Previously, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was merely perceptible and couldn't be absorbed and refined, but now it surged toward Lu Qingfeng and entered his body. Thereafter, drawn by that strand of true yuan, it traveled along the meridians, refined into strands of true qi, and then transformed into true yuan, returning to the dantian. Lu Qingfeng held 2 spirit stones. The cultivation technique operated, simultaneously drawing the omnipresent spiritual energy from the void while extracting and refining the pure spiritual energy from within the stones. His true qi continuously transformed into true yuan. During the energy introduction stage of cultivation, the initial phase involved converting true qi into true yuan. The later phases involved refining spiritual energy, accumulating true yuan. Once true yuan filled the meridians throughout the body and the entire dantian. After extreme compression, gaseous true yuan was compressed into a liquid state. The condensation of the first droplet of liquid true yuan marked the entrance into the second realm of Foundation establishment, the condensing liquid realm. At this moment, although the quantity and quality of Lu Qingfeng's true qi had greatly improved, it had yet to fully transform into true yuan. There was still a considerable distance to reaching the condensing liquid realm. Lu Qingfeng wasn't impatient. Feeling the scarce amount of true yuan within his body, a sense of strength spontaneously arose. Having gotten used to the feeling of true yuan filling his meridians and dantian in the game, returning to reality, the sparse true qi gave him a great sense of disconnect. Now, finally, it was alleviated. Weathering the tribulation at the barren hills. The thunder tribulation was tremendous, gathering dark clouds spanning dozens of miles, its oppressive force spreading over 300 miles. Now, as the thunder tribulation dissipated, other cultivators approached. Lu Qingfeng casually set up a restriction, concealing his form. Once his cultivation stabilized, he arose and used concealing techniques, departing at ease. Foundation establishment. With the advancement to Foundation establishment, there were many tasks to be done. For instance, elevating the 12 heavenly demon god skill to the Foundation establishment level could refine a second demon god. Like the tie-in Calamity Crossing robe, Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light, Light Splitting and Shadow Transformation Void Condensing Sword maneuver, and other divine skills and techniques should all be elevated, consolidating more talismans within the body. With the advancement in cultivation, the levels of divine skills and techniques should naturally increase. Moreover, besides silently cultivating and enhancing the levels of many techniques and divine skills, he could now begin to fuse various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to enhance their power. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio, like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 164, Qi Yun Peak, Request for Monthly Pass. The act of dividing light to create shadow swords from the void is a divine movement, a Sword Dao divine power. By fusion with treasures that contain Geng metal Qi, such as Geng Essence, one can greatly enhance the power of divine skills. Ordinary cultivators often focus on cultivating only 2 or 3 techniques, not only because of the difficulty in mastering the techniques, which requires a substantial amount of time, but also because, for mid-high techniques, gathering various compatible treasures can greatly boost the power of these techniques, specializing in 2 or 3 techniques. Whether it's understanding the techniques or gathering treasures to enhance their power, both are most appropriate. Among cultivators of the same level, the former would rigorously practice 2 mid-level techniques, continuously seeking treasures to enhance their power. In the end, their actual combat ability could far surpass those who practice 7 or 8 high-level techniques, albeit each being mediocre, much stronger. Lu Qingfeng also had experience accumulated from the game, hence a thorough understanding of divine skills. In reality, mastering divine skills is not difficult. The only challenge is searching for various treasures. But as long as the disciples from Qingyuan Sword Sect spread across the 3 mountains and 9 waters, it's easy to acquire treasures that enhance various techniques and divine skills. Foundation establishment, Spirit Void level, purely relying on treasures to elevate techniques to a level comparable with divine skills is extremely difficult. I cultivate divine skills, and even without fusing various treasures, I can maintain a crushing stance over super-level techniques before reaching core formation. What about mid-high techniques? Even with numerous treasures fused, their inherent shallowness remains. Unless there is an astonishing talent capable of elevating the grade of the technique, relying purely on treasures, even after reaching core formation stage, battling against divine skills is inconceivable. Divine skills versus techniques. There exists a vast and significant difference. Treasures that enhance divine skills are hard to come by. Lu Qingfeng is not in a rush to find them. Within his cave dwelling, Lu Qingfeng secluded himself for cultivation, sorting out his own abilities. In reality, materials are hard to find, and Lu Qingfeng has scarce magic artifacts. Besides a barely adequate 7 Evils banner, there's only the Dutian Fierce Fire God flag. During his time in the Crying Swamp, while still in the Red Smoke realm in the game, he had acquired the Dutian Fierce Fire God banner refining method. Upon arriving at the Juyun mountain range, by collecting various materials through the Luoxia sect. He also had the Spider Puppet Mine in the Crying Swamp, barely gathering enough materials for 2 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags. Of course, these are simplified versions of the Dutian Fierce Fire God flags. They're merely second-rank magical artifacts, incomparable to the 12 flags within the Red Smoke realm. After being reinforced by Lu Qingfeng, their power is on par with third-rank magical artifacts. Yet, with 2 Dutian Fierce Fire God flags, unable to deploy the Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal Array, their usable power is limited. Only when the 12 flags are collected will they become a dominant force. Currently, they can only be controlled by the Zhurong Demon God, which is somewhat better than nothing. Besides the 7 Evils banner and the 2 second-rank Dutian Fierce Fire God flags, there's also the Foundation Establishment puppet. Foundation Establishment stage combat is flexible. The Foundation Establishment puppet lacks agility, capable only of temporarily stalling a cultivator of the same level. But over time, defeat is merely a matter of when. Its usefulness is limited. After this life ends, I might try to further strengthen the Spirit Control Array and 1000 Machine Stone to see if I can make the puppet more spiritually intelligent, even capable of autonomously flexible combat. Lu Qingfeng pondered. Puppets were tremendously helpful in the early stages. Whether it was the Returning to Truth sect or the War God Society, they were formidable entities to him at that time. With the aid of puppets, they could be eradicated. Escaping the Crying Swamp was also largely thanks to the puppets. But back then, the puppets' opponents were generally in the fetal breathing realm. Against the true Qi realm, reliance on talismans provided a fighting chance. Upon reaching the Juyun mountain range and truly entering the cultivation world, the shortcomings of puppets became apparent. Firstly, the materials needed for high-level puppets are precious. Lu Qingfeng had been in the Luoxia sect for 4 years and managed to refine only one level 6 puppet. Furthermore, the puppet's battle flexibility was insufficient. In the 100 Herbs Garden, when confronting cultivators of the body tempering realm, a level 6 puppet was suppressed in a single encounter. Though the power of the Three Mountains Talisman played a significant part, the inherent limitations of the puppet could not be overlooked. Thus, Lu Qingfeng thought of the Spirit Control Array and the Thousand Machine Stone. Particularly the Spirit Control Array. This is part of a series from My Virtual Library Empire, MVL1. Back in the Bingling realm, Lu Qingfeng realized that strengthening the Spirit Control Array not only greatly increased the puppet's sensing range, but also its spiritual nature. However, the improvement was minimal, and the more it was strengthened, the smaller the degree of enhancement became. To endow it with spiritual wisdom, it was unknown how many more times the Spirit Control Array needed to be enhanced. The cost was too great. After trying once or twice, Lu Qingfeng temporarily gave up. He thought about finding more puppet refining methods in the games, synthesizing them, and then making further plans. After all, for the current situation, puppets were the safest method. For Lu Qingfeng, aligning with the Qingyuan sword sect to lay out the 3 mountains and 9 waters, they were greatly helpful. It would be a pity not to use them due to insufficient spiritual nature. Magic artifacts, puppets. Limited by materials and time, Lu Qingfeng was temporarily unable to improve them. However, the various techniques and divine skills he mastered were already proficient in the game. With his cultivation improved in reality, advancing his techniques and divine skills to corresponding levels didn't need much time. 1 month later, Lu Qingfeng left behind the only level 6 puppet for Qingshan and Qingyu to protect themselves and walked out of the low hills. Red Rainbow Sect was situated in the Juyun Mountain Range, with its sect gate located on Qiyun Peak of the Juyun Mountain Range. The disciples of the peak cultivated, and most of the cavern abodes for elders and the sect leader were on Qiyun Peak. Qiyun Peak, 1,000 feet tall, brimming with overwhelming spiritual energy, comparably vibrant as the Luoxia sect's Jinyun Peak. Along with the Golden Wave sect's Taoyuan Peak and Demon Extermination Castle's Luyun Peak, these are known as the 4 Great Spirit Mountains of the Juyun Mountain Range. In recent months, Red Rainbow Sect, together with Golden Wave Sect and Demon Extermination Castle, had suppressed Luoxia Sect. Both sides had skirmishes and confrontations, but their sect gates remained unaffected. The disciples were able to recuperate and cultivate here. Alchemists and artifact refiners also resided in the mountains, continually transforming the Red Rainbow sects, looted and purchased spirit grass and ore materials into elixir pills, talismans, and magic artifacts. Once the great battle commenced, even facing 3 against 1, the entire Red Rainbow sect had to operate at full capacity. Elder Qian led the team, and 3 days ago, they took over a mine from Luoxia sect again. I heard that this time, those disciples and deacons who followed Elder Qian received a lot of elixir pills and talismans as rewards. Luoxia sect is now totally vulnerable in the Juyun Mountain Range, and they can hardly hold on to their properties. This is a rare opportunity. Next time, I also want to join the elders. Just killing a disciple or 2 from Luoxia sect would yield massive rewards. Where else could you find such a good deal? Ha ha! I heard that Luoxia sect's supreme elder, Mei Qingyan, was so enraged recently that she led some elders and disciples on a raid to the Beast Garden where the Curled Feather Pelican was located. But on the way, they were intercepted by Elder Li of our Red Rainbow sect and were sent packing back home. That was truly a huge embarrassment for them. Luoxia sect is merely at its last gasp. Their cultivators can't even leave Jinyun Peak. One by one, their assets are lost, and the 6 cities under their control are in disarray. I bet if our Red Rainbow sect's army attacked, we could capture all 6 cities. No hurry, no hurry. Luoxia sect still has the strength for one last battle, and if they desperately counterattack, our Red Rainbow sect will also suffer losses. Boiling a frog in warm water, slowly whittling down Luoxia sect, is the best strategy. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe. Share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 165 Arrangement, 5th Release, Request for Monthly Votes. Qian Peak was where the disciples of Red Rainbow Sect gathered in small groups, mostly discussing the ongoing conflict between Red Rainbow Sect and Luoxia Sect. Which elder had captured another mind from Luoxia Sect? Which brother had been rewarded by the sect and made great progress in his cultivation? With successive victories at the front, the disciples remaining behind at Red Rainbow Sect were equally enthusiastic, each of them eager to follow the elders into battle to achieve meritorious service and rewards. Not devoted to proper cultivation, everyone is eager to fight. How can such a sect last long? Lu Qingfeng walked on Qian Peak, listening to the Red Rainbow Sect disciples' discussions, and couldn't help but shake his head. Cloaked in concealing technique, he moved across Qian Peak as if he were in a deserted territory. With Lu Qingfeng's knowledge of arrays, not to mention the fact that Qian Peak's mountain guarding array was not always active, even if it was, he could come and go as he pleased. The same was true for the caves around the mountain. To Lu Qingfeng, the protective arrays were like sieves, easily entered and exited. No rush for the caves. First, let's make proper arrangements on Qian Peak. Lu Qingfeng measured Qian Peak step by step, taking several days to familiarize himself with the terrain, buildings, and various other features of the mountain. Then he began to act. Calculating incessantly, gauging directions, his true yuan surged as his hands formed seal techniques, casting talismans imbued with 9 heavens qi. Some talismans fell to the ground, merging with the earth and vanishing. Others fell into the void, merging with it and disappearing from sight. He continued to move, ceaselessly laying out his plans. The expenditure was immense. Lu Qingfeng's true yuan couldn't support such a drain, with every hour or two exhausting all his true qi. Fortunately, with spirit stones and elixir pills to replenish him, his recovery was swift. The greatest benefit of advancing to the foundation establishment stage was the ability to draw spiritual energy from spirit stones to rapidly restore true yuan. During battle, casting spells while refining spirit stones could greatly replenish one's true yuan. However, this was only useful in evenly matched situations. In cases of vastly differing strengths and large gaps in true yuan volume, it was negligible, like Lu Qingfeng. With 4 mysterious level techniques, his true yuan was extremely profound. It was tens of times more than fellow practitioners of the same level who practiced only 1 basic level technique. Even for disciples of top immortal sects practicing mysterious level techniques, the volume of true yuan was 3 to 5 times less than Lu Qingfeng's. No matter how you refine spirit stones, your true yuan might recover by 2 or 3 tenths. Between the two, there was still a chasm as vast as the heavens. But at this moment, Lu Qingfeng wasn't fighting, and using spirit stones to restore true yuan, though extravagant, was fast. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed. Lu Qingfeng traversed every corner of Qian Peak, depleting and then recovering his true yuan. He repeated the cycle countless times. Finally, after 13 days, it's done. Lu Qingfeng's hands danced, weaving true yuan to lay down the final talisman, his face relaxing. Including the initial survey, after more than half a month, the preliminary preparations were complete, and a look of relief appeared on Lu Qingfeng's face. He rested to recuperate, only rising from the woods to head towards the middle and summit of Qian Peak once his true yuan was fully recovered. During these days, while arranging his setup, he also investigated the locations of the caves of the Qian Peak elders and the hidden treasure hall, where spirit stones, ores, and spiritual medicines were stored. These were not secrets and were easily ascertained. Before enacting his methods, it was natural that Lu Qingfeng couldn't leave empty-handed. With the power of Daluo Cave Temple, a solid grasp of arrays and enchantments, and super-level techniques such as Concealing Technique and Concealing Technique. Just for the latest updates on my virtual library empire, MMORPG. It's like the setup was tailored specifically for this occasion. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, Whether it's alchemy or artifact refining, the consumption is much greater than at the postnatal level. This rare opportunity, Lu Qingfeng didn't want to miss it. First, go to the Elders' Caves. Many elders of the Red Rainbow sect had established their caves on Qiyun Peak, and at this time they were away leading teams to deal with the Luoxia sect. So their caves were left unattended. Powerful magic artifacts, precious elixir pills, etc., would certainly be carried with them. But the space in low-level storage bags is limited, far less than the storage bags Lu Qingfeng refined after strengthening the refining technique for storage bags. Thus, most cultivators' storage bags contained various precious items, such as elixir pills, spirit stones, talismans, etc. Other miscellaneous items, mostly placed in the caves. Especially for these sect cultivators, with caves established within the sect, protected by the mountain guarding array, and guarded by cultivators. Their own caves, enveloped by arrays, could even be safer than carrying items on their person. Lu Qingfeng strolled leisurely. He raided the caves of the 9 elders of the Red Rainbow sect who were not present on the mountain, and indeed, he harvested quite a bounty of spirit grass, spiritual medicine, ore materials, and more, all packed away. Then he went to the Red Rainbow sect's hidden treasure hall. The Red Rainbow sect's assets were no less than the Luoxia sect's, with various mines, all kinds of medicine gardens, and even shell fields specifically for breeding spiritual pearls, materials obtained by the Red Rainbow sect from clearing out demon beasts. Such large quantities of all these gains were placed within the hidden treasure hall. If needed, with the sect leaders' or elders' decree, one could come to the hidden treasure hall to claim. The monthly allowances for deacons, disciples, and the rewards for completing missions were all issued from the hidden treasure hall. Such an important hidden treasure hall naturally had strong protectors. Originally, the Red Rainbow sect had 4 supreme elders, with one being killed by Lu Qingfeng in the 100 Herbs Garden. Now only 3 remained. They took turns guarding the hall. This time it was Wu Ming's turn. Wu Ming was old, over 200 years of age. Although he was in the body refining realm, the hope of advancing to the spirit void was slim. Yet he wasn't willing to let his lifespan run out and perish within the sect, and so he continued to cultivate desperately, practicing in seclusion in the top level of the hidden treasure hall every day, entrusting the duty of guarding the hidden treasure hall to a Foundation establishment elder who sat below him. Lu Qingfeng arrived at the hidden treasure hall. At the entrance of the hidden treasure hall, there were 2 true Qi realm disciples guarding. This was the first layer of defense. Only by presenting a command talisman from the sect or one of the key elders would they activate the key in their hands, open the hall, and retrieve the corresponding items. Inside the hidden treasure hall, although Wu Ming often secluded himself in meditation, there was another Foundation establishment elder vigilantly watching. If one were not honest, they would meet no good fate. Lu Qingfeng surveyed his surroundings and saw that the hall was enveloped in arrays, with all doors and windows tightly shut, and only the main gate of the hidden treasure hall provided access. Can't get in. Lu Qingfeng glanced at it. Although he was proficient in arrays and had the Daluo Cave Temple on him, under these circumstances, even if the hall's door array couldn't stop him, entering the hidden treasure hall would be impossible unless he did so right in front of the 2 true Qi realm disciples' faces and pushed the doors open. Otherwise, it was impossible. Forget it. First, I'll strike Qiyun Peak hard, then it won't be too late to enter the hidden treasure hall. Lu Qingfeng turned around and walked away, sitting down to meditate in the forest not far from the hidden treasure hall. Eyes closed, visualizing. In his mind, talismans flowed and flickered with light, as the 9 heavens Qi commanded heaven and earth. With the continuous circulation of true Yuan, Lu Qingfeng silently recited spell after spell. Time passed. Hundreds, thousands of talismans were sketched out in Lu Qingfeng's mind, immediately descending along the path of true Yuan flow. Connecting with some place in the distant earth realm, each talisman seemed to find its destination. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 1666, 9 Heavens Talisman Inverting Heaven and Earth Technique. Vote for monthly pass, peak. Qingfeng had been setting talismans non-stop these past half months, which were activated by the situation. One by one, they absorbed spiritual energy, containing spirit light. The chi of the 9 heavens circulated within them, connecting the local energies, spiritual energy. Qiyun Peak. Disciples, deacons, and elders, whether cultivating or conversing, almost simultaneously noticed a sudden tremor in the spiritual energy of Qiyun Peak, and the earth also shook violently. What's going on? An earthquake. It's an earthquake. Qiyun Peak is a spiritual mountain protected by arrays. How could there be an earthquake like in the mortal realm? The cultivators of Qiyun Peak each showed a look of surprise. An earthquake. For mortals, it belongs to the wrath of heaven, irresistible. But for immortal sect and cultivators, spiritual mountains are sturdy, caves, and houses are protected by arrays. Thus, the impact of an earthquake is minimal. The crowd was not scared. They were merely curious about the occurrence of an earthquake on Qiyun Peak. Several Foundation establishment elders flew into the air to investigate. Upon seeing that, they were immediately shocked. They saw that above and below Qiyun Peak, places were flickering with spirit light. Upon closer inspection, these spirit lights were clearly individual talismans. Countless talismans connected into one, enveloping the entire Qiyun Peak. Oddly enough, the mountain guarding array showed no reaction whatsoever. Quickly report to the sect leader. The Foundation establishment elder shouted loudly, finally showing a hint of panic in the face of the unknown. There was no need for the Foundation establishment elder to report. Yang Bufen was cultivating in seclusion in the Qiyun Cave behind the mountain of Qiyun Peak, and he felt the tremors of the earth's veins and fluctuations of spiritual energy early on, prompting him to leave Qiyun Cave to investigate. Upon seeing the talismans scattered all over Qiyun Peak, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. A sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Just about to move to first leave Qiyun Peak, then investigate further. Buzz. In his ears and mind, suddenly a buzzing sound echoed, causing Yang Bufen's legs to weaken, his true yuan to rage, and he fell directly from the sky, crashing into the ground headfirst. Pooh! Yang Bufen's mind roared, his true yuan uncontrollable, immediately spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood, his face turned ghostly pale. At this time on Qiyun Peak, even the sect leader, at the spirit void level, couldn't withstand it, fell from the sky, severely injured and coughing blood. How could the postnatal and Foundation establishment cultivators of the Red Rainbow sect withstand it? In just an instant, at least 500 postnatal cultivators on Qiyun Peak, their bodies exploded open at all acupoints, inner breath and true chi raging. Even their dantians burst open with a huge hole. Years, even decades of hard cultivation turned to naught. Upon observing the mere 6 remaining Foundation establishment elders on Qiyun Peak, including Elder Wu Ming, who was in seclusion within the hidden treasure hall, they were equally severely damaged. The Earth's energy overturned, spiritual energy fluctuated, causing their internal true yuan to become uncontrollable. Wu Ming was in the midst of closed-door cultivation. His true yuan raged in an instant, with his cultivation technique running out of control. Pooh! Wu Ming tilted his head back and spewed blood. His body burst open all over, blood splattered, turning into a bloody figure in an instant, his eyes dim and lifeless. Thus he perished. The other elders were luckier, yet still could not escape severe injuries. Pooh, pooh, pooh! Bang, bang, bang! Hundreds of people on Qiyun Peak bled. Their bodies' major acupoints exploded. Next to the hidden treasure hall, Lu Qingfeng's body surged with true yuan, his expression solemn and even somewhat pale. Beads of sweat gathered. In his mind, Zhurong Demon God silently roared out. Jumang Demon God looked dim, only recently visualized by Lu Qingfeng, its power limited, yet it also released a trace of force roaming through Lu Qingfeng's body, suppressing peculiarities in various places. Back mountain. Yang Bufan slowly rose to his feet. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, struggling desperately to suppress his true yuan. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. The strike he had just experienced was indeed beyond his expectations. It was neither the force of an array nor a common Daoist skill. Everything was traceless, catching him totally off guard and causing severe damage. Although he managed to suppress the injury for the moment, it seemed that an even more terrifying strike was brewing. This place is not safe to stay. Yang Bufan's thoughts moved, and he staggered underfoot, intending to flee towards the outside of Qiyun Peak. But at this moment, a thunderous and heavy sound erupted from above and below Qiyun Peak. Yang Bufan had just risen when he suddenly felt the entire Qiyun Peak overturn, pinning him to the ground. Bang! Spurt! Yang Bufan instantly fell prone to the ground, feeling as if a mountain weighed on him, his entire skeleton seemingly about to be crushed to dust. He clenched his teeth tightly, and in an instant, his teeth shattered. The Foundation Establishment cultivators and postnatal cultivators of Qiyun Peak also collapsed to the ground, unable to resist or move at all due to the mountain's oppressive force. All his bones shattered, his inner breath, true qi, and true yuan dissipated. Years of hard cultivation turned into nothing. From now on, he would be crippled. Humph! With that strike, Lu Qingfeng let out a muffled snort, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Within his body, the short-lived form of Jumang Demon God sprang forth. Bang! A soft sound, and it directly dissipated into nothingness. Over a month of hard work turned to vain. However, as Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes, a pale smile appeared on his face. This smile, combined with the tragic scene on Qiyun Peak at the moment, gave a chilling sense. As he opened his eyes, the entire Qiyun Peak was in his sight. The vast Qiyun Peak still sat upon the earth. But in Lu Qingfeng's eyes, the mountain seemed to be upside down, pinned above the earth. All beings in the mountain, including cultivators and wild beasts, except him, were suppressed by it. Including Yang Bufan, none could move. Lu Qingfeng rose to his feet, his steps unsteady as he walked towards the hidden treasure hall. Along the way, the cultivators of the Red Rainbow sect sprawled on the ground, blood splattered, each with eyes wide open in immense terror and agony. Just a quarter of an hour ago, these cultivators were all talking and laughing, planning to follow the Red Rainbow sect to slay the cultivators of Luoxia sect and gain merits. Full of vigor. In the blink of an eye, their cultivation destroyed, their bodies wrecked, reduced to useless beings. The workings of heavenly mechanism are indeed unpredictable. Lu Qingfeng recalled the faces and the discussions of these Red Rainbow sect cultivators he had seen and heard in Qiyun Peak over the past half-month, finding it ironic at one moment and heartlessly cruel at another. 9 Heavens Talisman inverting heaven and earth technique. Truly a divine power of the Demon Dao. Lu Qingfeng shook his head, feeling no pity for these Red Rainbow sect cultivators, while marveling at the strength and ruthlessness of the Demon Dao method. This chapter's true source is my virtual library empire, MVMYR. Divine Skills 9 Heavens Talisman Inverting Heaven and Earth Technique. Grade Common. Derivation Technique Tenfold Strengthening. Description. A technique to flip mountains, capable of inverting mountains to suppress and exterminate all life spirits within. This was a Daoist skill he had derived in the Red Smoke realm from the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banners, converted it into a high-level technique. He had never practiced it before, but arriving in the Changqing realm, moved by the realities of the situation, he enhanced it to the divine power level and began cultivating mastery. Originally performed by the Fiery Fire Wanderer, given enough time, even Luofu Immortal Mountain could be forcibly flipped and overturned, destroying the Immortal Mountain. But this technique harms others and not oneself, causing immense damage to oneself. Even the Fiery Fire Wanderer, at the Mahayana True Immortal level, could not withstand it. Lu Qingfeng had enhanced this technique to the divine power level, its strength increasing by at least tenfold. If originally performing the 9 Heavens Talisman Inverting Heaven and Earth technique could only overturn Luofu Immortal Mountain at the Mahayana True Immortal level, then after enhancing to divine power, it could be done even at the Primordial Spirit stage. Of course, the difficulty would naturally be much higher. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 167, Annihilation of the Sect. Vote for monthly pass. Lu Qingfeng had not utilized the technique before advancing to the foundation establishment stage. It was only after he had solidified his cultivation and greatly increased his power following the foundation establishment Thunder Tribulation that he came to Qiyun Peak. Even then, deploying this method placed an enormous strain on him. Despite only linking with the earth energy of Qiyun Peak and flipping its divinity, leaving the mountain itself unmoved, and reducing the difficulty tenfold, it was still somewhat forced. Having just sacrificed the Jumang demon god to destruction, it would take more than a month to visualize and refine again. Not to mention the backlash suffered by the flesh forged by the Yellow Robe True skill. Even with the aid of elixir pills, it would take several months to recover. After all, it was a demon Dao method. However, while Lu Qingfeng suffered severe injuries, the circumstances on Qiyun Peak were even more tragic. An entire mountain overturned, the earth energy and spirit veins reversed and chaotic, no longer worthy of the name spiritual mountain, unsuitable for central cultivation. Recovery would take at least a century's effort. The cultivators on standby at the Red Rainbow Sect, including the sect leader at the Spirit Void stage, Yang Bufan, were either dead or injured. After this battle, just relying on the 9 remaining Foundation Establishment elders and the hundreds of disciples and deacons outside, it was simply impossible to maintain the existence of Red Rainbow Sect. Not to mention that the mountain gate was overturned. Without a place to settle is like a rootless duckweed. One could foresee. The Red Rainbow Sect was doomed to disperse like monkeys and no longer exist. Lu Qingfeng rushed towards the hidden treasure hall, while Zhurong Demon God emerged from his body and went to the back mountain. Qiyun Peak. Back mountain. Yang Bufan's body was crushed and broken, but his life force was cycling, continuously recovering. Spirit Void stage cultivators, having passed through the 4th realm of foundation establishment, have profound foundations. After body refining, their physical bodies in terms of recovery and strength far surpass those of foundation establishment cultivators. At this moment, even though Yang Bufan's body was suppressed by the spirit mountain and severely injured, his roots were not damaged. The only problem was that the true yuan inside his body was running rampant and temporarily uncontrollable. Injury treatment was thus impossible. Lying on the ground, Yang Bufan was both afraid and suspicious. Who in the world is powerful enough to overturn the earth energy and spirit veins of Qiyun Peak, and why target Red Rainbow Sect? Yang Bufan couldn't figure it out. Such means to overturn a spirit mountain. How could it appear in the small Juyan mountain range? Even Xuanyuan sect to the east likely did not possess such divine skills. Such a powerful individual using such methods against a mere Red Rainbow sect? Could it be some elder or disciple has provoked a powerful enemy outside? While treating his wounds, Yang Bufan pondered. At the same time, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. At this moment, enjoy the story by reading on MV and Empire. A streak of flame seemed to approach. Yang Bufan struggled to lift his head and saw a blazing flame tearing through the sky, its form shifting in midair. A beast-headed humanoid, clad in red scales, with fire snakes for ears and treading upon a fire dragon. It was indeed a demon god from the demon Dao. Demon Dao, it's actually someone from the demon Dao. Despair showed in Yang Bufan's eyes. At this moment, he was gravely wounded, with no power to resist. If this demon made a move, there would be no hope of survival. Yang Bufan's mind raced, driven by the will to live. Unable to speak due to a shattered Adam's apple, he could only control the last bits of true yuan to send out a trembling voice. I am the sect leader of Red Rainbow Sect, Yang Bufan. I do not know why, Your Honor. Alas, Zhurong Demon God, following the orders of Lu Qingfeng, came specifically for Yang Bufan's life, and had no intention of conversing with him. Before Yang Bufan could finish speaking, Zhurong Demon God pressed down with both hands, unleashing Zhurong Divine Flame that instantly enveloped Yang Bufan's entire body. Ah! No! The Zhurong divine flame scorched both flesh and soul, a pain wrenching at the heart. Yang Bufan was stricken with fear and agony, letting out a ghastly cry. But with his throat shattered, it ultimately became a series of inarticulate murmurs. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The Zhurong demon god, having ascended to Foundation establishment along with Lu Qingfeng, was even stronger. Handling a normal Spirit Void practitioner might still be beyond its power, but dealing with a Spirit Void practitioner who had already sustained heavy injuries and lost the ability to resist was exceedingly easy. In just a moment, under the engulfment of flames, the struggles and roars ceased. Zhurong, demon god, opened his mouth to swallow the Zhurong divine flame, revealing that Yang Bufan has already been reduced to ashes and scattered. Only a storage bag was intentionally preserved by Zhurong demon god and fell to the ground. Grabbing the storage bag, Zhurong demon god moved beneath his feet and transformed into a ball of flame again, heading towards the mountains ahead. As for Yang Bufan, the esteemed sect leader of the Red Rainbow sect, a Spirit Void stage cultivator, one of the top cultivators of the Jueyun mountain range. He has perished just like that. Poor Yang Bufan didn't even realize that this encounter was due to the malicious thoughts he harbored towards Lu Qingfeng that day at Windroar Cliff. How could he have imagined that Dan, an artifact double extreme master, Lu had the capability to annihilate the Red Rainbow sect? He never considered Lu Qingfeng at all. And Lu Qingfeng, he never had the habit of conversing with soon-to-be dead men. While he was severely injured, Lu Qingfeng decisively killed him to prevent any future troubles. A Spirit Void stage cultivator who knows if he has any powerful moves left? Killing him was straightforward, and the safest. An unnamed low hill. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling, quietly resting and recuperating. Once his injuries stabilized a bit, he opened his eyes. The overturning of Qiyun Peak, the destruction of the Red Rainbow sect. Next are Demon Extermination Castle and the Golden Wave sect. My injuries have not yet fully recovered. Forcibly using the Nine Heavens Talisman, inverting heaven and earth technique may damage my foundation. There's no need. The Nine Heavens Talisman inverting heaven and earth technique is powerful, but the backlash is severe. Although Qiyun Peak is not considered a spiritual mountain, let alone an immortal mountain, it is still more than 1,000 zhang high. It is the foundational establishment of the Red Rainbow sect. To overturn this mountain, Lu Qingfeng needs to recuperate for half a year. He cannot afford to act recklessly for now. However, the change in the Red Rainbow sect will surely make the Golden Wave sect and Demon Extermination Castle alert. Rushing there now, I'm bound to fall into their traps. A smile crept on Lu Qingfeng's lips. It would be better to let the two sects be suspicious and in fear for some time, than slowly concoct plans. The Red Rainbow sect had once sought his life in the 100 Herbs Garden, and a grudge was already formed. Demon Extermination Castle's recent venture to Silverhorn Mountain with malicious intentions, Lu Qingfeng would not let them off either. As for the Golden Wave sect, being the enemy of the Luoxia sect, and with Lu Qingfeng as the guest elder of the Luoxia sect, he naturally would not hesitate to take action if he has the opportunity. Once the three sects crumble, the Luoxia sect will hold unrivaled power. Backed by the Luoxia sect, Lu Qingfeng will encounter far fewer troubles. His thinking is very simple. He just wishes to cultivate peacefully in the Jueyun mountain range. After 70 or 80 years, once he reaches the Foundation establishment and body tempering realm, and the resources of the Jueyun mountain range are insufficient for his rapid cultivation progression, only then will he leave. During these 70 or 80 years, the more tranquil, the better. To secure tranquility for the future, it's fine to undergo some hardships now. Lu Qingfeng remained hidden deep in the mountains, recuperating, cultivating, laying dormant. The entire Jueyun mountain range, however, was in an uproar, atop Lingyun Peak. The hunched-over Lord of Demon Extermination Castle, Feng Yun, had a face full of wrinkles, and now his brows were deeply furrowed. The Red Rainbow sect, unexpectedly. Even the usually calm and ruthless Feng Yun was somewhat lost and helpless at this moment. Half of the Red Rainbow sect's cultivators are dead, their manner of death horrific. The other half are crippled, their dantian and all-body acupoints exploded, their bones shattered. The whereabouts of Sect Master Yang Bufan are unknown. suspected of having perished. The Earth's energy on Qiyun Peak is raging, the Earth veins and spirit veins in chaos. Cultivators venturing within have to exert all their strength to suppress their internal true Qi and true Yuan from going berserk. It has become a place where cultivation is utterly impossible. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 168, Surprise. Congratulations, Zixuan Immortal Emperor, on becoming the Alliance Hierarch of this book. Elder Mu stood before Feng Yun, thinking of the scene he had witnessed on Qiyun Peak during his previous investigation, feeling somewhat panicked and uncertain. The Grand Qiyun Peak, the mighty Red Rainbow sect, gone in an instant, without any signs, without any sound. By the time they heard the news and rushed over, Qiyun Peak was left nothing but a complete ruin. The eerie terrain, bodies scattered everywhere, and widespread despair sent chills down the spine. Elder Mu, who do you think is responsible for this? Feng Yun's gaze flickered as he turned to ask Elder Mu. Elder Mu shook his head and sighed. Such tactics are certainly not within the capability of ordinary cultivators. However, our Juyun mountain range is far from the central areas of Biang Lake, located on the fringe. Neither cultivators nor sects from here really make it to the mainstream. Perhaps it is an old enemy of the Red Rainbow sect who made their fortune away from the Juyun mountain range and has come back for revenge. This explanation seemed reasonable and logical, but it was utterly baseless. Feng Yun looked southward, his voice grave. Could it be the Luoxia sect? Luoxia sect? Elder Mu was startled and then said, "At this juncture, with Red Rainbow sect suffering a heavy blow and on the brink of collapse, suspicion towards Luoxia sect naturally arises. But Luoxia sect has stood in Juyun mountain range for over 400 years. How could our three sects not know their foundation? Even if Yue Miaoyan, that little girl, has received a beast-taming inheritance recently, she couldn't possibly overturn the Red Rainbow sect. The castle master worries too much." Elder Mu was more rational and deep inside. He leaned towards the possibility of it being an old enemy rather than Luoxia sect taking action. Otherwise, if Luoxia sect could destroy the Red Rainbow sect, they could use the same method against his demon extermination castle. In that case, wouldn't Demon Extermination Castle be in danger? I always feel there's more to this incident. Order strict defenses, arrange for elders to lead teams, patrol around Lingyun Peak day and night, and leave no suspicious area unchecked. Feng Yun instructed. Understood. Elder Mu nodded in agreement and then asked, "How should we deal with the properties that the Red Rainbow sect owned after the collapse of Qiyun Peak? And what about the remaining cultivators of Red Rainbow sect? If they seek refuge, how should we arrange them without a directive from the castle master?" After the destruction of the Red Rainbow sect, the surviving Red Rainbow sect cultivators scattered outside. If they wish to maintain their ties to the sect, it's virtually impossible, and no one dares. With the Red Rainbow sect destroyed, mostly by what's rumored to be an old enemy, staying with the Red Rainbow sect, in case that person comes back in displeasure, is simply courting death. So if they do not wish to become loose cultivators, the only option is to join the previously allied Demon Extermination Castle or Golden Wave sect. But currently, while these three sects are allied, they were competitors before, with many conflicts and contradictions, even having the blood and lives of each other's cultivators on their hands. If the Red Rainbow sect cultivators come seeking refuge, accepting them might lead to numerous conflicts, yet turning them away seems quite a waste. Hence, Elder Mu had this question. Take them in. Place them on the front line to fight against Luoxia sect. If they demonstrate merit, a complete acceptance isn't out of the question. Feng Yun waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Seeing this, Elder Mu took his leave. Feng Yun remained standing in place, his eyebrows tightly furrowed, laden with heavy thoughts. Not just Lingyun Peak, not just Demon Extermination Castle. With the sudden upheaval at Qiyun Peak and the destruction of the Red Rainbow sect, the entire Juyun mountain range was plunged into chaos. Demon Extermination Castle, Golden Wave Sect, a myriad of loose cultivators. Everyone was taken aback, unsure of what exactly was happening. Even the Luoxia sect, which was fighting the Red Rainbow sect and suddenly found itself without a powerful opponent, was somewhat confused. Time passed. Although the Red Rainbow sect was annihilated, Demon Extermination Castle and the Golden Wave sect still found themselves hard-pressed to disengage and continued to contend with the Luoxia sect. However, without the Red Rainbow sect, Demon Extermination Castle and the Golden Wave sect, combined, still possessed strength superior to that of the Luoxia sect, yet they could no longer dominate overwhelmingly. The Luoxia sect finally caught a break. With the destruction of the Red Rainbow sect, the industries it previously occupied became vacant. The battlefield between the Luoxia sect, Demon Extermination Castle, and the Golden Wave sect shifted to these industries. Medicine garden, mines, spirit stone veins, there was even a shell field that cultivated spiritual pearls and shells. The three sects continued their relentless struggle. Lu Qingfeng's proficiency in alchemy and artifact refining had long reached the 4th rank. Although he only showed 2nd rank abilities in the Juyun mountain range, his skills were mature. Whether in alchemy or artifact refining, his products were superior in quality and quickly produced. During the crisis of the Luoxia sect, although he did not take part in slaying or defending against enemies, his contributions were so significant they even surpassed those of the 3 supreme elders, making him one of the most esteemed in the Luoxia sect. Countless monks of the Luoxia sect owed their lives to the elixir pills refined by Lu Qingfeng. Many of their talismans were also crafted by Lu Qingfeng, their power far exceeding others of the same rank. Lu Qingfeng's prestige within the Luoxia sect rose significantly. With the collapse of the Red Rainbow sect, the Luoxia sect got a chance to breathe. While recuperating from his injuries in a cave dwelling deep in the mountains, Lu Qingfeng compiled a detailed list of materials needed for crafting the transmission array plate and the 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman, and handed it over to the Luoxia sect. Although the Luoxia sect was still engaged in combat, they managed to make time to keep an eye out for Lu Qingfeng. This is part of a series from My Virtual Library Empire, MSIV-L1. In addition to the transmission array plate and the 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman, Lu Qingfeng had earlier entrusted the Luoxia sect to gather materials for the Duqian Fierce Fire God flag. However, these materials were hard to find. After 3 to 4 years, with the efforts of the Spider Puppet and Crying Swamp, and the Luoxia sect gathering from various places, only 2 flags were crafted. The materials for a simplified version of the 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman were hard to find, and Lu Qingfeng was not in urgent need of them. Although the materials for the transmission array plate were urgently needed, relying solely on the efficiency of the Luoxia sect was not feasible. Especially for the refining crystal, illusion dreamstone, and purple gold copper, Lu Qingfeng might have to find these himself. But the less hope one has, the more surprising the good news often is. Deep in the mountains, Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in the cave, with a middle-aged man standing respectfully in front of him. It was Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan had been with Lu Qingfeng for 4 years. As Lu Qingfeng was immersed in cultivation and often in seclusion, many mundane matters, as well as affairs involving the Luoxia sect, were handled by Wang Yuan. Over the years, Wang Yuan had performed well. What's more remarkable was that even though his status had risen due to Lu Qingfeng, he remained respectful in front of Lu Qingfeng and modest outside, his conduct not altered by the change in status. Lu Qingfeng took notice and weighed this in his heart. This time, Wang Yuan brought good news. Elder, regarding the materials you entrusted to the sect to inquire about, the sect master immediately ordered the elders and disciples to keep an eye out. Unexpectedly, Elder Zhou from Zhou Chenggu had a conversation with a loose cultivator friend recently, and they happened to discuss the refining crystal. Wang Yuan recounted verbatim. Refining crystal? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng was immediately delighted. This was one of the 3 most precious materials needed for crafting the transmission array plate. He had thought it would take much effort to obtain it. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 days, the Luoxia sect brought joyful news. Truly a pleasant surprise for Lu Qingfeng. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 169, Iron Fire Ant Egg, First Update, Request for Monthly Tickets. Is Elder Zhou currently at Jinyun Peak? Lu Qingfeng inquired, intending to find Zhou Chenggu and ask in detail about the refining crystal matter. Upon seeing this, Wang Yuan was momentarily surprised. It was rare to see Elder Lu this agitated. It seemed that refining crystal was of great importance to him. Seeing that Lu Qingfeng was about to rise, Wang Yuan quickly said, "Elder, there's no need to rush." After Elder Zhou informed his subordinates about this matter, he immediately set out to find that friend and is currently not on Jinyun Peak. Oh? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng then sat back down. He had little contact with Elder Zhou Chenggu and only knew that he was at the condensed liquid realm and seemed to be from the same clan as Sect Master Zhou Yuan, though not a direct relative and somewhat distantly related. I shall properly thank him later, Lu Qingfeng thought to himself. Zhou Chenggu was so attentive to his matters, probably out of gratitude for Lu Qingfeng's contributions to the Luoxia sect, but more likely, he wanted to foster a good relationship with Lu Qingfeng. After all, being a second-rank alchemist, his status was unparalleled across the entire Juyun Mountain range. In terms of prestige, he could even compare with Spirit Void practitioners like Zhou Yuan and Feng Yun, who were sect leaders. An opportunity to forge a connection with him was something ordinary people could not ask for. Zhou Chenggu was indeed very attentive. Lu Qingfeng would reciprocate and would not let him down. Zhou Chenggu was efficient. Just a few days later, news came from Jinyun Peak that the loose cultivator friend had arrived. Lu Qingfeng was overjoyed and hurried over. Jinyun Peak. Elder Lu. Greetings to Elder Lu. As Lu Qingfeng walked on Jinyun Peak, a crowd of disciples respectfully greeted him. Lu Qingfeng nodded and smiled, heading towards Zhou Chenggu's cave dwelling. Elder Lu. Elder Zhou. Upon Lu Qingfeng's arrival, Zhou Chenggu came out to welcome him from his cave dwelling. Zhou Chenggu, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, looked rather honest and straightforward. Beside him, there was a lean middle-aged man whose eyes looked at Lu Qingfeng with respect. Loose cultivator Lu Rong. Greets Master Lu. Elder Zhou, Mr. Rong, you are too courteous, Lu Qingfeng said with a smile. Let's go inside and talk. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Chenggu led the two men into his cave dwelling. The three settled down. Lu Rong spoke first. I have long heard of Master Lu's reputation, and today I finally get to meet you. Lu Qingfeng responded with a smile. Lu mostly indulges in alchemy and artifact refining, spending most of the time in seclusion within my cave dwelling, seldom going out. Devoted to the path and able to endure solitude. To achieve what the master has today is indeed fitting. Lu Rong praised Lu Qingfeng considerably. It was clear that it was Lu Qingfeng who needed him, yet he acted this way, influenced by the reputation of Dan and Artifact Double Extreme. Lu Rong at this moment likely wants to befriend Lu Qingfeng. As a loose cultivator, forming a connection with a second-rank alchemist could benefit him immensely in the future. Lu Qingfeng, focused on refining crystal, chatted briefly with Lu Rong before heading straight to the point. Refining crystal? Lu Rong was taken aback and turned to look at Zhou Chenggu. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he too turned his gaze towards Zhou Chenggu. Realizing the confusion, Zhou Chenggu quickly explained, Zhou acted too hastily and failed to clarify things to both of you. He first addressed Lu Rong. Elder Lu intends to refine a sect magical artifact, which requires refining crystal. Then he turned to Lu Qingfeng. Mr. Rong doesn't have any refining crystal, but he does possess iron fire ant eggs. In my previous conversation with Mr. Rong, he mentioned these eggs, which are known to contain refining crystal within the ant's stomach. However, acquiring refining crystal is rare, and iron fire ants themselves are exceedingly scarce around the world. Therefore, when thinking of the iron fire ant eggs in possession of Mr. Rong, Zhao immediately rushed over. The most up-to Verse Endio and Plus is on M4's als LEMP4 dar. I apologize for not clarifying this in haste. Upon hearing this, Lu Rong smiled and said, So Master Lu is here for artifact refining. Brother Zhao was in such a rush the other day, and he only mentioned that Master Lu needed iron fire ant eggs. I thought Master Lu wanted to use these eggs as an ingredient for alchemy. Lu Qingfeng now understood. Yet, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. He had hoped for directly obtaining refining crystal, but it seemed he had been wishful thinking. For a mere loose cultivator, if he had refining crystal, he would have likely exchanged it early for cultivation resources or been killed for the treasure. Keeping such information secret wouldn't be likely either. Only having iron fire eggs made more sense. Since you have iron fire ant eggs, do you know where refining crystal might be present? Lu Qingfeng, still hopeful, asked. I do not know. Lu Rong shook his head. These iron fire ant eggs were also obtained by fate and luck, and I am unclear about their origin. If I had truly encountered iron fire ants, I would probably have long been dead. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng finally gave up. Lu Rong was right. Iron fire ants were extremely rare, and when they swarmed, it would usually be in colossal numbers of hundreds of thousands. Their swarming and onslaught, not to mention a small foundation establishment cultivator, even a spirit void practitioner, would panic and flee immediately. If too slow, one would either be bitten to death by the ants or burnt by their black fire. Truly terrifying. Iron fire ant eggs. Lu Qingfeng pondered, just as he saw Lu Rong take out 2 dark insect eggs with his own hands. These eggs were tiny, merely the size of a grain of rice, casting a dark shine, while Lu Qingfeng could sense a faint vitality emitting from them. Clearly, they were live eggs. Having these iron fire ant eggs is also futile for me. Master Lu may take them if needed, Lu Rong said with a smile, as he placed the 2 iron fire ant eggs in front of Lu Qingfeng. Zhou Chenggu also added, Refining crystals are hard to find, and it is unlikely to locate them around Juyan Mountain Range or its vicinity soon. With a pair of iron fire ant eggs, if carefully cultivated, perhaps in a few decades, some refining crystals could be harvested. Elder Lu can both cultivate iron fire ants and continue searching for refining crystal. With dual approaches, it won't be a waste of time. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng felt that Zhou Chenggu made some sense. His gaze settled on the iron fire ant eggs before him. At this time, Lu Rong added, I have had these iron fire ant eggs for some time now, and previously thought about incubating them. But despite various searches and discussions with those skilled at nurturing rare insects, all deemed these eggs rather useless. The living conditions are incredibly harsh, and whether wild or hatched from live eggs, none can be tamed to recognize a master. Perhaps due to the rarity of iron fire ants, methods for their domestication are lost, or maybe since ancient times, there have been no methods to domesticate them. In recent years, some cultivators skilled in nurturing rare insects have attempted to domesticate iron fire ants, but all have ended in failure. Iron fire ants are extremely aggressive, either devouring their owner in backlash or bursting and dying. After some time, no one else attempted to cultivate iron fire ants. Their extremely harsh living conditions and impossibility to be tamed to recognize a master. This has meant that in the entire cultivation world, only locations previously inhabited by iron fire ant swarms may contain refining crystals. Otherwise, taking the risk of dying to snatch refining crystals from a wild swarm of iron fire ants, this method might even be too daunting for a Jidon true man. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 170, 7 Insect Immortal Mountain, Second Update, Requesting Monthly Pass. Perhaps. I can try searching within the Changqing realm. Maybe there is a method to cultivate and train iron fire ants. Lu Qingfeng's mind stirred, suddenly thinking of the possibility. Without a cultivation or taming method, even obtaining iron fire ant eggs would amount to nothing but a chicken rib, worthless and unprofitable. First, there's no guarantee of successfully raising them to live, let alone thrive in groups. Without life and without swarms, it's challenging to obtain refining crystals. Second, even if they survive and form swarms, in the absence of a method to tame and recognize an owner, dealing with the aggressive and dangerous iron fire ants would be foolhardy, especially for someone like Lu Qingfeng, who might find life too long for his liking. This is why, although iron fire ants are considered exotic creatures, their eggs garner no interest. So there are such restrictions and dangers in cultivating iron fire ants. Elder Lu? Zhou Chenggu frowned slightly after hearing Lu Rong's words, giving Lu Qingfeng a look filled with apology. He was unaware of the intricacies in breeding exotic creatures, nor did he understand the horrors of iron fire ants. Had it not been for Lu Rong's warning, Lu Qingfeng might have plunged into cultivation heedlessly, potentially causing great disaster. Elder Zhou means well. Lu Qingfeng smiled, knowing Zhou Chenggu had no ill intentions. He then looked at the iron fire ant eggs in front of him and said to Lu Rong, "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Rong. Nevertheless, I am quite interested in these 2 iron fire ant eggs. Even if I can't cultivate them now, if I find the method to cultivate and tame them later, perhaps I won't need to seek refining crystals elsewhere." Master Lu, Elder Lu. Lu Rong and Zhou Chenggu, hearing Lu Qingfeng's intent, spoke out, about to advise further. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand. "No worries, gentlemen. I cherish my life and will not act rashly. May I inquire how Mr. Rong plans to offer these iron fire ant eggs?" "These iron fire ant eggs are useless to me. Since the master is interested, feel free to take them," Lu Rong said with a laugh, pushing the 2 iron fire ant eggs toward Lu Qingfeng and offering them without asking for payment in return. Lu Qingfeng picked up the iron fire ant eggs, feeling the weak signs of life within, and responded to Lu Rong, "Since that's the case, I shall not refuse your generosity. If Mr. Rong later finds any precious materials or spiritual medicine, feel free to visit the Luoxia sect. My cultivation might be mediocre, but alchemy and artifact refining skills are my strengths. If you don't mind, I can refine for you a batch of second-rank spirit pills or a second-rank magic artifact." Master is too modest. Master's skills in alchemy and artifact are well known in the Juyun Mountain Range. I thank you in advance. Lu Rong, keen on winning favor, was grateful for both the reminders and the gesture of gifting the iron fire ant eggs, and it was all for these words. He hastily agreed. Lu Qingfeng understood Lu Rong's intentions. Merely a pair of iron fire ant eggs, especially when there is no known cultivation and taming method in the 3 mountains and 9 waters, holds limited value, not even enough for him to offer his services for alchemy and artifact refining, even if Lu Rong were to provide the materials himself. Thus, for Lu Rong, Lu Qingfeng's promise far exceeded the value of 2 useless iron fire ant eggs. But as for Lu Qingfeng, if he could acquire the method for cultivation and taming within the Changqing realm, the value of these pair of iron fire ant eggs could skyrocket by 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. Forget about helping to refine second-rank spirit pills or magic artifacts. Even 3 or 5 second-rank magic artifacts might not be enough to trade for such exotic creatures. And so both parties were pleased. Having obtained the iron fire ant eggs, Lu Qingfeng left Jinyun Peak and returned to his cave dwelling. Though he did not manage to obtain refining crystals as initially hoped, the pair of iron fire ant eggs, if well utilized, could prove even more precious than refining crystals alone. Thanks for reading. Brought to you by. Now, it all depended on the Changqing realm. Lu Qingfeng came back and couldn't wait to enter Primordial. In reality, he accomplished Foundation establishment, overcame tribulation, and overturned Qiyun Peak in a blink of 2 months. In the game, 16 years had passed in an instant. 32 years have gone by since the killing of Chang Fengzi. Changqing Realm, General Ridge. Lu Qingfeng summoned Ren Changsheng. An immortal sect that's good at breeding peculiar insects? Ren Changsheng, after hearing Lu Qingfeng's question, did not understand why his senior brother suddenly became interested in breeding strange insects, but still replied, "Breeding peculiar insects is indeed considered a side door and left Dao, not respectable enough to be recognized publicly. However, in the northern realm of Zheng, near Longchuan, close to small countries such as Yik and others, an immortal sect named 7 Insect Immortal Mountain has risen to fame in recent years, specifically for breeding peculiar insects. 7 Insect Immortal Mountain? Lu Qingfeng had indeed never heard of this immortal sect. The northern realm of Zheng and Longchuan is indeed where mountains and barbaric lands are located, close to the northwestern countries of Yik and others, often suffering from invasions by barbarians, a place of chaos and serpent dragons, with rampant miasma. Although Longchuan has seen a resurgence of spiritual energy and had spiritual mountains emerge, due to the special environment, the esteemed immortal sects look down on it, allowing many small sects to exist there. These small sects are numerous and disorganized, located deep in the mountains with miasma all around. Lu Qingfeng, in his travels across Changqing Realm in search of secret techniques, had never ventured into Longchuan. Unknown to him when 7 Insect Immortal Mountain came to fame, challenging the mountains of Longchuan, garnering impressive momentum. The upper realm ancestor of 7 Insect Immortal Mountain is the Thunder Department's Qwenjian Jinglei General, known for his fondness of breeding strange insects. He can use them to consume plagues. His legacy left in the Changqing realm also prioritizes thunder skills supported by breeding of insects. Ren Changsheng had done a detailed understanding of the slightly notable immortal sects of Changqing realm and narrated smoothly now. Qwenjian Jinglei General. Lu Qingfeng showed a pensive expression and quickly remembered the rank of this thunder general. He was a great general of the Thunder Department, leading 300,000 soldiers, his status not on par with the prison-controlling 5 Thunder Great God, but far above figures such as the Judge Star General and the Yang Realm's Soul-Searching General. If it was a Dao heritage passed down from this deity, then 7 Insect Immortal Mountain was originally inconspicuous, not standing out among the various sects in Longchuan. Only in recent years did several geniuses arise, especially one with a talent for insect control technique unparalleled in the world, called Chang Qi, who suppressed numerous sects in Longchuan, thus establishing 7 Insect Immortal Mountain's dominant status in Longchuan. Of the other geniuses, I'm not sure, but this Chang Qi has a very high possibility of being a reincarnated true immortal. Ren Changsheng continued. Indeed, this was as expected. Lu Qingfeng knew that his guess was not wrong. Given the current situation in Changqing Realm, the sudden rise of an immortal sect was often related to reincarnated true immortals. Just like Fenghuo Temple of Nine Palace Mountain, which swiftly rose to prominence due to Chang Fengzi's awakening of past wisdom and having strong masters preside over it. 7 Insect Immortal Mountain was the same. Qwenjian Jinglei General is a deity leading 300,000 soldiers, and his reincarnated true immortal ranks even before the true immortals under Soul-Searching Temple. Considering the timeline, an awakening at this moment is indeed reasonable. Lu Qingfeng pondered and then set off towards Longchuan. 7 Insect Immortal Mountain established its sect through insect control, and they might have techniques for cultivating and taming ironfire ants. Longchuan. 7 Insect Immortal Mountain. Changqi was shuttling between caves. In the caves, faint but dense and creeping insect noises could be heard. These were specially developed by Changqi for breeding spiritual insects. Dozens of caves cultivated dozens of spiritual insects. They were all wild spiritual insects and dormant insect eggs gathered by Changqi as he traveled through Longchuan, either cleverly acquiring or forcefully seizing them. Cultivated with the secret techniques of 7 Insect Immortal Mountain, several kinds of spiritual insects had already matured. Changqi stopped outside one of the caves, looking at the dozen or so purple-black alien bees that were asleep inside. His eyes shone with a peculiar light, and he murmured to himself, "It's almost time." Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 171, Killing Third Update. Ask for monthly pass. Once the 9 yin miasma bees are matured and formed in scale, they can turn the tide in the world. Soul-searching Guangyuan? only fools like Qingfeng would fall into the hands of lower realm mortal cultivators. Once the 9 yin miasma bees are mature, the final battle will be against those lower realm mortal cultivators. With their vigorous destiny, they will surely elevate the 9 yin miasma bees to a higher level. As a true immortal descending, I shall be the leader of all immortals. Changqi had been lying low for a long time, spending his days with bizarre insects, turning his nature dark and cold. His eyes were gloomy and dull, making others loathe at first sight. He took out the purple bronze bell and gently shook it. Ding! The sound of the bell echoed, resounding through the caves. The spirit light spread, the spiritual energy vibrated, and the spiritual insects became agitated, hissing in a way that instilled fear. Changqi continuously shook the purple bronze bell, and its sound echoed. Some of these spiritual insects couldn't withstand it and burst open, their flesh devoured by their own kind. Others frantically consumed spiritual energy and various insect foods, their aura intensifying, becoming stronger. Unfortunately, the insect food made by Changqi was too little and quickly ran out. Changqi put away the purple bronze bell and shook his head. Although the purple insect bell can hasten the maturing of spiritual insects, it still requires a supply of insect food. Normal spiritual insect food is easy, but the 9 yin miasma bees, being a rare breed among spiritual insects, require spiritual medicine as the main ingredient mixed with various yin qi and poison mist, which are truly difficult to refine. Breeding spiritual insects is easy. With his experience as a reincarnated true immortal, he knows hundreds of methods. Refining insect food is also simple. But alas, it's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. The materials for refining insect food are rare, greatly limiting Changqi's speed of increasing his power. Changqi sighed and walked out of the cave. Deep in Longchuan, tens of miles away from the gate of 7 Insect Immortal Mountain, Lu Qingfeng stood within a hill, covered by a barrier which concealed his aura and form. Before him, an image was exactly the scene of the nearby 7 Insect Immortal Mountain. There was a youth in a black robe, his face full of gloom, clearly different from ordinary cultivators of immortal sex. He was tall and thin, with a purple bell hanging at his waist. It was Changqi. He even thinks of using me as a sacrifice for his insects. Then he shouldn't blame me for what comes next. Lu Qingfeng had arrived in Longchuan half a month earlier, locating the 7 Insect Immortal Mountain. However, due to the complexity of Longchuan, the outside world only knew so little about the 7 Insect Immortal Mountain. Thus, Lu Qingfeng did not rashly go to pay homage to the mountain, but stayed outside, using the Peeping Heaven and Earth Great method to investigate. With his cultivation level at Spirit Void Fusion Realm, even Changqi, the highest cultivator in 7 Insect Immortal Mountain, could not detect him. For half a month. Lu Qingfeng gained some understanding of 7 Insect Immortal Mountain and paid special attention to Changqi, indeed a reincarnated true immortal. His cultivation has also reached the Foundation Establishment and Body Tempering Realm. Lu Qingfeng did not know when Changqi descended to reincarnate or when he awakened his previous wisdom, but it must have been later than Changfeng. Although it had been 32 years since he killed Changfeng, managing to cultivate to the Body Tempering Realm, the speed was not slow, especially considering that he had to divide his attention to breed spiritual insects. Although Changqi's cultivation is only at the Body Tempering Realm, he has bred many spiritual insects. Among them, the 9 yin miasma bees are not yet fully mature and their scale is small. But once they mature, I fear they will be powerful enough to dominate the Spirit Void Realm. In addition to the 9 yin miasma bees, the blood jade centipede and the red-tailed earth scorpion are already mature, and the scale is not small. Lu Qingfeng felt somewhat fortunate that he had not rashly paid homage to the mountain. Otherwise, just these unpredictable bizarre insects would be enough trouble for him. I originally wanted to pay homage to the mountain, hoping to exchange spiritual objects or cultivation techniques and arts for a glance at the insect control manual. But since Changqi harbors intentions to kill, there's no need for such trouble. Lu Qingfeng chuckled. In fact, he had stayed outside the 7 Insect Immortal Mountain for half a month, just waiting for a justifiable reason to seize the secret technique. After all, Visiting uninvited to exchange for a glance at the secret technique, 7 Insect Immortal Mountain might not agree. Ultimately, like his previous visits to other immortal sects, it would have to be resolved by force. Now he felt much more comfortable. Chang-Chi wanted to kill him. Naturally, he couldn't let him be. A thunderous sweep is needed. Lu Qingfeng contemplated, then made up his mind. Setting off from this place, Lu Qingfeng utilized concealing techniques, heading towards 7 Insect Immortal Mountain. 7 days later, Chang-Chi finished refining the insect food and returned to the insect burrows. He placed different types of insect food in various burrows, holding the purple insect bell, preparing to commence the ritual. Suddenly, at this moment, Chang-Chi felt a sudden pang in his heart, and the odd insects he had refined in the burrows became restless. 18 blood jade centipedes flew out, ready to guard his sides. 36 red-tailed earth scorpions burrowed through the ground, rushing to protect their master. Who? Chang-Chi shouted explosively. But he saw 12 fiery fire divine banners suddenly appearing in the cramped burrow, quickly surrounding him. Whiz, whiz, whiz! More sounds of tearing through the air arose as dull, unremarkable iron talismans, 3,600 in total, embedded themselves everywhere around him. Soul-Searching Guangyuan? Although Chang-Chi had never seen this formation before, the battle between Guangyuanzi of Soul-Searching Temple and Changfengzi of Windfire Temple had once been widely known. Chang-Chi had paid much attention to it and recognized at a glance that this was indeed the fiery fire immortal array that Soul-Searching Guangyuan used to kill Changfengzi. For se hara ant eniets and jian los arais ants, visite and by arsant. Those densely packed black iron talismans were undoubtedly the 9 strategies Xuanhao talismans. Chang-Chi was furious, and even more frightened. Indeed, it's calamity that comes while one sits idle at home. He had no grudges with soul-searching Guangyuan. Where did Guangyuanzi get the courage to attack him, a reincarnated true immortal, on 7 Insect Immortal Mountain? Chang-Chi glared fiercely, seeing a figure appear outside the formation. The fierce fire obscured the view. Only a vague Daoist robe was visible, seemingly blue in color. Soul-searching Guangyuan, what is your purpose in sneaking into my 7 Insect Immortal Mountain? Chang-Chi angrily rebuked, while secretly communicating with the blood jade centipedes and red-tailed earth scorpions. Tonight, observing the heavenly phenomena, I divined that you, Chang-Chi, harbor harm against me. No need for sophistry, today you die. Lu Qingfeng did not wish to say more, and before his words even finished, he spurred the 12 Dutian fierce fire god flags, activating the immortal array immediately. Guangyuanzi, you malign me egregiously. Chang-Chi was both shocked and angry. Shocked that Lu Qingfeng had guessed his murderous intent, he was amazed at Lu Qingfeng's profound mastery of divination. Angry that Lu Qingfeng did not regard him at all, attacking to kill on sight, treating him, a reincarnated true immortal, like a mere straw man ripe for slaughter. In his shock and anger, Chang-Chi shook the purple insect bell, and immediately, odd insects attacked. Suppress! Lu Qingfeng was well prepared, forming a seal technique with his hands. The Duqian Fierce Fire Immortal Array suddenly expanded, directly covering the blood jade centipedes and red-tailed earth scorpions that were attacking him from all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The fierce fire was elusive. How could the just-matured odd insects contend with the fiery fire immortal array? In an instant, they were reduced to ash. Pfft! As the odd insects were destroyed, Chang-Chi was injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was about to speak again, but Lu Qingfeng was not listening. Rotate! Merge! The immortal array spun and merged, the surging fierce fire directly enveloping Chang-Chi. Within the fiery aura of the array, bursts of black light twinkled, and distant roars could faintly be heard. However, they were cut off by the formation's power, only reaching Lu Qingfeng's ears, sounding as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. Let alone to the outside of the insect burrow. Lu Qingfeng's surprise attack was successful, and the victory was instantly determined. He had reached Spirit Void Fusion Realm, while Chang-Chi was merely at Foundation Establishment and Body Refining. The two were vastly different by a whole major realm. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 172, Purple Insect Bell, 4th update, Seeking Monthly Pass. With all magical methods bestowed upon him, array flags and magic artifacts in hand, Lu Qingfeng was even daring enough to battle a Jidan true man. At this moment, with his realm suppression, it was even more effortless and relaxed. Back then, the once unmatched Chang Fengzi struggled to contend against such an immortal array, and Chang Chi, whose only noteworthy skill was his insect control technique, was more like a dog of clay. Less than a quarter of an hour had passed. Ah! A scream came from the array, and Lu Qingfeng waved his hand to withdraw the immortal array. 12 divine flags and 3,600 Xuanhao talismans flew back, returning to his sleeve. Where the array had been, the ground was scorched black by the fierce fire, with no sign of Changqi. Only a small purple bell, left undamaged, lay on the ground. Zichong Bell. This must be the magic artifact given by the Quenzhan Jinglei General of the 7-Insect Immortal Mountain. Lu Qingfeng advanced to pick up the bell, recalling Changqi's words he had overheard before, and recognized that this bell was called the Zichong Bell. Much of Changqi's insect control technique relied on this bell. Otherwise, neither the breeding of spiritual insects nor their domestication could be achieved in a short time. The Zichong Bell was extremely important. Humming. As soon as the Zichong Bell was in hand, it struggled and buzzed, attempting to break away. Lu Qingfeng firmly grasped it, rapidly saying, "By the permission of the upper god, Changqi harbored the intent to slay me. Putting him down was a last resort. This bell I shall only temporarily safeguard, and in 30 years it shall be returned to 7-Insect Immortal Mountain, ensuring that the teachings are not lost." The Zichong Bell was immensely significant to the lineage of the 7-Insect Immortal Mountain. For Lu Qingfeng, were he able to decipher and refine it in reality, cultivating his iron fire ants would be as if divinely assisted. Naturally, he did not wish for it to be taken away by the Quenzhan Jinglei General. For a moment, with a well-prepared speech rapidly delivered, the Zichong Bell struggled for a while, then eventually quieted down. "Thank you, Upper God." Lu Qingfeng, overjoyed, hastily offered his thanks. Immediately seizing the Zichong Bell, he then quickly left the 7-Insect Immortal Mountain. Not long after Lu Qingfeng's departure, a group of cultivators rushed into the insect lair, only to see nothing but the scorched remains of the fierce fire. Changqi was already nowhere to be found. Magical artifact, grade 8th rank. Description: a legacy magic artifact from the 7-Insect Immortal Mountain, an artifact of Insect Dao, handed down by the Upper Realm's Quenzhan Jinglei General, capable of maturing spiritual insects and controlling them. Zichong Bell. Holding the Zichong Bell, Lu Qingfeng's face showed a hint of a smile. Another 8th rank magical artifact obtained. This magical artifact was similar to the Xuanhao talismans in his hand, with a unique effect. The Xuanhao talismans are array Dao magical artifacts, used for setting up arrays. If they fell into the hands of a cultivator who does not comprehend arrays, they would be of little use. Reader support at Mempier made this translation possible. That year, when Lu Qingfeng offered it as a prize, Chang Fengzi was somewhat reluctant, for this reason. Although the Zichong Bell was not an array Dao magical artifact, it was an artifact for maturing and enslaving spiritual insects, refined by the insect control branch of cultivation. With the Zichong Bell in hand, Changqi was able to quickly cultivate dozens of types of spiritual insects. He had great aspirations, intending to traverse the world once he succeeded, dominating as the strongest. Sadly, he was targeted by Lu Qingfeng while still in hiding, and in the end, both his body and soul perished. A reincarnated true immortal, with all his opportunities disappeared, met the same fate as Chang Feng. As for the ancestor master of the 7-Insect Immortal Mountain, the Quenzhan Jinglei General, this Thunder General, like the Windfire Primordial Monarch, is clearly bound by some restriction or agreement, unable to take action in the lower realm. They can merely take back the magic artifacts given from above. Once the magic artifact is retrieved, the lower realm's inheritance will lack such an artifact, and it will immediately fall into a disadvantaged position. I will give it a limit of 30 years to return the purple insect bell to the 7-insect immortal mountain, which obviously plays right into the hands of the 7-insect ancestor master. Lu Qingfeng pondered. Through the wind and fire dual beads and the purple insect bell, these two sect magical artifacts, Lu Qingfeng had managed to glean some insights into the true faces of those upper realm immortals. Currently, it appears that these immortal gods care much about face and inheritance, and in secret, there are agreements or restrictions that prevent them from directly interfering in the affairs of the Changqing realm. With this knowledge, he could do much more in the Changqing realm. Ordinary cultivators might worry that if they go too far in the Changqing realm, once they ascend to the upper realm, old scores may be settled. But Lu Qingfeng was not afraid. With his talent, it was not certain that he could cultivate to the true immortal realm within Changqing realm, let alone ascend to the upper realm. In his next reincarnation, he would not be in the Changqing realm anymore. In the constant like sands lower realms, how could the Thunder Department god find Lu Qingfeng's reincarnated self? Therefore, having figured out the restrictions of the upper realm immortal gods, the shackles on Lu Qingfeng were lifted. No more hesitations. As for the soul-searching Guangyuan upper realm ancestor master, although the ancestor master's rank is not high, after all, he is a divine general and must have support. The Windfire primordial monarch, Qi Wenjian Jinglei general, and others are unlikely to vent their anger on the ancestor master due to mere lower realm conflicts. Even if they are narrow-minded and truly hold a grudge, the support behind the ancestor master will likely not abandon him. Lu Qingfeng's thoughts turned, and he suddenly smiled. He, a mere lower realm mortal cultivator, was actually worrying about the affairs of an upper realm ancestor master, truly overestimating his own importance. Perhaps whatever commotion occurs in the lower realm might only serve as casual conversation material for these upper realm immortal gods. It was only because he was in the thick of it that he saw it as a grave matter. Shaking his head, Lu Qingfeng chose not to dwell on these thoughts. Just having the purple insect bell is not enough. After storing the purple insect bell into his storage bag and traveling several dozen miles away from the 7-insect immortal mountain, Lu Qingfeng then summoned 12,960 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman to form a flying boat, leisurely heading toward the gate of the 7-insect immortal mountain. The purple insect bell was an unexpected joy. However, the goal of Lu Qingfeng's trip was the insect control technique of the 7-insect immortal mountain. There's no wall in the world that doesn't leak sound. Since 32 years ago, after killing Chang Fengzi, soul-searching Guangyuan had been in seclusion at General Ridge. However, 32 years later, his actions shocked the world once he made his move. Changqi of 7-insect immortal mountain? This Changqi has extraordinary fortune. Though he was not one of the first batch of true immortals to descend, he was one of the first to awaken his previous wisdom. His methods of controlling spiritual insects may not be presentable, but there is somewhat a Daoist skill in it. And he was actually killed by Guangyuanzi? Six-eyed heavenly gate. A trace of surprise showed on Lin Chao's face. Yu Yangzi furrowed his brows. Indeed, it's odd. Between 7-insect immortal mountain and soul-searching temple, there is still Zheng country and our six-eyed heavenly gate in between, usually having no bearing with each other. There has never been any intersection between soul-searching Guangyuan and Changqi of 7-insect immortal mountain. But according to the news from Longchuan, less than an hour before Guangyuanzi went to pay his respects at 7-insect immortal mountain, Changqi was killed in his insect cave. Within the insect cave, there were traces of fierce fire scorching, the same as the Dutian fierce fire immortal array that Guangyuanzi deployed when he killed Chang Fengzi back then. Connecting these two incidents together, it was undoubtedly Guangyuanzi who made the move. Upon hearing this, Lin Chao had a strange expression. To kill Changqi and then pay respects to the mountain less than an hour later? It seems that Guangyuanzi didn't intend to cover it up at all. Indeed, Guangyuanzi went to pay respects to get the secret of insect control from 7-insect immortal mountain. With the threatening might of having killed Changqi, 7-insect immortal mountain didn't dare to resist and handed over the secret technique directly. And then Guang Yuanzi left. Yu Yangzi mentioned this matter, and he couldn't help but think of the time when Lu Qingfeng came to visit and took their magic gate. Though he didn't witness Lu Qingfeng's actions at 7 Insect Immortal Mountain in person, with a few words, one could imagine. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 173, Strange Insect List. 5th update, request for monthly tickets. Guang Yuanzi is proficient in thunder skill and arrays. Why is he interested in the side door left Dao of the 7 Insect Immortal Mountain? Lin Chao shook his head. If he had focused on one path, he might have been able to lead the era for over 100 years. Being distracted with other concerns, he will eventually fade into anonymity. After instructing Yu Yangzi to withdraw, Lin Chao continued his seclusion and cultivation. Since Guang Yuanzi was neglecting his duties, he naturally had to work even harder and strive for rapid improvement before the era of the true immortals arrived in the Changqing realm, aiming to seize more benefits. The outside world was noisy, filled with discussions. Another battle achievement added to soul-searching. Guang Yuan attracted the sidelong glances of many cultivators, causing all the reincarnated true immortals to wonder and feel slightly apprehensive. Lu Qingfeng paid no heed to the turbulent era. After obtaining the insect control technique from the 7 Insect Immortal Mountain, he headed back to General Ridge. Cultivation technique, Strange Insect Heart Scripture. Grade, side door level. Description, authored by the Thunder Department's Qwen Jinglei General, the supreme inheritance of the 7 Insect Immortal Mountain, documenting 7,269 types of spiritual insects' characteristics and habits, including the methods to cultivate and tame 3,012 types of spiritual insects. Strange Insect Heart Scripture. Lu Qingfeng checked the attribute panel, flipped his hand, and a scroll of cultivation technique landed in his hand, the Strange Insect Heart Scripture. This was the foundational grand method of the 7 Insect Immortal Mountain. Not only did it record detailed information on over 7,000 spiritual insects, including their characteristics and habits, but it also encompassed the methods to cultivate and tame 3,000 of them. Although most of these were ordinary spiritual insects, about 300 could be termed as strange insects. Even ordinary spiritual insects, if cultivated properly and formed on a large scale, could enable cultivators to traverse the mortal realm effortlessly. Among over 7,000 spiritual insects, the 365 most powerful and bizarre ones were termed as strange insects. Even in the Strange Insect Heart Scripture, these 365 strange insects were ranked, called the Strange Insect List. Blood-jade centipedes and red-tailed earth scorpions that Lu Qingfeng fought in the insect cave built by Chang Qi in the 7 Insect Immortal Mountain were all listed on the Strange Insect List. Although they were at the bottom, they were not to be underestimated. It was only that Chang Qi's time of sacrifice and cultivation was insufficient, and the scale was still small. Otherwise, thousands of red-tailed earth scorpions, capable of burrowing and containing strange poison, swarming over would throw even Lu Qingfeng into disarray. The blood-jade centipedes could even affect the cultivator's bodily essence and catch one off guard. However, compared to these two strange insects, the immature 9-yin miasma bee ranked higher and was even more formidable. Strange insect. Grade ranked 96th on the Strange Insect List. Description: born in the 9-yin land, an ancient mutated bee species, black-purple in color, swarming, can spray purple miasma gas, instantly killing those stuck by it. Its tail's 9-yin bee stinger is even feared by the heavenly immortals. The grade of a spiritual insect cannot be evaluated by common standards or fixed cultivations. Depending on the conditions of growth, environment, resources, etc., the final result for the same type of spiritual insect can be vastly different. Moreover, since spiritual insects usually swarm, the grade of a single spiritual insect cannot measure the power of a swarm. But the fact that 9-yin miasma bee is ranked 96th on the strange insect list is enough to prove its fearsomeness. I didn't expect Changqi to have such an opportunity to find and successfully cultivate one of the top 100 ranked strange insects. Lu Qingfeng flipped his palm, revealing 7 or 8 insect eggs emitting a faint vitality. This was what Lu Qingfeng obtained from Changqi's insect cave after slaying him. As for the already hatched 9-yin miasma bees, they had been tamed by Changqi. Erasing Changqi's imprint and retaming them would be too strenuous for Lu Qingfeng. He simply chose to kill all the hatched 9-yin miasma bees and collected the eggs to try cultivating them in the future. After inspecting the 9-yin miasma bee eggs for a while, Lu Qingfeng finally stored them away and then flipped through the strange insect heart scripture he held. His purpose in going to the 7-insect immortal mountain to obtain the technique was not to cultivate strange insects in a game, but to find the methods to cultivate and tame the iron fire ants. Iron fire ants? Lu Qingfeng scrutinized one by one, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Found it! Strange insect. Iron fire ant. Love this story? Show your support on M9. Grade 99th on the strange insect list. Description: a ferocious insect that lives in groups, survives under harsh conditions, impervious to swords and spells, immune to most magic, capable of spewing black flames and morphing collectively. 99th place. Lu Qingfeng was thrilled. This ranking was only a few places below the 9-yin miasma bee and also within the top 100 of the strange insect list. It seemed that he had stumbled upon a treasure. He looked carefully. In the strange insect heart scripture, not only were various details of the iron fire ant recorded, but the latter part also included methods of nurturing and taming the iron fire ant. Perfect! Lu Qingfeng was overjoyed upon seeing this. Although he felt that the Changqing realm, with heritage from the upper realm, would have a more comprehensive and powerful insect control technique, there was no known method in reality for cultivating and taming iron fire ants, and it was uncertain whether such a method existed in the game. Lu Qingfeng was merely trying on a tentative basis. The final result was unexpectedly delightful, and Lu Qingfeng was also relieved. With the magic gate now available, in reality, he could finally incubate the 2 iron fire ant eggs and proceed with their cultivation and taming. If he could refine a simplified version of the purple bell in reality, perhaps in a few years, he could continuously harvest a substantial amount of refining crystals. At that time, not only for refining array plates but also other magic artifacts, he could incorporate refining crystals to enhance the quality. Not only that, iron fire ants are inherently ferocious insects, ranked 99th on the strange insect list. Once he could cultivate them on a large scale, Lu Qingfeng would also have an extra ace up his sleeve in reality. It's just a pity that even in the Changqing realm, iron fire ants are rare. Hastily, although the insect control technique was found, iron fire ants are difficult to locate. I can only become familiar with the strange insect heart scripture and carefully cultivate them in reality. Lu Qingfeng thought to himself. Iron fire ants, being among the top 100 ranked ferocious insects in the strange insect list, are hard to find in the Changqing realm. If they were easy to find, Changqi would have already gotten them. Thus, the idea of cultivating iron fire ants in the game to accumulate experience for reality was not feasible. However, fortunately, the difficulty in cultivating spiritual insects lies in the collection and refining of insect food, as well as the lengthy process. Specifically, cultivation and taming are actually not difficult. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng returned to General Ridge and started to improve his proficiency in refining iron fire ant insect food and cultivating the strange insect heart scripture. He was also refining the purple insect bell, striving to decode it as soon as possible. Time flew quickly in the game. In reality, Lu Qingfeng was also preparing. Sky Pit Mine. This is a natural mine containing common metals such as copper and iron. Originally under the control of Luoxia sect, it was later seized by the Red Rainbow sect. Following the destruction of the Red Rainbow sect, the Sky Pit Mine returned to the control of Luoxia sect. That day, Lu Qingfeng arrived riding on the iron-feathered flying eagle. Lu Qingyu came riding a crane, landing beside her elder brother. This is the Sky Pit Mine. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 174, Searching for a Location, Seeking Monthly Votes. Lu Qingfeng stood on the back of the iron-feathered flying eagle, overlooking the entire Sky Pit Mine. Indeed, the Sky Pit Mine lived up to its name, resembling a meteorite that had struck the heart of the magnificent mountains, creating a huge crater with an outward bursting appearance. Within the natural pit, there were numerous crisscrossing ravines. Among them were mines that went deep underground, as well as drainage ditches. Just months ago, thousands of miners worked here day and night, tirelessly extracting ores. The noise was unceasing. The place was bustling with activity. Ever since the turmoil in the Juyan mountain range, with the four sects fighting amongst themselves, the Sky Pit Mine was also affected. Thousands of miners were sent home, and now this vast mine was unusually silent. This place, Lu Qingfeng looked around, taking in the lay of the land of the Sky Pit Mine, and soon nodded with satisfaction. This is the place. Moving again? Lu Qingyu turned to look at his elder brother, his face filled with surprise. In these short years, they had lived on Silverhorn Mountain for over 3 years. Forced by the situation, they hid in an anonymous low mountain for a few months. Now, it seemed they had to change locations again. But Silverhorn Mountain had been so good. The mountains were beautiful, the waters clear, birds sang amidst fragrant flowers, the air was fresh and pleasant. Now, Lu Qingyu stared at the mine before him, then turned with eager eyes to his big brother. Of course, Lu Qingfeng would not live in the mine. He took Qingyu for a walk around the Sky Pit Mine, and they chose a mountaintop with decent spiritual energy to settle down. This mountaintop couldn't compare with the environment of Silverhorn Mountain, but it was still fine for ordinary cultivation. It was only 20 to 30 miles away from the Sky Pit Mine, and by riding an iron-feathered flying eagle or a white crane, one could pass over it with a single flap of wings, which was extremely convenient. Thus, the siblings settled down here. As for Lu Qingshan, at this moment, with the Red Rainbow Sect destroyed, the conflict between Demon Extermination Castle, Golden Wave Sect, and Luoxia Sect intensified for a month, and then gradually calmed down over the next month. With the conflict easing, Lu Qingshan returned to Luoxia Sect. Firstly, without the Red Rainbow Sect, Demon Extermination Castle and Golden Wave Sect did not have an absolute advantage over Luoxia Sect. Continuously acting against Luoxia Sect openly would also drag themselves into the quagmire of war, unable to extricate themselves, to their detriment. Secondly, Demon Extermination Castle and Golden Wave Sect initially planned to join Red Rainbow Sect in eradicating Luoxia Sect, the most formidable force at the moment. Afterwards, with the two sects growing stronger and the Red Rainbow Sect weakened due to their losses in the 100 Herbs Garden, even if Luoxia Sect were removed, they would have to lie low for some time. During this period, with Luoxia Sect gone and Red Rainbow Sect weakened, the two sects would certainly take the initiative within the Juyan Mountain Range territory. For Charister sheets and glossaries, visit MV-MWAR. However, now that the Red Rainbow Sect was unexpectedly destroyed, if they continued to battle incessantly with Luoxia Sect, the strength of the Juyan Mountain Range would be greatly diminished. Even if they paid a heavy price to eradicate Luoxia Sect, the strength of the two sects would also be weakened. Merely relying on the weakened two sects to defend the vast territory of the Juyan Mountain Range was impractical. Instead of this, it would be better to call a truce, focus on digesting the industries left behind by the disintegration of Red Rainbow Sect, and assimilate the gains from the expedition to 100 Herbs Garden. Large-scale conflicts, in the blink of an eye, were left with only sporadic skirmishes. After the Great Chaos, the attention on Lu Qingfeng had diminished significantly, let alone on Lu Qingshan. Therefore, when Lu Qingshan asked to return to Luoxia Sect to continue his cultivation, Lu Qingfeng nodded and agreed. With his current strength, he truly feared no miscreants. At least within the 10,000 miles of the Juyan Mountain Range, Even if faced with a spirit void practitioner, he dared to engage in battle. Settling down on a small mountain, Lu Qingyu named it Peak Rain Mountain, finally fulfilling his wish. On Peak Rain Mountain, Lu Qingfeng was instructing Qingyu in cultivation when Wang Yuan hurried over. Subordinate pays respects to Elder Lu. Wang Yuan stepped forward to pay his respects. Lu Qingfeng nodded slightly and looked at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan took out dozens of jade boxes and several small cloth bags from his storage bag and said respectfully, "These 48 jade boxes contain 42 types of top-level medicinal materials and 6 first-rank spiritual medicines. Some were directly excavated from the sect's medicine garden, while others were purchased externally. All can be transplanted and cultivated. According to Elder Lu's request, many seeds of low, medium, and high-grade medicinal materials have also been collected. Elder Guchen heard that Elder Lu was searching for spirit medicine seeds and specially ordered someone to send over 3 portions of first rank and 1 portion of second rank spirit medicine seeds." Wang Yuan laid out the jade boxes and cloth bags, introducing each one by one. Before Lu Qingfeng could speak, Qingyu, listening on the side, flashed a sly look in his eyes and teasingly said to his big brother, "I heard that Elder Guchen often mentions Big Brother with words of praise to everyone she meets, seemingly quite fond of you. Now that Big Brother is searching for medicinal plant seeds, she has even generously gifted spirit medicine seeds, which shows the rumors must be true. Big Brother, why not consider it and find yourself a sister-in-law?" Wang Yuan kept his head down, unperturbed as if he heard nothing. Only Qingyu could speak of such rumors about Elder Lu right in front of Lu Qingfeng. He didn't dare to say more. However, if his Elder Lu and Elder Guchen became Dao companions, their union would immediately become the biggest faction within Luoxia sect. But Wang Yuan stole a glance at Lu Qingfeng, then shook his head mentally. But Elder Lu has always been devoted to the way, meditating behind closed doors. Although Luoxia sect and the entire Juyan Mountain range have no shortage of female cultivators who throw themselves at him, he has turned them all away. Elder Guchen is not lacking in looks, and her alchemy accomplishment is also decent. But she is probably not to Elder Lu's liking. Moreover, he had heard that within the sect, Elder Miao Yin seems to share some ambiguous relations with his Elder Lu. Wang Yuan kept his head down, his thoughts spinning rapidly. Lu Qingfeng glanced at Qingyu, who was trying to stifle a laugh, and shook his head, saying, "As fellow sect members, Elder Guchen's kindness should not be made light of by wild talk." Upon hearing this, Qingyu laughed with a hee-hee. Lu Qingfeng smiled and took a jade bottle from his storage bag, handing it over to Wang Yuan while saying, "This bottle contains 4 vibrant sun pills. Take 3 to Elder Guchen and tell her these were recently refined by Lu and invite her to appraise them." Was this a rejection of Elder Guchen's kindness, or was it an exchange of favors to deepen connections? Wang Yuan couldn't figure it out. He accepted the Dan bottle and looked up to ask, "There are 4 elixir pills in the bottle, 3 to be gifted to Elder Guchen. May I know where to send the remaining one?" Wang Yuan, grasping the jade bottle, felt the elixir pills lightly jostle inside, catching wafts of the pill fragrance, and envied. Such pills were surely entry-level spirit pills. It made sense, too. The seeds gifted by Elder Guchen were only spirit medicine seeds, but they included 3 different types of first-rank spirit medicine seeds, as well as 1 second-rank spirit medicine seed. To a cultivator skilled in nurturing spiritual medicines, it's a constant stream of first-rank and second-rank spiritual medicines. The value is naturally precious. If Elder Lu allowed him to give the pills as a return gift, how could any pills not on par be worthy? But it left him wondering, how potent were these vibrant sun pills, and who would receive the remaining one? Could it be Elder Miao Yin? Wang Yuan speculated in his mind, looking towards Lu Qingfeng. However, Lu Qingfeng, smiling, did not directly answer him, but instead explained the effects of the vibrant sun pills. Vibrant sun pills are first-rank spirit pills, capable of directly increasing true yuan, sparing ordinary energy introduction cultivators years of hard work. The name originates from the notion of the bright sun shining high, meaning that upon consumption, all hidden sicknesses and risks are dispelled like under the universal sunlight. Thus, for true Qi realm cultivators aiming for foundation establishment, It also has extraordinary effects. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 175, Granting the Monthly Votes. Elixir Vibrant Sun Pill. Derivation technique 5 times enhancement. Description: when consumed by a cultivator in the energy introduction realm, it can replace years of arduous cultivation. For cultivators at the peak of true Qi realm, there is a certain chance to achieve a breakthrough in foundation establishment. Wang Yuan, listening to Lu Qingfeng's introduction of the Vibrant Sun Pill, couldn't help but swallow. Before he met Lu Qingfeng, he had already reached the 8th layer of the true Qi realm. After 4 years of rigorous cultivation, he had reached the peak of true Qi realm. If he could obtain a Vibrant Sun Pill, perhaps... With this thought, Wang Yuan suddenly remembered what Elder Lu had mentioned earlier, which seemed profound, and he had not directly replied about the whereabouts of the remaining Vibrant Sun Pill. Could it be? Wang Yuan abruptly looked up, saw the smile on Elder Lu's face, and his heart immediately started thumping wildly. The big brother means that 3 Vibrant Sun Pills are gifted to Elder Guqin. The last one goes to Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang has been busy these past few years, and Big Brother has long wanted to show his appreciation. Apart from the 3 sent to Elder Guqin, Uncle Wang is the first to receive this time. Lu Qingyu, standing beside, saw that Wang Yuan had guessed yet couldn't believe it, and immediately said with a smile, "This." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's mind went blank. He turned his head to look at Lu Qingfeng again, saw Elder Lu nodding slightly. Wang Yuan could no longer suppress the joy in his heart, and hastily knelt down, his voice trembling. "Subordinate, your subordinate thanks the elder. Get up." Lu Qingfeng waved his sleeve, and immediately a breeze helped Wang Yuan to his feet. Wang Yuan was dumbfounded, and didn't even know how he left Peak Rain Mountain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he tightened his grip. The Dan bottle containing 4 Vibrant Sun Pills was in his hand. Really? Wang Yuan then came back to his senses. Everything was real. Lu Qingyu watched Wang Yuan leave and puzzledly said, "Big brother, it's just 1 first-rank elixir pill. Isn't Uncle Wang's reaction a bit too much?" Lu Qingfeng responded with a soft laugh. "This is you being blissfully unaware. Ordinary cultivators, especially those in the true Qi realm, where do they get elixir pills? Even top-level elixir pills are carefully budgeted before one can afford to buy them. Entry-level spirit pills are nowhere to be found and unaffordable. Alchemists are rare in the world, so are spirit pills, and yet true Qi realm cultivators are in abundance." Within the Luoxia sect, the majority of true Qi realm cultivators, after transitioning from disciples to deacons, are often stifled by limited resources and struggle to break through the peak of true Qi realm. With the Vibrant Sun Pill, Wang Yuan has a greater chance than hundreds, nearly 1,000 deacons in the Luoxia sect, to break through into foundation establishment. Of course, it's a surprise. Lu Qingfeng explained to Qingyu, while also feeling a bit emotional. Cultivators like Wang Yuan are too numerous. Clearly having set foot on the path of cultivation, yet due to various reasons, they can only look on helplessly from outside. It's truly lamentable. However, amongst the countless true Qi realm cultivators, how many could get access to a Vibrant Sun Pill? Even foundation establishment and spirit void practitioners find medicinal herbs and elixir pills insufficient. How many could be allotted to true Qi realm cultivators? Wang Yuan is fortunate to have met him. Although the Vibrant Sun Pill is a first-rank spirit pill, like the Foundation Establishment Pill, it has a miraculous effect on cultivation foundation establishment. Its value far exceeds ordinary first-rank elixir pills. Lu Qingfeng has enhanced its formula 5 times, and the Vibrant Sun Pills he refined, although inferior to similarly enhanced foundation establishment pills. But Wang Yuan's root bone is far superior to Lu Qingfeng's. With 1 Vibrant Sun Pill, the chance of establishing foundation is at least 60 to 70% certain. He might not yet realize the real potency of the vibrant sun pill. Lu Qingfeng chuckled inwardly. Wang Yuan's delight stems from acquiring a first-rank spirit pill, hopeful for foundation establishment. This hope, in Wang Yuan's view, only slightly increased his own chances through arduous cultivation from less than 10 to about 20%. If Wang Yuan knew that swallowing one vibrant sun pill gave him a 60 to 70% chance of foundation establishment, I'm afraid my heart is going to act irregularly. It's detrimental to cultivation. That's why Lu Qingfeng didn't tell directly. One vibrant sun pill could almost enable him to achieve foundation establishment. In the Luoxia sect and the Juyun mountain range, a lot of things are inadequate with just the true Qi realm cultivation. Advancing to foundation establishment makes things much more convenient. Help us out by reading on MVLEM 5PYR. It took Lu Qingfeng over 4 years for Wang Yuan. Over these years, he has observed his capabilities and loyalty. One vibrant sun pill is not a big deal for him. If one is not enough for Wang Yuan to establish foundation, Lu Qingfeng would bestow even more, until Wang Yuan achieves foundation establishment. It's rare to have a subordinate who meets one's expectations, and it would be a pity if he becomes old in 3 to 4 decades due to cultivation limitations. No wonder there are so many disciples and deacons in the Luoxia sect, yet there are only a dozen foundation establishment cultivators. Lu Qingyu suddenly realized this after listening. She had always been by her brother's side, never lacking miraculous medicines and spiritual pills, completely unaware of the human suffering. It was only recently from Wang Yuan's reaction that she became aware. Lucky for Uncle Wang to have met Big Brother. I met Big Brother from the womb. I'm even luckier, Lu Qingyu said with a laugh, then stepped forward and hugged her brother's arm. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh at her words. Nonsense, we are not twins. How could we meet in the womb? Lu Qingyu hummed. When Mother was pregnant with me, didn't Big Brother see? Inside that belly was me. Seeing me inside, naturally, I met Big Brother. Lu Qingyu said a bunch of twisted logic, making Lu Qingfeng laugh and nod in agreement. Lu Qingyu then was satisfied, loosening the hold on her big brother's arm, her eyes blinking as she asked with pursed lips. Elder Gu Qin gave Big Brother the spirit medicine seeds, and Big Brother reciprocated with the vibrant sun pill. This exchange of gifts, could it be fostering a relationship? Did I guess right? It must be because Uncle Wang was present. Big Brother feels embarrassed to admit it. Lu Qingyu crossed her arms, her expression smirking. Nonsense. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Why give her such a precious pill as the vibrant sun pill instead of just an ordinary first-grade spirit pill? Lu Qingyu was skeptical. Lu Qingfeng, helpless, had to explain. The vibrant sun pill has miraculous effects for true Qi realm cultivators to establish foundation. How many are at the peak of the true Qi realm in Luoxia sect? If there are enough vibrant sun pills, it's enough to advance many foundation establishment great cultivators in a short time. By gifting Elder Gu Qin the vibrant sun pill, I'm essentially revealing the effects of vibrant sun pills to the Luoxia sect through her. Huh? Lu Qingyu listened and didn't joke anymore, listening attentively. Lu Qingfeng continued, we still need to stay in the Juyun mountain range for nearly 100 years. The stronger the Luoxia sect is, the fewer troubles there will be. Vibrant sun pills can help Luoxia sect produce many more foundation establishment cultivators, establishing a dominant position in the Juyun mountain range. This is the simplest and most effective method. As for whether the powerful Luoxia sect would ever betray and turn against their benefactor, these melodramatic scenarios, with a little thought, one would know they are impossible. With no conflicts of interest, why would the Luoxia sect want to sever ties with Dan and artifact double extreme Lu Qingfeng? Not to mention, they wouldn't offend him. They would even go out of their way to curry favor. Like the spirit stones that Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu obtained in 100 Herbs Garden, although handed over to the Luoxia sect for safekeeping, neither Zhao Yuan nor the 3 supreme elders would let anyone touch these spirit stones at all. Several hundred to 1,000 spirit stones, they can't compare to a Master Lu. Moreover, not every cultivator is entirely selfish. Lu Qingyu, tilting her head, looked again at her big brother and hesitated. Big Brother's feelings towards Elder Gu Qin. Before she could finish, Seeing her big brother pretend to be angry, she quickly changed the subject, pointing to the spirit medicine seeds and medicinal plant seeds brought by Wang Yuan. Big brother didn't come to Sky Pit Mine to plant spirit medicines, did he? To plant medicines in a mine, that would be laughed at if it gets out. Lu Qingyu covered her face, eyes wide open. Plant what medicine in a mine? Lu Qingfeng waved his hand, gathering all the seeds into a storage bag. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 176, Jumang Demon God, Bonfli Pass. Lu Qingfeng, of course, couldn't cultivate spiritual medicines in the mines. However, Peak Rain Mountain was entirely possible. The spiritual energy of this mountain was not as abundant as that of Silverhorn Mountain, but with meticulous conditioning and the deployment of a few gathering spirit and purification arrays, it could become one of the few distinguished spiritual mountains in the Juyun Mountain Range in a matter of years. While Lu Qingfeng was leading Qingyu in establishing a cave dwelling on the mountain, he also began to clear land for a medicine garden. Cultivating medicinal herbs was not easy, and cultivating spiritual medicines was even more difficult. Lu Qingfeng segregated ordinary medicinal herbs from spiritual medicines, opening up 2 separate medicine gardens in total. Then he laid down array restrictions such as spring breeze and rain, gathering spiritual energy, and regulating earth energy in the medicine gardens. Instantly, they became 2 excellent medicine gardens. As soon as the seeds arrived, he began to cultivate. Cultivating medicinal herbs and spiritual medicines on his own was not a whim. Back in the Red Smoke realm, Lu Qingfeng had gradually come into contact with this craft. After arriving in the Changqing realm, where spiritual medicines were scarce, he paid even more attention. Over the years, he wasn't considered an expert, but at the very least, he could make the seeds sprout, and the spiritual medicines would not die. With solid basic skills, that was enough. As for the rest, come forth. Lu Qingfeng planted the seeds and transplanted the medicinal herbs and spiritual medicines. With a thought, a demon god burst forth from within him. Green as bamboo, with a bird's body and a human face, standing upon 2 dragons. It was none other than the Jumang Demon God. After overturning Qiyun Peak, Lu Qingfeng returned to rest and recuperate in the nameless small mountain. He obtained iron fire ant eggs and later came to Peak Rain Mountain to clear the land. Carefully counting the time, 2 months had already passed. During this time, although Lu Qingfeng hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, he gradually visualized and condensed the dispersed Jumang Demon God once again. The Jumang Demon God stepped out, landing in the medicine garden. Its feet stood upon roaring dragons, exhaling green glints. The demon god pressed down with its claws and spewed out a mist of green fog. The mist enveloped the medicine garden, radiating joy and pleasure, with a dense vitality pervading the air. Under the cover of the mist, the seeds of the medicinal herbs that had just been planted rapidly took root and sprouted. In just a few blinks of an eye, they were fast approaching maturity. The transplanted medicinal herbs also swiftly recovered from their wilted state, regaining vigor. The Jumang demon god alone continuously exhaled a green fog, its form gradually dimming. When its divine body became both bright and dim, nearly dissipating, Lu Qingfeng finally flicked out half coin of heavenly silver. The Jumang demon god swallowed it in one bite, collided into Lu Qingfeng's body, merged into the divine body, and focused on refining the heavenly silver, repairing the loss. Lu Qingfeng walked forward and saw the verdant and vibrant medicinal herbs in this medicine garden, feeling joyful for a moment. The Jumang demon god. Mastering the Tao of wood, there is no better use for it than for cultivating medicinal herbs. Of course, this was also because Lu Qingfeng had enhanced the 12 heavenly demon god skill to the mysterious level, allowing such marvelous utility. The Jumang demon god, cultivated by Fiery Fire Wanderer through practicing side door cultivation technique, could only assist in battle, and could certainly not achieve such a marvelous use of ripening medicinal herbs. the Jumang demon god. Lu Qingfeng sensed that the Jumang demon god was resting within him, contemplating in silence. With the Jumang demon god, cultivating medicinal herbs was simply too easy. With one breath of green mist, the whole garden of medicinal herbs flourished with fragrance. The effect was significant. However, the consumption of the Jumang demon god itself was also substantial. After all, such rapid maturation of medicinal herbs drained the Jumang demon god of its original essence. Aside from Lu Qingfeng's slow cultivation and absorption of the thoughts of all heaven's demon gods to facilitate its recovery, the only thing that could quickly restore the Jumang demon god at this stage was heavenly silver. The former took an extremely long time. With the just expenditure of the Jumang demon god, it would take Lu Qingfeng at least a month to fully recover it. The latter excels in divine speed. As long as there's heavenly silver, a night's time is enough for recovery. But the consumption of heavenly silver is rather huge. Every 3 times would consume 1 tael of heavenly silver. A rough estimate would equate to approximately 33 spirit stones per use. Lu Qingfeng's earnings in Upper Sun Country for a year amounted to only 12 taels of heavenly silver, not even enough for 36 uses by the Jumang demon god. 1 use per month? That's not bad. No need to waste heavenly silver. Lu Qingfeng is just accustomed to being extravagant in Changqing realm. In reality, where would he get so much heavenly silver to squander? Lu Qingfeng gazed towards the medicine garden. He saw the medicinal materials that had just been planted in the medicine garden were already taking root and sprouting, saving roughly a year's time. Following this trend, in no more than a year, he would be able to procure 10 years' worth of medicinal materials from a 5-acre medicine garden. The medicinal materials needed for my cultivation elixirs can mostly be obtained from Luoxia sect. However, there are a few herbs that are difficult to cultivate, which even Luoxia sect has trouble obtaining. There are also 7 or 8 kinds of medicinal materials needed for refining the iron fire ant insect food that typical gardens and medicine gardens are unwilling to cultivate or simply do not have. For now, I can only be self-sufficient, but it's still necessary for Luoxia sect to try their best to collect them or assign someone to cultivate them, as that is the righteous sect way. The cultivation of these common medicinal herbs now is merely to address an urgent need. Lu Qingfeng mused thoughtfully. This content is presented by M4. Before achieving foundation establishment, he never considered the idea of cultivating medicinal herbs. Now, having established his foundation and having visualized and summoned the Jumang demon god, he can finally cultivate on his own. But good steel should be used on the blade's edge. Common medicinal herbs are not worthy of the Jumang demon god's intervention, only spiritual medicine. Based on the experience from the game, at the foundation establishment stage, a full-force effort by the Jumang demon god could cause a spirit medicine seed to instantly grow into a 100-year-old spiritual medicine. 100-year-old spiritual medicine, used in alchemy, is much better than a few decades' worth of spiritual medicine. It would be a pity not to utilize the divine power of the Jumang demon god. Thus, Lu Qingfeng sought out 9 kinds of the hardest to collect and most precious spiritual medicine, either as seeds or transplanted, to be cultivated. In this way, with the remaining spiritual herbs collected by the Luoxia sect and combined with his own cultivation, Lu Qingfeng can continuously refine elixir pills and iron fire ant insect food. After arranging the medicine garden, Lu Qingfeng began to set up array formation restrictions and arrays on Peak Rain Mountain. He had studied array formation restrictions for more than 100 years in Changqing realm. With the help of heavenly silver, he had made rapid progress and had long been an expert. He hadn't set them up before because his cultivation was shallow, and he was worried about others linking it to the incident with the 100 Herbs garden break-in. Now that his cultivation had broken through to foundation establishment, he feared nothing in the Juyun mountain range. Planning to settle here for the long term, he no longer concealed his abilities. Layer upon layer of law prohibitions in one array after another. Lu Qingfeng did his utmost to turn Peak Rain Mountain into an impregnable fortress and a den of fierce beasts. A gathering spirit array enveloped it, slowly but steadily accumulating the surrounding spiritual energy. The Gathering Spirit Array obtained from Heavenly Monarch Array Dao True Interpretation may not be said to surpass the level of the entire 3 mountains and 9 waters, but at the very least, in the Juyin Mountain range, there's nothing that can match it. Given time, the unremarkable Peak Rain Mountain is bound to become the #1 spiritual mountain of the Juyin Mountain range. Behind Peak Rain Mountain, there is also the Sky Pit Mine. Different from Peak Rain Mountain, the Sky Pit Mine is where Lu Qingfeng cultivates the iron fire ants. Iron fire ants have stringent environmental requirements. Their habitat must have various copper and iron minerals. It must be a scorching place like magma, earth, fire, and the like. Lu Qingfeng acquired the Sky Pit Mine from Luoxia sect. With his status in Luoxia sect, and considering the value of the newly refined Vibrant Sun Pill, the mere Sky Pit Mine was something Luoxia sect was more than happy to hand over. Thus, Lu Qingfeng went to the Sky Pit Mine, connected to the underground magma earth fire with array formations, and also drew the essence of the sun from the sky above, transforming it into a sparse, true sun flame. In such an environment, as long as there is sufficient copper and iron ore, mixed with specially made insect food, after the iron fire ant eggs hatch, they will surely grow rapidly and reach maturity and form a scale. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableversodio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 177, Cultivating Iron Fire Ants, first update, seeking monthly passes. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Taoyuan Peak, where the Golden Wave sect's gate was located. Sect leader Jinju Xiao sat at the center, with elders standing solemnly below him, respectfully reporting, "Recently, the Luoxia sect has consecutively promoted 3 foundation establishment cultivators, one of whom is called Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was originally the deacon of the Silverhorn Mountain Medicine Garden of the Luoxia sect. Following Lu Qingfeng's arrival at Silverhorn Mountain, he started to follow Lu Qingfeng. Initially having average talent, yet he managed to stand out among the many true Qi realm cultivators of the Luoxia sect, which suggests he must be highly regarded by Lu Qingfeng. After several clandestine tracking attempts, I finally discovered that Wang Yuan indeed still has dealings with Lu Qingfeng. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng is hiding on a small peak not far from the Sky Pit Mine. Concerned about alarming the enemy, I did not rashly reveal myself after confirming his location and have come to report back. Ever since the upheaval in the Juyin Mountain range and the beginning of the overt and covert struggles among the 4 sects, Lu Qingfeng, along with Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingyu, fled to the deep mountains. Firstly, Demon Extermination Castle lost Silverhorn Mountain. Subsequent investigations by the 3 other sects never located Lu Qingfeng. 2 months ago, when the conflict subsided, Lu Qingfeng then settled in the Peak Rain Mountain next to the Sky Pit Mine. Wang Yuan, a mere true Qi Realm deacon, was not noteworthy. But a month ago, after refining the Vibrant Sun Pill, he advanced to Foundation Establishment. Suddenly, he stood out from the many inconspicuous true Qi Realm practitioners of the Luoxia sect. Following this lead, the whereabouts of Lu Qingfeng were no longer a secret. Lu Qingfeng, Jinju Xiao's eyes revealed a contemplative look. He turned to an old man standing by his side and asked, "Elder son, how do you think we should deal with this boy?" This elder son, whose name was Sun Li, was one of the 2 supreme elders of the Golden Wave sect with body-refining realm cultivation. More than his cultivation, what Jinju Xiao valued even more were his wisdom and meticulous thinking. He was largely relied upon for significant affairs. Sun Li's face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes appeared murky, but occasional flashes of sharpness showed he was not to be trifled with. Hearing Jinju Xiao's question, Sun Li pondered for a moment, then spoke with a light chuckle. "The Luoxia sect may remain, but Lu Qingfeng cannot." Upon hearing this, the elder who had reported the news immediately wore a serious expression. "The Luoxia sect may remain, but Lu Qingfeng cannot." Jinju Xiao repeated softly, a smile appearing on his face. Sky Pit Mine. This was a mine deeply recessed into the earth. Most of the minerals were located deep underground, where there was an abundant supply of copper and iron ore, and occasionally precious minerals like gold and silver could be found. Right in the middle of the mine, there was an array that connected heaven and earth, inside which flames surged wildly. A figure walked leisurely through it, and wherever he went, the flames parted ways to create a path. It was indeed Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng arrived in front of a cave that was empty. Before long, a faint sound arose. Two black ants, each only as long as a segment of a finger, skimmed through the air, scurrying out from the ground, and appeared in the cave. Upon seeing Lu Qingfeng, they joyfully pounced towards him. Lu Qingfeng smiled and extended his palm. The two black ants landed on Lu Qingfeng's palm and playfully frolicked, seeking his affection. These were the Iron Fire ants. It took 2 months of time. First, he arranged the Peak Rain Mountain and the Sky Pit Mine. Then he carefully hatched 2 Iron Fire ant eggs and constructed the Refining God Array using the methods from the Strange Insect Heart scripture. 2 months later, the pair of Iron Fire ant eggs finally hatched 3 days ago. Through the Refining God Array, they were tamed and controlled by Lu Qingfeng. The Iron Fire ants, as soon as they hatched, possessed no small might. They could fly in the sky and burrow in the ground, capable of anything. Iron Fire ants. Lu Qingfeng looked at the 2 black ants in his hand, feeling their joy. The fierce and terrifying Iron Fire ants in the hands of Lu Qingfeng surprisingly behaved in such a manner. If Lu Rong saw this, he would surely be astounded. Lu Qingfeng quietly watched the 2 Iron Fire ants as they frolicked. On their bodies, wisps of faint black flame flickered. Lu Qingfeng pinched one with his hand, feeling the fiery heat of the black flame as well as the strength of the Iron Fire ants. He used quite a bit of force, and yet he could only feel their hardness, unable to inflict any harm on the Iron Fire ants. Truly worthy of being Iron Fire ants. Lu Qingfeng was pleased internally. These were just newly hatched Iron Fire ants, nominally mature, but in reality there was still much potential to be unearthed. Chapter, provided via MV-LAT. Even now, their strength wasn't even 1% of the Iron Fire ants at their peak. Iron Fire ants at their peak strength, even if a Jidon true man took action, would find it very difficult to destroy their divine bodies. Originally puzzled, Lu Qingfeng, having obtained the Strange Insect Heart scripture and after personally breeding them, came to know of such defensive power of the Iron Fire ants. It was indeed as it should be. First of all, Iron Fire ants are mutant species, ranked 99th on the strange insect list. Secondly, Iron Fire ants feed on copper and iron ore, forging steel-like bodies. Lastly, they are refined and tempered by magma earth fire, digesting the copper and iron to construct their bodies. Thus, even such small Iron Fire ants could possess such defense. Lu Qingfeng fed them refined insect food, and specially chose a mining area, allowing the 2 Iron Fire ants to freely devour copper and iron ores. Additionally, with the magma earth fire and the true sun flame from the heavens drawn over, the Iron Fire ants grew rapidly. Although they hadn't reached their peak yet, ordinary energy introduction and condensed liquid realm practitioners could not easily destroy them. It was just 2 Iron Fire ants, which really wasn't significant in scale. Nor were they poisonous strange insects. Their fierce reputation all stemmed from being part of an Iron Fire ant swarm. A single Iron Fire ant, or even less than thousands, were not enough to be feared. Only when they formed a considerable scale, gathered in groups or tens of thousands, did they truly become terrifying. Black flames joined together to form a massive force. Tens of thousands of Iron Fire ants formed spears and broadswords, traversing the void with great speed and considerable sturdiness. Iron Fire ants, gnawing and biting, would break through any defense. 2 Iron Fire ants. What a pity they are both female ants. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. 2 female ants naturally couldn't breed. Lu Qingfeng had hatched 2 Iron Fire ant eggs, but couldn't expand the scale of the Iron Fire ants. With just 2 Iron Fire ants, the amount of refining crystals they could produce was insignificant. Although Iron Fire ants are mutant strange insects, they are still ants after all, with fast reproduction and short cycles. It wouldn't be difficult to make 2 female ants lay eggs and form a significant scale of Iron Fire ants. Lu Qingfeng pondered, it's also possible to let the Iron Fire ants go out, find male ants to mate on their own, and then come back to lay eggs. Through the connection between the same species, it wasn't difficult for ironfire ants to find their swarm. Qingfeng couldn't move the ironfire ant swarm, but he could let the female ants mate and then come back to lay eggs. Thus, his only concern was that there were no ironfire ant swarms in the surrounding Earth Realm or Julian Mountain range, or that the two ironfire ants might die en route while searching for their swarm. It's still necessary to cultivate the ironfire ants to be strong to reduce the chance of them dying outside. This period is not long. The breeding cycle of ironfire ants was already faster than other strange insects. Ample insect food and copper and iron ore could shorten half the time. If a purple insect bell could be refined, it would reduce half the time again. The original effects of the purple insect bell were heaven-defying, simplified later. It only limits the upper growth of cultivated strange insects. But before ironfire ants reach a certain level, it has miraculous effects. After thinking for a moment, Qingfeng placed the two ironfire ants back into the cave and left the sky pit mine. Peak Rain Mountain. 2 months had passed, with little change. Qingyu was cultivating in his cave dwelling. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 178, Injury. Request for Monthly Pass. In recent days, she has been remarkably diligent, resolved to catch up with Lu Qingshan. Not only was her cultivation effort intense, but she often consulted Lu Qingfeng about challenges in cultivation. Her progress in cultivation was much faster than before. Apart from cultivation, she tended 2 medicine gardens at Peak Rain Mountain for Lu Qingfeng, which served as a cultivation of sentiment and a shift in focus. Alchemy, artifact refining, or studying array formation restrictions were also excellent shifts in focus during the cultivation downtime. Unfortunately, first, Qingyu's root bone was limited, and she didn't have much time to delve into alchemy and artifacts or the way of arrays. After all, whether it was alchemy, artifact refining, or array formation restrictions, all required extensive time to study. If Qingyu were to dive deep into these, she might delay her cultivation progress. Secondly, she did not have a talent for these aspects. After trying for some time without any progress, she simply gave them up. Previously, she rode a white crane around the Julian Mountain range to relieve the monotony of her cultivation. Recently, the situation in the Julian Mountain range was tense, and Qingyu had been restless for a long time. Now that the situation was slightly relaxed, she was not in a hurry to go out. Partly because it was still not very safe, and more so because she felt that taking care of the herbal and spiritual medicine was also helping her elder brother. Though it was laborious, she found joy in it. When Lu Qingfeng returned to Peak Rain Mountain and saw Qingyu cultivating in the cave dwelling, he nodded slightly and turned to check on the 2 medicine gardens. In the gardens, the spiritual medicine and common herbs were lush and vigorous. Naturally, this was not Qingyu's merit. It was because the Jumang demon god would perform divine skills daily to ripen the spiritual medicine and herbs. Once a day, without fully exerting himself, the Jumang demon god could recover overnight. This ensured his strength wouldn't be severely compromised, and he could keep up with Lu Qingfeng's progress in cultivation. The condition of the 2 medicine gardens was excellent, although it was Jumang demon god's accomplishment. Seeing the gardens being well managed, weed-free, and orderly, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but smile. Qingyu always thought about helping him, and she must be quite proud of her efforts now. Returning to the cave dwelling, Lu Qingfeng sat down to cultivate. After several months of recuperation, there remained some residual backlash from upsetting Qiyun Peak. He would need at least another month to fully recover. The Demon Dao method, even when advanced to divine skills, still majorly backfires. I held back a lot, but still, it took nearly half a year of recuperation to eliminate the backlash injuries. Half a year's delay in my cultivation. Feeling the unhealed injuries inside him, Lu Qingfeng inwardly shook his head. He originally thought that once he recovered, he could follow the law and deal with Demon Extermination Castle and Golden Wave Sect. Now, it seems he needs to plan carefully to find a better method. At least one that is harmless to himself. The Demon Dao methods are cunning and powerful, but come at a great cost. The Nine Heavens Talisman Inverting Heaven and Earth technique, even only as a high-level technique, incurs backlash more than 10 times stronger than during the Divine Skills stage. If Lu Qingfeng disrupted Qi Yun Peak in the manner he did, he would probably need to spend a decade or even several decades recuperating. The Demon Dao method, often malicious, ruthless, and self-harming. Often after performing, one needs time to recuperate, and this delays cultivation. Thus, various evil methods for quick success and fast cultivation progression are researched to compensate. A vicious cycle, leading eventually to unending doom. Lu Qingfeng, while healing his internal injuries, mulled over the Demon Dao methods. Most Demon Dao methods were just as he thought. The few methods he acquired from Fiery Fire Wanderer and the 12 Dutian Fierce Fire Divine Banners, like the Nine Heavens Talisman, Inverting Heaven and Earth technique, the Demon Evil Entangling Silk Divine Spell, and the Poison Punishment, Bone-Locking Heart-Piercing Little Asura technique, were all alike. Even the 12 Heavenly Demon God skill, before being strengthened, had various drawbacks, and many remained despite its enhancement. Visualizing and refining the 12 demon gods, converging the thoughts of the all heavens demon gods. If one's will is not steadfast, one will inevitably fall into the Demon Dao. Though this method is powerful, Lu Qingfeng hasn't imparted it to Lu Qingshan or Lu Qingyu, largely because Demon Dao methods, being essentially side door and left Dao, are incomparable to the Luofu sword scripture, the broad and righteous path of Xuanmen orthodoxy. It is only Lu Qingfeng, with the guidance of the Yellow Court scripture to temper his mind, coupled with lifetimes of refinement in the game, one can truly master it. Ordinary people, lured by the thoughts of demon gods, would devour souls, destroy spirits, absorb blood and essence, indeed committing all sorts of evil acts. Thus, they fall into the Demon Dao. Thinking this, Lu Qingfeng swallowed a few Chen-K pills and started to cultivate to recuperate. After nearly an hour, once the effects of the Chen-K pills had completely assimilated, Lu Qingfeng finally opened his eyes, stood up, and went to Lu Qingyu's cave to guide his cultivation. After half an hour, he returned to his own cave. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. The backlash had not yet subsided, and a hidden illness still lingered. Ordinary cultivation was absolutely impossible for Lu Qingfeng, as it would only worsen his injuries. This was also one of the reasons why Lu Qingfeng felt that the methods of the Demon Dao were harmful to both others and oneself. However, while ordinary cultivation was not feasible, Lu Qingfeng could still practice the method of visualization. Not visualizing a demon god, but the Luofu heart lamp from the Luofu sword scripture. Luofu heart lamp. Lu Qingfeng visualized infinite sword qi in his heart. The sword qi converged to form a heart lamp. True Yuan served as the lamp oil. A flicker of spirit light in his heart transformed into a wick. As the heavenly heart brightened, the heart lamp was ignited. These chapter sense Tiru Sower Sensi Sent is my va urchbor plus empising. ENO. The fire of the heart lamp flickered. Streams of sword qi crisscrossed around it. Lu Qingfeng struggled to maintain the sword qi, but eventually it dispersed. The heavenly heart grew dim and dark, and the true Yuan returned to its original places. The oil dried up, and the lamp disappeared. Sigh! Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes and took a deep breath, his face showing no particular expression. Through long cultivation of the Luofu sword scripture in the game, he had visualized the Luofu heart lamp countless times, even forging a physical magic artifact twice. Visualizing and forming the Luofu heart lamp in reality was just a matter of time. According to his current progress, he would fully succeed within a month. By then, his hidden injuries would be healed, and with the help of the Luofu heart lamp, his cultivation would advance rapidly. The materials for forging the Luofu heart lamp also need to be gathered. Lu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Upon further consideration, his current need for artifact refining materials was actually higher than for spiritual medicine. Having walked through the 100 Herbs Garden, he lacked nothing in terms of spiritual medicine for refining various healing, recovery, and cultivation-enhancing elixir pills. Every 12 years, he could enter the 100 Herbs Garden again. He even had the Jumang demon god who could cultivate on its own. Spiritual medicine, elixir pills completely sufficient. But in terms of refining materials, Dutian Fierce Fire God Flag, 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talisman, Water and Fire Dual Beads, Purple Insect Bell. These 4 magic artifacts, which Lu Qingfeng obtained in the game, were all 8th rank magical artifacts. Even if simplified, they still required 1st rank and 2nd rank materials, which could not be subpar. Up until now, the materials Lu Qingfeng had collected were only enough to forge 2 Dutian Fierce Fire God Flags. As for the materials to forge the 9 Strategies Xuanhao Talisman, Water and Fire Dual Beads, and Purple Insect Bell, there was no trace of them. The former 2 were not urgent for now, but the Purple Insect Bell was of great help in Cultivav. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 179, A Turd Update, Ask for Monthly Pass. In time, there should be a surprise. But aside from the Purple Insect Bell, Lu Qingfeng still needed to refine the transmission array plate and also the Luofu Heart Lamp. Accounting for this, he indeed needed a considerable amount of materials. It's a pity that the Juyan Mountain Range has a plethora of spiritual medicine, while the refining materials are scarce. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Then, with a smile, perhaps he was being greedy. Compared to refining materials, the spiritual medicine that could be used to refine elixir pills and enhance cultivation was naturally more important to him. Cultivation is the foundation. Magic artifacts are just icing on the cake. No rush for the other sect magical artifacts. The Purple Insect Bell is related to the Iron Fire Ants. The Iron Fire Ants are related to the refining crystals, and refining crystals are the main material for refining the transmission array plate. The transmission array plate must be refined before the first batch of Qingyuan Sword Sect disciples pass the longevity trial. Purple Insect Bell, transmission array plate. These are the 2 most crucial sect magical artifacts at the moment. As for the other magical artifacts, they are just to enhance strength and diversify combat methods. Lu Qingfeng, with various divine skills, isn't that reliant on magical artifacts. It's best to have them, but not a big deal if not. Downgrading the Purple Insect Bell to 1st rank, the materials required are merely uncommon, not as hard to find as refining crystals or purple gold copper. The truly rare items are the 3 main materials to refine the transmission array plate. For refining crystals, there's already a plan in place. As long as the Iron Fire Ants are successfully bred, obtaining the first batch of refining crystals within 10 years won't be difficult. Now, the other materials needed for the transmission array plate are already gathered, with a prospect for the refining crystals only missing the purple gold copper and the illusion dreamstone. Let's wait for the 2 supreme elders to return. Lu Qingfeng put the thoughts aside. Reaching into his chest, he took out 7 different feathers and began to calculate with his fingers. Streaks of spirit light flashed in his eyes, and after a short while, the 7 feathers ignited in midair, turning to ash and scattering. Golden Wave Sect. Lu Qingfeng opened his eyes with a wisp of a smile, closed them, and entered Primordial. Peak Rain Mountain. Night had already fallen. 3 figures concealed in the darkness made their way to the foot of Peak Rain Mountain. This is the place. Dressed in a black robe, Changchun looked towards the mountain path, revealing only his eyes. Lu Qingfeng entered this mountain 2 hours ago and has not come down, Wang Gu reported softly. Although Lu Qingfeng is an alchemy and artifact master, his cultivation is not weak. Elder Chanyun's surprise attack was thwarted by his alert defense, ending in failure. This attack must be swift. Don't waste words, cut him down quickly and leave the mountain. Sun Li, gaunt as a twig, rasped with a hoarse voice, issuing a final caution. Immediately, he was the first to step into Peak Rain Mountain. Yes? Understood. Changchun and Wanggu nodded in agreement and promptly followed close behind. Peak Rain Mountain was modest in height, falling far short when compared to Taoyuan Peak. All three were Foundation establishment practitioners, and though they moved on foot, their pace was exceedingly rapid. They reached halfway up the mountain in no time. However, at that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the three figures. An array! Changchun exclaimed with shock. Such a concealed array, despite the cover of the night, yet able to evade the divine sense of three, must be extraordinary. Judging from the energy triggered, it wasn't an ordinary setup. Don't panic. A mere array? How could it stop us? Sun Li bellowed, his hands coming together to form a sword sign, and immediately a small sword shot out from his waist. Soaring through the air, it rapidly aimed to split the array. Lingyun sword. It's Elder Sun's Lingyun sword. Seeing this sword, Changchun and Wanggu were reassured. Sun Li, as a supreme elder with body-tempering realm cultivation, had most of his power vested in this flying sword. It was already at the second rank, duly refined. With one strike, even Foundation establishment practitioners of equal body-tempering realm would be hesitant to confront it head-on. Truly formidable. Let's attack together. Sun Li controlled his sword, simultaneously signaling Changchun and Wanggu to make their move. Both heard the command and immediately sacrificed their magic artifacts. One was a flying locust and the other a sharp sword. They couldn't compare to the Lingyun sword, being merely ordinary first-rank magic artifacts. The three sects' magical artifacts were activated, streaking towards the thunder in the sky with great speed. Boom! Thunder struck, hitting the magical artifact squarely. Sun Li's second-rank flying sword split the thunderbolt, halting suddenly in the void. Changchun and Wanggu, as if struck by a heavy blow, trembled only to see the flying locust stone and the flying sword fall to the ground. Their surface scorched black, clearly having sustained no small damage. More importantly, the imprints within their carefully refined magical artifacts for many years were dispersed by the thunder, causing them to lose control. Be careful. This array is dangerous. Sun Li shouted loudly, his hands forming a seal technique to retrieve his flying sword. But unbeknownst to them, a figure appeared out of thin air in the sky. As soon as he appeared, he reached out and grabbed the flying sword in the air. This, Sun Li frowned slightly, his true yuan surged as he tried to recall the flying sword. But he saw the person in the sky's hands flashing with thunder, pouring into the flying sword. In just a few blinks of an eye, Sun Li felt the flying sword going out of control. His spirit's painstakingly refined flying sword was seized, making him spit out a mouthful of reverse blood, seriously injured. Lu Qingfeng! The Mose T Platet Dan is on M4. L. Sun Li looked up at the person in the sky. It was their target for this trip. Lu Qingfeng. Moths to a flame. In midair, Lu Qingfeng held the thunder, seizing the flying sword. Then he casually threw the flying sword into his storage bag before his eyes finally turned to face Sun Li and his two companions. Having encountered them before at Windroar Cliff, he recognized them instantly. Golden Wave Sect. It's quite a gathering. Lu Qingfeng smiled, casually throwing out a few seal techniques, and his body was immediately surrounded by thunder. You dare seize my magic artifact. Die. Seeing that Lu Qingfeng's strength was extraordinary, Sun Li's heart sank slightly, but his momentum did not wane as he danced his hands and immediately several streaks of sword chi sliced through the air, charging straight at Lu Qingfeng. Insignificant skills, Lu Qingfeng chuckled softly. With a wave of his hand, the array started to operate, and instantly, dozens of thunderbolts fell together. It was like creating a thunder prison, encompassing Sun Li and his two companions. As for the sword chi, the moment it touched the thunder, it dissipated without a trace. Not good. Retreat quickly. Sun Li finally panicked, losing his composure. He still had confidence in breaking through the array and killing Lu Qingfeng before it was fully activated. But once the array was fully initiated, with overwhelming momentum and vast thunder, he realized he had underestimated the power of the array. Thus, he roared, turning to flee. Changchun and Wanggu, whose cultivations were not as high as Sun Li's, dared not resist head-on, immediately reversing their stance to exit the array. How can you come and go from Peak Rain Mountain as you please? Lu Qingfeng laughed loudly, and with a wave of his sleeve, the thunder prison instantly enveloped the three of them. Boom! Thunder struck as the three of them raised their true essence shields and various defense techniques and talismans. However, bang, bang, bang. Whether it was the true essence shield or any defensive technique or defensive talisman, none could withstand a single blow. Beneath the thunder, they were shattered to pieces. No. Without protection, how could the three survive the dozens of thunderbolts that struck down? In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Not a bone or corpse was left, including the body-refining realm's Sunli. How can you trespass the soul-searching temple's evil-slaying Five Thunders array at will? Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 180, Jin Xiao Request for Monthly Votes. The Five Thunders array ceased. Lu Qingfeng landed on the ground, unable to help shaking his head. In the days when the spiritual energy of the Changqing realm had not yet revived, the soul-searching temple used the evil-slaying Five Thunders array to deter countless petty villains, gaining a modest reputation across the entire Central Plains. Lu Qingfeng had practiced Heavenly Monarch Array Dao True Understanding, and the first powerful array he mastered was this one. Upon arriving at Peak Rain Mountain, he set up this array first and foremost. Moreover, it was the array enhanced 5 times, making it even stronger. Not to mention 3 foundation establishment cultivators, even a spirit void practitioner approaching would be trapped momentarily, posing a significant threat. Therefore, when the 3 foundation establishment elders from the Golden Wave sect ascended the mountain, Lu Qingfeng did not even need to make a move himself. Merely activating the array was enough to slay the 3. Golden Wave sect. Lu Qingfeng looked towards the southeast, his face showing a trace of coldness. First the Red Rainbow sect, then Demon Extermination Castle, and now the Golden Wave sect. Restricted by his injuries and considering the situation in the Juyun Mountain range, Lu Qingfeng was reluctant to confront the 2 sects immediately. Yet, the Golden Wave sect insisted on provoking him. If expectations held, Demon Extermination Castle would send someone before long, seeking to kill him. So be it. May as well resolve these 2 sects. Lu Qingfeng determined the direction, let out a roar, and the iron-feathered flying eagle shot up from the depths of the forest. With a light step, Lu Qingfeng landed on its back. Breaking through the skies. Taoyuan Peak. Jin Xiao was restless. After advancing to the Spirit Void stage, he often felt this way. Unconsciously stepping into the heart movement stage, he became even more so. Often making irrational decisions, which is why Jin Xiao relied heavily on Sunli for everything, discussing all matters, big or small. He feared that under the chaos wrought by a heart demon, he might make a mistake. On this day, Sun Li, Changchun, and Wang Gu, 3 elders, took advantage of the dark night to launch a surprise attack on Peak Rain Mountain, aiming to slay Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng, merely at the condensing liquid realm, should be easily handled by the 3 great elders. But Jin Xiao felt exceedingly uneasy. He always felt that something was not right. Is it a heart demon's attack, or just a whim? Jin Xiao was unsure. His thoughts were chaotic. He strenuously suppressed the irritation in his heart, his brows tightly knitted. Unless Zhou Yuan or those 3 old men secretly protect him, Elder Sun, with his body-tempering realm cultivation, should not fail. Before dealing with Lu Qingfeng, the Golden Wave sect had already investigated. Zhou Yuan of Luoxia sect and Elder Sun were stationed at Jinyun Peak. Yoi Lingxi and Mei Qingyan, 2 supreme elders, had long left the Jiyun mountain range for the Xuanyuan water realm. No one in the Sky Pit Mine region should be able to oppose Elder Sun and the others. Perhaps I've been overstrained these days, and the heart demon is about to descend again. Jin Xiao felt helpless. Spirit Void heart movement, the restrictions it imposed on cultivators were truly too vast. Knowing neither when he would enter this realm, nor when the heart demon would visit, nor how many times it would visit, nor when he would pass through the heart movement stage. According to the records of predecessors, some cultivators passed through spirit void heart movement in just a decade, the heart demon visiting only once or twice. Others could not pass through for hundreds of years, the heart demon endless, eventually either dying of old age or falling into the demon Dao due to chaos caused by the heart demon and ultimately bursting to death. Jin Juxiao had practiced cultivation for many years, yet had remained in the heart movement stage for 70 to 80 years. The heart demon had disturbed him 7 times, causing extreme irritation. If this time was another heart demon, it would be the 8th time, already surpassing many spirit void practitioners. Thinking thus, Jin Juxiao simply sat down cross-legged, began meditating to regulate his breath and calm his mind. In this way, his agitation grew and unease intensified. Hoo-hoo! Jin Juxiao opened his eyes, unable to contain himself any longer, and was about to go to Peak Rain Mountain to check things out. But at that moment, Thunder Prison! Jurong Demon God! Jumang Demon God! Boom, boom, boom! A figure suddenly appeared in the hall of the Golden Wave sect. The moment he appeared, he gripped the lightning, like a thunder god himself, smashing down a thunder prison from above 9 heavens, directly engulfing Jin Juxiao. At the same time, from within this person, 2 bizarre demon gods burst forth. One of them, a flame demon god, held 2 big flags, flaring flames with every wave. Flarst and Sainan on a Mampom Swar. The other, an emerald demon god, held a piece of bamboo. With a gentle wave, vines grew within the hall, entangling towards Jin Juxiao. Jin Juxiao's eyes widened as he saw the newcomer. Lu Qingfeng. This shock was no small matter. Elder Sun, Changchun, and Wanggu, the 3 great elders, went to the Sky Pit Mine to assault Lu Qingfeng. But who expected that the person himself would come to Taoyuan Peak? Disaster! Jin Juxiao's thoughts raced. Calculating the time, he immediately felt that the odds were grim for Elder Sun and the others. But for now, he had to deal with Lu Qingfeng first. A mere Foundation Establishment cultivator dares to show off. Jin Xiao's eyes burned with anger, and with a gesture, a flying sword instantly circled around him. At first glance, it sparkled with spirit light, even more agile than the second-rank flying sword. Lu Qingfeng had just snatched from Elder Sun. Second-rank flying sword. Lu Qingfeng shook his head internally. A proud spirit void practitioner and sect leader still wielding a second-rank magic artifact, truly meager. But Jin Juxiao remained oblivious. This sky-cutting sword was the strongest magic artifact of the Golden Wave sect. Passed down through generations, its power immense. Despite being a second-rank magic artifact, it was refined by him to an exceptional agility. With this flying sword, he was only matched by the leaders of the other 3 major sects throughout the Juyun Mountain range. He believed capturing Lu Qingfeng would be a piece of cake. Swoosh! The flying sword tore through the air, slashing towards Lu Qingfeng. Controlling the sword with one hand and forming seals with another, dozens of sword chi churned around him. The sword chi not only protected his body, but also divided and shot towards the void, aiming to shatter the thunder prison and destroy the 2 demon gods. Jin Juxiao, having been in the spirit void stage for a long time, was quite proficient in both sword control and sword chi techniques. This provided a considerable boost to his combat power. Alas, he was facing Lu Qingfeng. Primordial Magnetic Destruction Sword Chi. Lu Qingfeng, controlling the Thunder Prison, saw the flying sword approaching. His fingers, shaped like a claw, instantly released sword chi that subtly blended the 5 elements, brewing primordial magnetic power. The primordial magnetic sword chi enveloped the sky-cutting sword, and Jin Juxiao immediately felt his flying sword slipping out of control. His skilled sword control easily broken. Not good. Jin Juxiao realized the peril. Swords like surging waves. The surrounding sword chi grew denser. At that moment, the thunder prison descended. Boom, boom, boom. Streaks of thunder flashed, striking Jin Juxiao, shattering the sword chi around him. Just then, the Zhurong demon god, wielding 2 fiery fire divine banners, swooped in and with a fierce wave, engulfed Jin Juxiao in fierce flames. Run! Jin Juxiao tried to move. Vines, unknown when they appeared, tightly bound him. Though he broke free in an instant, that brief delay proved fatal. Thunder rampaged. Fierce flames scattered. Ah! Jin Juxiao let out a miserable scream as the thunder struck his face and flames scorched his flesh. What about the surrounding sword chi? Already dispersed, utterly ineffective. But whether it was the thunder prison or the fierce flames, both were still a bit lacking. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward, rubbing his hands together, and within and without him, divine power talismans flashed with spirit light. Suddenly, an intense light surged. Great sun annihilation divine light! The divine light broke through the air, striking unexpectedly. No, Jinju Shao roared, but with wide-open eyes, he saw the divine light smash into his face. Boom! A burst of white light filled his eyes. His mind thundered. The next moment, his consciousness faded. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 181. Leave after the deed is done. 5th update. Request for monthly votes? Sect Leaders Hall. Hurry up. Outside the hall, noise spread. Lu Qingfeng glanced, and with a wave of his hand, Thunder Prison suddenly contracted. Endless thunder directly blasted Jinju Shao's body into powder, after destroying the corpse and erasing traces. Only then did Lu Qingfeng's figure sway, disappearing into the void. Zhurong Demon God and Zhu Mang Demon God collided into the void and also vanished. Chaos reigned in Taoyuan Peak. Outside Taoyuan Peak, Lu Qingfeng appeared in the wilderness, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his complexion somewhat pale. Injuries not yet healed, forcefully using divine skills. Indeed, it's still a struggle. Catching Jinju Shao off guard seemed simple. But after all, Jinju Shao was a spirit void heart movement realm cultivator, his cultivation far surpassing Lu Qingfeng. Had Lu Qingfeng been fully healed, he would have been completely confident in killing him. But with injuries not yet healed and needing to kill Jinju Shao in an extremely short time, the difficulty increased manifold. Fortunately, Jinju Shao's techniques were mediocre, his magic artifact average, and he only cultivated a rather inferior refinement level technique. Whereas Lu Qingfeng, upon making his move, utilized both Thunder Prison and Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light, 2 great divine skills. Backed by 4 mysterious level techniques and aided by the 2 great demon gods, Zhurong and Zhu Mang. Especially the Zhurong demon god, wielding 2 Dutian Fierce Fire divine flags, his power almost reaching that of a Spirit Void practitioner, extremely formidable. Those 2 Dutian Fierce Fire divine flags, although 2nd rank, had been strengthened to be comparable to a 3rd rank magical artifact. With this calculation, Lu Qingfeng completely overwhelmed Jinju Shao in aspects of divine skills, cultivation techniques, and magical artifacts. And Jinju Shao only had his Spirit Void Heart Movement Realm cultivation to show. Even so, Lu Qingfeng needed to use almost all methods and caught him by surprise to kill Jinju Shao. Defeating an enemy beyond one's rank is genuinely difficult. The injuries, not yet healed, worsened again due to the use of divine skills and true yuan. Months of recuperation, all for naught. With Golden Wave Sect now leaderless, bound to plunge into chaos, they will no longer be a threat. Taking advantage of the news not yet spreading, and also killing Feng Yun from Demon Extermination Castle, within the Juyan Mountain Range, no one else will pose a threat to me, nor will anyone come seeking trouble. Lu Qingfeng fetched 2 Chen K pills from his chest and threw them into his mouth, slightly suppressing the injuries. The iron-feathered flying eagle arrived, and Lu Qingfeng rode it while recuperating, heading towards Luyun Peak. The next day, Jinyun Peak. Sect Master? Elder Han Shan. Mei Jiancheng rushed over riding a sword light, landing on Bo Wang platform, his face still filled with shock. Have you found out clearly? Zhou Yuan looked at Mei Jiancheng, his usual calm expression gone. I found out clearly. A fight occurred in the Golden Wave Sect Leaders Hall. Jinju Shao is dead. A dispute in the back mountain of Demon Extermination Castle, Feng Yun is dead. Mei Jiancheng spoke very rapidly. After finishing, he couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He was always composed, but this time he couldn't help feeling panic. Golden Wave Sect's Jinju Shao. Demon Extermination Castle's Feng Yun. Both were renowned figures in the Juyan Mountain Range, on par with their sect leader as spirit void true cultivators, and it was hard to find anyone to match them in the entire Juyin mountain range. Such figures, merely overnight, yet consecutively fell. The battles were even momentary, not even allowing Foundation establishment cultivators from both sects to arrive before ending. The appearance of the person who made the move wasn't even seen. Only in Demon Extermination Castle, someone claimed to have glimpsed a fleeting flame demon god and emerald bird demon god. Demon Dao? Love pa essent do? Sigh. Sao Yuan sent sup on MV Blyanar. Zhou Yuan and Han Shan looked at each other, both faces showing shock. Very likely. Months ago, Qian Peak was overthrown, and the perpetrator belonged to the Demon Dao. The person who killed Jinju Xiao and Feng Yun this time is very likely the same group, or even the same person. Sui Hanshan frowned, feeling uneasy in his heart. When the Red Rainbow sect was destroyed, all the cultivators in the Juyun mountain range, including those from Luoxia sect, believed that it was the vengeance of an old enemy who had gained power and returned for revenge. Months of calm followed, seemingly confirming their suspicions. However, last night, the leaders of both the Golden Wave sect and Demon Extermination Castle were killed, prompting Sui Hanshan to realize that the situation might not be so simple. Juyun 4 sects, with the Red Rainbow sect, Golden Wave sect, and Demon Extermination Castle consecutively attacked, 3 great spirit void practitioners were slain, and the Red Rainbow sect was completely devastated. Who knows if Luoxia sect will be the next target? Sect leader. Sui Hanshan looked up, together with Mei Zhencheng, towards Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan also felt alarmed, but managed to hide it well. He said to Mei Zhencheng, "Zhencheng, continue your investigation and closely monitor the movements of the 2 sects." "Yes." Mei Zhencheng took his leave upon receiving the order. Zhou Yuan then turned to Sui Hanshan. "Brother Sui, the coming days might be turbulent." After saying so, he gazed down from the Bo Wang platform at the drifting clouds, feeling somewhat desolate for a moment. One incident after another occurred in the Juyun mountain range. First, there was internal strife within the Juyun 4 sects, which escalated from covert clashes to open conflicts. Then the Red Rainbow sect was wiped out. Its sect leader, Yang Bufan, disappeared without a trace, presumed dead. Only a few months of peace ensued. The leaders of the Golden Wave sect and Demon Extermination Castle, both powerful spirit void practitioners, were shockingly killed at their own sect gates. Instantly, the entire Juyun mountain range, and even areas beyond it, were in an uproar. The 2 sects were in great chaos. However, numerous cultivators unanimously turned their attention towards Jinyun Peak. Out of the Juyun 4 sects, 3 had met with disasters, leaving only Luoxia sect untouched thus far. It remains uncertain whether Luoxia sect can remain safe amidst these consecutive upheavals. Most cultivators believed that Luoxia sect couldn't escape this calamity. Even the cultivators within Luoxia sect were panic-stricken, fearing impending disaster. Some speculated that the Red Rainbow sect, Golden Wave sect, and Demon Extermination Castle had colluded against Luoxia sect, but then each of the 3 sects faced their own severe crises, leaving Luoxia sect unharmed. Could the turmoil within these 3 sects be related to Luoxia sect? However, this suspicion was weak and held by only a few cultivators. First, the strength of Luoxia sect was clear for all to see. If they had the capability to overthrow the 3 sects, they wouldn't have waited until now. Certainly, it is possible that they've only recently obtained such power. Secondly, after the destruction of the Red Rainbow sect, Demon Extermination Castle and Golden Wave sect ceased their actions. If it were said that destroying the Red Rainbow sect was a forced act of self-preservation, continuing to target the remaining 2 sects after the crisis was resolved still doesn't make sense. With numerous doubts, although suspicion towards Luoxia sect wasn't minor, most people were still willing to give Luoxia sect the benefit of the doubt, even taking a wait-and-see approach, just waiting for calamity to strike Luoxia sect. As for Lu Qingfeng, no one suspected him at all, except for one person. Peak Rain Mountain. Lu Qingfeng sat cross-legged in his cave dwelling, with Yo Miaoyan sitting opposite him. The 2 looked at each other, Yo Miaoyan scrutinizing Lu Qingfeng. The duo had left Upper Sun Country together, traveling through Crying Swamp for over 7 years, developing a deep friendship. Since coming to Luoxia sect, Although their interactions had lessened, their bond remained. However, it was rare for Yue Miaoyan to personally visit. Yue Miaoyan scrutinized Lu Qingfeng, and Lu Qingfeng was also observing Yue Miaoyan. More than 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye, Yue Miaoyan still brimming with youth, her cultivation ever more profound. After leaving the 100 Herbs Garden, Lu Qingfeng also understood why Yue Miaoyan could outperform many Foundation establishment elders of Luoxia sect, acquiring a spot for herself. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 182, 6 months later, 2-in-1 chapter. I have yet to congratulate Senior Sister on obtaining the beast-taming inheritance. Your future prospects are boundless. Lu Qingfeng said with a clasped hand and a smile. Don't make fun of me, junior brother. Yue Miaoyan shook her head. This minor inheritance of mine, how could it catch junior brother's Dharma eye? Her words did indeed come from the heart. The inheritance Yue Miaoyan obtained from the ancient cave dwelling consisted of quite a few techniques in the art of beast taming. But it was merely 1 or 2 levels above that of the Luoxia sect. As far as Lu Qingfeng was concerned, Yue Miaoyan knew that such an inheritance wouldn't even interest him. Not to mention the rest, just the art of puppet refining alone was enough to amaze Yue Miaoyan, let alone various other powerful spells and capabilities in alchemy and artifact refining. It was like a deep well with no sight of the bottom. Yue Miaoyan stared at Lu Qingfeng, and seeing him silent with a smile, she changed the subject. Junior brother, do you know that a shocking event occurred last night? Oh? What happened? Lu Qingfeng wore a surprised look on his face, but smiled inwardly. Last night, he had killed Jinju Xiao and Feng Yun. Yue Miaoyan's visit to Peak Rain Mountain today must be due to this event. Without much thought, he knew that among the countless cultivators in the Juyan Mountain range, only Yue Miaoyan would associate the deaths of the two with him. Seeing Lu Qingfeng's surprise, Yue Miaoyan's beautiful eyes shimmered as she spoke leisurely. Jinju Xiao of the Golden Wave sect and Feng Yun of Demon Extermination Castle have died. The person behind this is mysterious and inscrutable, seemingly from the Demon Dao. Do you know who might have taken action, junior brother? Lu Qingfeng responded with a chuckle. A Demon Dao expert who killed 2 Spirit Void practitioners in one night. How would I know that? Senior sister jokes. Hearing this, Yue Miaoyan immediately broke into a smile. Then what does junior brother think? Will this person take action against the Luoxia sect? Of the Juyan 4 sects, 3 have suffered calamities, leaving only our Luoxia sect in a precarious position, faced with grave danger. People from the Demon Dao strike and flee far away. They likely won't linger in the Juyan Mountain range. Even if this person intends to make a move against the Luoxia sect, junior brother, as a minister elder of the Luoxia sect, surely would not stand by idly, Lu Qingfeng said. The smile on Yue Miaoyan's face grew even broader. With junior brother's words, I am reassured. Content presented by MV Lempyr. After moving past this topic, Yue Miaoyan chatted casually with Lu Qingfeng for a while before taking her leave. Lu Qingfeng watched Yue Miaoyan descend the mountain, waiting until her figure disappeared. The smile on his face faded, his rosy cheeks were gone, revealing a hint of pallor. I really can't hide it from her. Shaking his head, Lu Qingfeng turned and entered his cave dwelling to recuperate from his injuries. Last night, he first killed Jinju Xiao, then with a gravely wounded body, rushed to Qiyun Peak to slay Feng Yun. Continuously deploying divine skills and madly stirring true yuan, his injuries from a few months ago aggravated. Without timely recuperation, it might leave hidden troubles. Fortunately, at the moment, the Juyan Mountain range was in chaos. The small Peak Rain Mountain could finally enjoy some peace. Seizing this opportunity was perfect to cultivate the Iron Fire ants while thoroughly healing his injuries. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year went by. Half a year later, at Jinyun Peak, Zhou Yuan, Yue Lingxi, Mei Qingyan, and Sui Hanshan sat together, with Lu Qingfeng conspicuously among them. Who would have thought to have ventured out for just over half a year, and such drastic changes would occur in the Juyan mountain range? Mei Qingyan spoke with a deep voice, still showing a look of astonishment on his face. Over half a year ago, he and Yue Lingxi left the Juyan mountain range together to inquire about materials for Lu Qingfeng. Just a few days before returning to the Juyan mountain range, they received the news of the demise of Jinju Xiao and Feng Yun. They were shocked. They hurried back without delay. Fortunately, the Luoxia sect was unaffected. Zhou Yuan was unaffected. But the mere thought of it still left them in fear. 3 sects perished due to their injustices. Their end today is unsurprising. Lu Qingfeng spoke with a laugh. Of all the people present, he was the only one without worries. The others, including Zhou Yuan, had spent the last half year in real anxiety, living in fear, worried that the spirit void expert of the demon Dao would target them and the Luoxia sect like how they dealt with the Red Rainbow sect, Jin Xiao and Feng Yun. But with half a year gone by and the turmoil subsided, everything had returned to calm. The Luoxia sect was unscathed. Zhou Yuan was also unscathed. Their hearts were somewhat put at ease. They only needed to wait a few more years, and if that person still did not appear, Zhou Yuan would then be completely relieved. Lu Qingfeng observed the doubts, fears, and feelings of having survived a disaster in the crowd, his expression inscrutable. With Zhou Yuan and Mei Qingyan engaging in conversation for a while, he occasionally chimed in. Only then was the matter put to rest. Mei Qingyan, untroubled at heart, looked up at Zhou Yuan and said, "With Jinju Xiao and Feng Yun killed, both the Golden Wave Sect and Demon Extermination Castle are like dragons without heads. This is a perfect opportunity for our Luoxia sect to unify the Juyan mountain range." The Juyan 4 sects, over the course of hundreds of years, all wish to have sole possession of the 10,000 miles gathering Cloud Mountain range. In the wake of this chaos, this hope fell onto the Luoxia sect. The shock of fear having worn off, Mei Qingyan's eyes suddenly widened, his face showing a look of delighted surprise. "Actions have already been taken," Zhou Yuan said with a smile while stroking his beard. Mei Qingyan had just returned to Jinyun Peak, still unaware of the current situation in the Juyun mountain range. As early as half a year ago, after the demise of Jin Juxiao and Feng Yun, although the Luoxia sect was panicked, Zhou Yuan and Sui Hanshan were also quite frightened, preparing diligently for defense. Yet, they did not miss this great opportunity. They first rapidly seized all properties of the Red Rainbow sect, and then advanced from 2 directions. On one front, they nibbled away at the properties of the Golden Wave sect, while on the other, they targeted the Demon Extermination Castle. Both sects, with their most powerful experts recently perished, were disheartened and in disarray, having no inclination to fight back. Thus, they were forced to retreat step by step. The Luoxia sect successively secured the better part of the Juyan mountain range, ultimately stopping due to the limited number of foundation establishment cultivators and insufficient foundational strength to avoid biting off more than they could chew. With the Golden Wave sect and Demon Extermination Castle going through a period of chaos, defeat, defense, and ultimately left with less than half of their industries and mountain strongholds within half a year. Without any spirit void experts to preside, they further declined to lower-ranked sects. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 182, half a year later, 2-in-1 chapter. If Spirit Void practitioners cannot be promoted quickly, even if Luoxia sect does not make a move, numerous loose cultivators in Juyan Mountain Range will not give up this great opportunity. Even now, the half of the territory outside of Luoxia sect in Juyan Mountain Range is also starting to develop into chaos and disorder. Among the loose cultivators, foundation establishment, cultivators are seizing mountain peaks during the chaos. Some group in 3s to 5s, others gather dozens of postnatal cultivators and start their own factions. This also includes the Foundation establishment cultivators and numerous disciples who lost their affiliation after the collapse of Red Rainbow Sect. The situation is utterly chaotic. Golden Wave Sect and Demon Extermination Castle are overwhelmed and helpless to control the situation. Even within their own ranks, without Spirit Void practitioners to suppress, disagreements are emerging, and Foundation establishment elders are declaring independence, showing signs of fragmentation. Of the former Juyun 4 sects, only Luoxia sect remains dominant, occupying many mines, medicine gardens, spiritual mountain shell field, etc., more than thrice the assets compared to 6 months ago. Once these acquisitions are fully assimilated, Luoxia sect will undoubtedly rise to the next level. Not to proclaim certainty for Spirit Void cultivators, but at least a surge of postnatal realm disciples and Foundation establishment cultivators can be expected. Indeed, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. If Golden Wave Sect and Demon Extermination Castle could have resisted slightly during Luoxia Sect's rapid expansion, relying solely on Zhou Yuan, a Spirit Void practitioner, it'd be quite difficult for Luoxia Sect to expand so quickly. However, at that time, both sects were firstly in chaos, and secondly, felt that a great disaster was impending over Luoxia Sect. Even if it expanded now, once Zhou Yuan died, or even if the entire Luoxia sect was overturned, these assets would still belong to them. Therefore, they kept retreating. But unexpectedly, half a year later, Luoxia sect remained unscathed and even became the undisputed overlord of Juyun Mountain Range. Not only within Juyun Mountain Range, in the secular world, Luoxia sect gathered troops from 6 cities, began to attack and conquer. First targeting the 7 city strongholds of Red Rainbow Sect, which had lost its backing, resulting in their fall upon the arrival of the Great Army. Consolidating 13 cities, finally after half a year, Luoxia Sect launched attacks on Golden Wave Sect's 6 cities and Demon Extermination Castle's 5 cities. With both sects already in decline, Luoxia Sect counterattacked, upholding justice, naturally fierce. Capturing 11 cities of the 2 sects was just a matter of time. Without the provision from secular cities, both sects will inevitably face a real decline sooner or later. Great! 3 sects joined hands to deal with Luoxia sect without ever thinking of facing today. Upon hearing this, Mei Qingyan's excited face flushed, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily, utterly exhilarated. He has been with Luoxia sect for over 200 years, holding very deep sentiments towards it. The 3 sects joined hands against Luoxia sect, placing it in jeopardy. Mei Qingyan had already deeply resented the 3 sects. Now that these sects face destruction and decline, he naturally feels nothing but joy. Not just Mei Qingyan. The full series lives on my virtual library Empira, MVL0EYR. Zhou Yuan, Yu Lingxi, and Sui Hanshan are also smiling, seemingly quite relieved with this great situation. Although there are still some worries, there may also be threats from Demon Dao powerful figures. But for now, Luoxia sect is indeed the rightful overlord of Juyun Mountain Range. After a while, everyone calmed down. Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Qingfeng and said, Elder Gu Qin told me that Elder Lu has recently developed an elixir called Vibrant Sun Pill, which seems to have miraculous effects on promoting postnatal cultivators to Foundation establishment. May I know if this is true? Over the past 6 months or so, Zhou Yuan has been overseeing Luoxia sect, first opposing Red Rainbow Sect's 3 factions, and then also dealing with Golden Wave Sect and Demon Extermination Castle. Even after the deaths of Jinju Xiao and Feng Yun, he had to worry about himself and Luoxia Sect, as well as overseeing the expansion of Luoxia Sect in Juyun Mountain Range. Thus, although knowing about Vibrant Sun Pill quite early, only today he had a chance to meet Lu Qingfeng and discuss it. Vibrant Sun Pill? Mei Qingyan, surprised, looked at Zhou Yuan and asked, Can it really help postnatal cultivators reach Foundation establishment? Could it possibly be the legendary Foundation establishment pill? When it comes to aiding Foundation establishment, the most famous is the Foundation establishment pill. However, the recipe for this pill is mostly held by major immortal sects. Located in the relatively remote Juyun Mountain Range, Luoxia sect was also inherited from a lone Spirit Void independent practitioner, having no access to the recipe for Foundation establishment pill. Mei Qingyan had only heard of it. Hearing that Vibrant Sun Pill has a miraculous impact on Foundation establishment, he immediately thought of Foundation Establishment Pill. It's not comparable to Foundation Establishment Pill. Seeing Mei Qingyan looking over, Lu Qingfeng shook his head and smiled. It's just slightly beneficial. If someone has a solid foundation and deep inner strength, yet is stuck outside Foundation Establishment, a Vibrant Sun Pill can provide some help. But for those with unstable foundation and poor root bone, no amount of Vibrant Sun Pills will be of use. Ultimately, Vibrant Sun Pill is more like icing on the cake, sending coal in snowy weather. But it's not like Foundation Establishment Pill, which can turn the tide. Elder Lu is being modest. 4 Vibrant Sun Pills, resulting in 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators, in my view, compares well to the legendary Foundation Establishment Pill. Zhou Yuan said loudly with a laugh. 4 Vibrant Sun Pills and 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators? Mei Qingyan and Yue Lingxi, hearing this, exchanged glances, their faces filled with astonishment. If it's really such, then the Vibrant Sun Pill is incredibly precious. If Luoxia sect could continuously produce Vibrant Sun Pills, wouldn't it mean that dozens or even hundreds of Foundation Establishment cultivators could emerge? It's not that exaggerated. Seeing their expressions, Lu Qingfeng knew they had misunderstood and explained helplessly. Those who previously took 4 Vibrant Sun Pills were all top figures in true Qi realm within Luoxia sect, just one step away from Foundation Establishment. Even without Vibrant Sun Pill, they could advance to Foundation Establishment in a few years or a decade just by relying on their own abilities. The Vibrant Sun Pill just gave a little push, shortening the time somewhat. Advancing to Foundation Establishment earlier, that's also a miraculous pill. Mei Qingyan's eyes sparkled. This is indeed a double blessing. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 182. 6 months later, 2 in 1 chapter. 3 Luoxia sect first occupied a significant portion of the Juyan mountain range by a fortuitous coincidence, thus becoming the dominant power in the region. Now, with the acquisition of the Vibrant Sun Pill, they are able to cultivate even more Foundation Establishment cultivators. Given time, Luoxia sect might well achieve the status of a sect like Xuanyuan sect. Juyan Mountain Range could also become a sacred site in the hearts of sects and cultivators across hundreds of thousands of miles, just like Xuanyuan Water Realm. Luoxia sect is truly fortunate to have Elder Lu. Yue Lingxi couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected that in my lifetime I would have the hope to see the rise of Luoxia sect. Sister. Zhou Yuan and the others felt moved upon hearing this. Lu Qingfeng looked towards this supremely elderly Supreme Elder, feeling somewhat emotional as well. It had been 5 years since he entered Luoxia sect from Crying Swamp. When he first met Yue Lingxi 5 years ago, she was already aged, yet there was still a gleam in her eyes. But over the years, she had grown increasingly old, and her eyes gradually murky. This content originates from M1, my virtual library empire. Just now, Mei Qingyan and Zhou Yuan were chatting happily, while Yue Lingxi simply laughed lightly from the sidelines, rarely speaking out, always seeming weary. The last time Lu Qingfeng saw Yue Lingxi was about 7 or 8 months ago. Seeing her now, he felt a heavy twilight aura about her. It seemed that her time was nearing. Sister, with the prosperity of the sect within reach, why not wait a bit longer to witness Luoxia sect's rise in the Juyan mountain range and be revered from all sides? Zhou Yuan took out a jade box from his waist and handed it to Yue Lingxi. Out of the Juyan 4 sects, only our Luoxia sect remains. On the next trip to 100 Herbs Garden, we can monopolize 16 Foundation Establishment slots. A mere returning yang fruit is not so precious. Lu Qingfeng looked at the jade box. Naturally, what was contained in the jade box was the returning yang fruit that could extend one's life by 10 years. Forget it. What's the use of living an empty life for another decade? Leave it for the younger generation. Yue Lingxi waved her hand, still refusing it. Zhou Yuan held the jade box, a gloomy expression on his face. Sui Hanshan remained silent. Mei Qingyan was anxious and about to persuade further, but seeing the exhaustion on Yue Lingxi's face, he held back. Yue Lingxi was resigned, facing death with considerable composure. She knew that even with an additional 10 years of life, there was no hope for her to advance to Spirit Void. Hence, living hollowly for 10 more years would be pointless, and the returning Yang fruit would be wasted. Zhou Yuan spoke lightly. It seemed as if, after Luoxia's sect became the sole great power in the Juan mountain range, there would be as many returning Yang fruits as needed. But how could Yue Lingxi not know that, regardless of the situation, such life-extending spirit fruits are always in high demand? Using one more would likely steal an opportunity from the younger generation, depriving Luoxia's sect of a potential spirit void practitioner. Thus, she was resolute. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng felt admiration. He questioned himself. If his end was approaching and an extra 10 years were before him, he was afraid he couldn't be so indifferent, disregarding others. Why put on such a childish demeanor? Yue Lingxi, though weary, chuckled and scolded, then looked at Lu Qingfeng and slowly said, I may not live to see the day when Luoxia sect's foundation establishment cultivators are as numerous as clouds, but with Elder Lu here, I believe Luoxia sect will certainly thrive. Elder Lingxi, Lu Qingfeng responded, unsure how to reply. Seeing the atmosphere becoming heavy, Yue Lingxi smiled, pulled a cloth bag from Mei Qingyan's waist, and placed it before Lu Qingfeng. This is... Lu Qingfeng guessed what was in the storage bag, but still looked up at Yue Lingxi, only to hear Yue Lingxi say, This is what Junior Mei and I collected from various fellow Daoists in Water Realm shop while at Xuanyuan Water Realm. All the materials listed by Elder Lu. Thank you both for your efforts. Lu Qingfeng accepted and repeatedly thanked. He knew the intentions of the two, as well as those of Zhou Yuan and Han Shan. Although they meant to befriend and ingratiate themselves, the fact that they had made such effort for his sake, especially Yue Lingxi, who had spent half a year's efforts collecting various materials for him, despite her frail health, deeply moved Lu Qingfeng. No trouble at all. I also wanted to go out and see things before my departure. Xuanyuan Water Realm is truly remarkable. Xuanyuan sect as well. Not bad. Not bad. Yue Lingxi's voice grew fainter. Her head slowly drooped, eventually falling silent. Sister. Zhou Yuan stood up, took a few steps back, and bowed deeply. Mei Qingyan turned away with red eyes. Han Shan's eyes reddened. He closed his eyes. Sigh. Lu Qingfeng watched as Yue Lingxi's life extinguished like a candle flame and sighed deeply. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 183, Clues. Yue Lingxi's life came to an end, and the entire Luoxia sect mourned in unison. 7 days later, Peak Rain Mountain. Lu Qingfeng took out his storage bag, feeling sentimental for a moment. This Supreme Elder was indeed a respected senior. He dragged his decaying body, probably foreseeing the end of his lifespan. Yet, he still used his dying breath to win over Lu Qingfeng. There seemed to be a purpose behind his actions. Yet, as death is a major event, Yue Lingxi's integrity still earned Lu Qingfeng's admiration. Hence, he did not dwell on it further. Everyone has their destiny. Having experienced countless lifetimes in different worlds, Lu Qingfeng had long viewed life and death with tranquility. Being faced with reality once again, it moved him somewhat. He shook his head, opened the storage bag. A glance dispersed much of his sorrow. Inside the storage bag, a plethora of materials dazzled the eyes, including all the materials for refining the purple insect bell, first-rank imitation, the 9 strategies Xuanhao talisman, second-rank imitation, a portion of the materials for the Dutian fierce fire god flag, second-rank imitation, and some of the materials for refining the wind and fire pearl, third-rank imitation. There were also many materials for crafting arrays. In reality, whether it was during his time in the Upper Sun Country, the Crying Swamp stage, or after arriving at the Juyun mountain range, Lu Qingfeng had never been this wealthy. All these materials brought him immense joy. Once these materials were crafted into magic artifacts, they would greatly improve his strength and enrich his methods for dealing with enemies, especially the 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman. With Lu Qingfeng's prowess in arrays, having the 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman meant even a multitude of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators could be trapped and slain by a single array formation. It also provided countless means to slay Spirit Void practitioners. Alas, unfortunately, some materials needed for refining the Dutian Fierce Fire God Flag are still hard to find, temporarily preventing the assembly of a complete Dutian Fierce Fire Immortal array. As for the Wind and Fire Pearl, Lu Qingfeng deliberately simplified it to the 3rd rank level. After all, with the 2nd rank 9 strategies Xuanhao Talisman and the Dutian Fierce Fire God Flag, he could already dominate at the Foundation establishment level. Additional Wind and Fire Pearls wouldn't be very effective. It's better to directly refine a 3rd rank Wind and Fire Pearl that could be useful even at the Spirit Void level. Besides various magic artifacts, there were also all sorts of materials for crafting transmission array plates. He had collected plenty of materials, and if there were enough refining crystals, purple gold copper, and illusion dreamstone, he could potentially craft more than a dozen array plates. However, these 3 materials were also hard to find, even in the Xuanyuan water realm. But there was still some news. At least Mei Qingyan and Yue Lingxi had found out that an extremely rare purple gold copper would appear in the Xuanyuan auction to be held in 5 months in the Xuanyuan water realm, attracting countless artifact refiners from nearby. It was bound to be a fierce competition. As for the illusion dreamstone, within the Senyuan demon sect, the illusion origin demon sect controls an area known as the Nightmare Realm. This place is of great aid to the disciples of the Illusion Demon Sect in their cultivation and is a forbidden area highly valued by them. It is very possible that Illusion Dreamstone exists there. Lu Qingfeng pondered. In the 100 Herbs Garden, he had dealings with the Senyuan Demon Sect. Whether it was the Red Essence Demon Sect, the Senyuan Demon Sect, or the Illusion Origin Demon Sect, there were disciples from these sects who died by his hand. Among them, the Illusion Origin Demon Sect was the most cunning, specializing in various illusion techniques and proficient in confusing the enemy. Unfortunately, they were the easiest to deal with due to Lu Qingfeng's Daluo Cave Temple technique. Illusion Origin Demon Sect, Nightmare Realm. After my journey in the Xuanyuan Water Realm, I can take a trip to this Nightmare Realm. If I can bid on the purple gold copper at the auction and obtain the Illusion Dream Stone from the Illusion Origin Demon Sect, then I just need to wait for the Iron Fire ants to grow in number and produce refining crystals. Lu Qingfeng felt relieved. Although neither the purple gold copper, nor the Illusion Dream Stone, nor the refining crystals were in his hands yet, compared to previously lacking any leads, he now had some clues. He could target his efforts. For purple gold copper, as long as he had enough materials, it wouldn't be difficult to acquire it at the auction. He had more than 3,000 spirit stones from his journey in the 100 Herbs Garden, and still possessed many entry-level elixir pills. He was determined to get the purple gold copper. As for the Illusion Dreamstone, it might exist in the Nightmare Realm of the Illusion Origin Demon Sect. This was something Mei Qingyan and Yue Lingxi learned while gathering materials from the Treasure Pavilion. It was said that the Treasure Pavilion gathered all kinds of treasures from around the world, dealing in elixir pills, magic artifacts, talismans, and other goods. The upcoming Xuanyuan auction was co-hosted by the Treasure Pavilion and the Xuanyuan sect. Such information should not be mere speculation. The final refining crystal depended on the Iron Fire ants. After more than half a year of cultivation, the 2 Iron Fire ants had grown significantly. Once the purple insect bell was refined, their strength would be further enhanced. Before setting off for the Xuanyuan Water Realm, they could be released to find their own group of Iron Fire ants, then return to the Sky Pit Mine to lay eggs. With the purple insect bell in hand, 10 years would be sufficient for the Iron Fire ants to grow in scale, and then cultivate a good number of refining crystals. Of course, first seen on MV4 YR. All 3 materials were within sight, even within reach. But before they were in hand, it was impossible to guarantee there wouldn't be any accidents, such as the purple gold copper being swapped out at the last moment, or stolen by someone, or the illusion dreamstone not existing in the nightmare realm of the illusion origin demon sect, or the 2 iron fire ants dying unexpectedly while searching for their group. These situations were beyond Lu Qingfeng's control, and he chose not to dwell on them. If such bad luck really occurred, he would simply make new plans. The auction starts in 5 months. In 3 months, the sect master will invite me to leave together. The trip to the Xuanyuan water realm was long and treacherous. Zhou Yuan and others were not at ease with Lu Qingfeng traveling alone. As the situation in the Juyun mountain range was gradually stabilizing, Zhou Yuan decided to make a trip personally to ensure Lu Qingfeng's safety. Accompanied by a spirit void practitioner, Lu Qingfeng was more than willing. Organizing his thoughts, Lu Qingfeng began to take out materials to start refining the magic artifact. First and foremost was the purple insect bell, which was critical for the cultivation of the iron fire ants and the refining crystals. It was of utmost importance. Zhurong Demon God! Lu Qingfeng called out in his mind, and the flame demon god stepped out from within him, standing to the side. Opening his mouth, Zhurong Divine Flame and Dutian Fierce Fire blended together, forming a swath across the air. Lu Qingfeng waved his sleeve, and countless materials fell into the flames, beginning to smelt and temper. They melted swiftly. With the assistance of the Zhurong Demon God, alchemy and artifact refining were 100 times easier. Lu Qingfeng had already healed from his injuries before Mei Qingyan and Yu Lingxi returned. Now, without any hindrance, he could focus on refining the artifact while cultivating the iron fire ants. Even in the game, he hadn't neglected anything. It was a critical moment there as well. In reality, the tumult of the Juyun mountain range was merely a confined place. In the game, the Changqing realm was abuzz with talented individuals appearing one after another, a brilliant era for the whole world. Ever since soul-searching Guangyuan slayed 2 reincarnated true immortals, no more strong individuals dared to make trouble at General Ridge. The Soul-Searching Temple, Guangyuanzi. The former was the world's first immortal sect, and the latter was the world's first immortal. They stood unchallenged at the pinnacle, with no one able to shake their position. Time and reality passed in the blink of an eye. In the game, even more so, as one could accomplish a great deal in a short amount of time. Since his descent into this world, Lu Qingfeng had been around for 196 years. 84 years had gone by since he killed Chang Qi of the 7-Insect Immortal Mountain. He had returned the purple insect bell to the 7-Insect Immortal Mountain over 50 years ago. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 184, Core Formation. This bell greatly aids in the cultivation of spiritual insects. Although Lu Qingfeng has studied this path, his ambition does not lie here, at least not in this lifetime. Besides, Lu Qingfeng had indeed promised the Qwen Zhan Jinglei general that if he went back on his word and played tricks on an upper god, this thunder general might not mind sending down a heavenly thunder and blast Lu Qingfeng into powder. Thus, when the time limit was up, he returned the 7-Insect Immortal Mountain, which was surprisingly pleasing to the 7-Insect Immortal Mountain. Time flows like water. With the second heavenly change in the Changqing realm, spiritual energy gradually spread from the spiritual mountain to various places in one realm. Countless sects of various sizes emerged, creating a dazzling and ever-changing scene. Soul-Searching Temple presided over Chen country and steadfastly held onto the 7 states. Within the 7 states, no matter what sects rose up, once they reached a certain scale, all had to rely on the Soul-Searching Temple and willingly become subordinate. Otherwise, they would be suppressed immediately. Within the territory of Chen country, the emergence of another top immortal sect was absolutely not allowed. soul-searching temple governed the whole country, occupying various spiritual mountains and blessed lands. Most resources were held in their hands. Compared to Luoxia sect, which could not even fully occupy the small Julian mountain range, it was at least 10 times, if not 100 times stronger. Hence, masters within the sect emerged one after another, let alone postnatal realm cultivators. There were thousands of foundation establishment cultivators alone, showing an explosive trend. Above foundation establishment, there were also spirit void true cultivators. At this opportune moment, those with excellent root bone and temperament rose like dragons and phoenixes taking to the wind. Once started, it could not be stopped. The spirit void practitioners of the soul-searching temple were led by Temple Master Guang Yuanzi. Below him were Chang Lin, Zi Qi, and Xuan Music, 3 true immortals at the level of spirit void heart movement realm, possessing profound wisdom and numerous methods. Further below, there were Zhang Wenye, Chen Fengyu, and other disciples of the soul-searching temple. Each possessed exceptional talents and had relatively smooth paths in their cultivation, progressing into the spirit void realm. There were also those whom Lu Qingfeng had found agreeable over the years and had taken in as disciples, teaching them attentively. He had a total of 16 disciples, with 7 having advanced to spirit void so far. Counting carefully, the soul-searching temple had a total of 46 spirit void practitioners, from spirit void grain avoidance to spirit void heart movement. As for Ren Changsheng and Ren Xiaoyao, limited by their aptitudes, they were still lingering in foundation establishment and body tempering. Before their lifespan ran out, there was hope for them to break through into the spirit void, but compared to Zhang Wenye and others, they were still far behind. At this time, soul-searching temple, spirit void was as abundant as clouds. Foundation establishment was as frequent as rain. Situated in Qin country, dominating the 4 directions immortal sects, their position was unshakable. As Lu Qingfeng's cultivation became increasingly profound, this was even more so. On this day, spirit void practitioners of the soul-searching temple gathered, and esteemed foundation establishment cultivators like Ren Xiaoyao and Ren Changsheng were also present. Behind Thunder Mountain, there sat a Daoist in the void, dressed in a blue Daoist robe, his robe and long hair dancing in the wind, truly embodying the demeanor of an immortal. Temple Master is finally advancing to Golden Core. Yes, the top cultivators of the world have caught up, and Fusion Realm cultivators have begun to appear in many immortal sects. The Temple Master has been slow to undergo his tribulation, and the whole world has been discussing it. Now he's finally undergoing the tribulation. Humph! What does it matter if the world's cultivators discuss it? The Temple Master remains the world's first immortal, oppressing other cultivators for 200 years, and even reincarnated true immortals are far inferior. Once he succeeds in this tribulation, he will be the first Jiedan true man of the Central Plains, deserving the title of human immortal. Then he truly will be the indisputable world's first immortal. No future cultivator can compare. 49 Heavenly Tribulations. The most up-to-date version is on M44YR. The cultivators whispered among themselves, looking up at the Temple Master sitting in the void, eyes filled with admiration. They joined the soul-searching temple early because of their talents and perseverance and achieved divine speed in cultivation, becoming the elite of the world's cultivators, breaking into the spirit void stage. Nearly every cultivator present had received guidance, elixir pills, and magic artifacts from Lu Qingfeng. They were naturally grateful. Facing the discussions of the world's cultivators, they were even more protective. Today, as the Temple Master undergoes his tribulation, they can finally silence the idle talk of the world and continue to lead the pack. The minds of the crowd were deeply affected. Gale winds began, and dark clouds gathered. The heavenly tribulation thunderously descended. Lu Qingfeng sat at the center of heaven and earth, watching the rising winds and scudding clouds, the dark clouds transforming. The gale brushed against his body, lifting his robe and long hair, emanating an even more otherworldly immortal aura. Heavenly tribulation gathered. Lu Qingfeng looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat expectant. Having come to this world for 196 years, and having cultivated for 180 years, Initially, 30,000 experience value boosted him directly to True Chi 6th layer. After the second heavenly change, he rapidly cultivated from foundation establishment and body tempering up to spirit void fusion realm. After reaching the fusion realm, without plentiful cultivation experience, Lu Qingfeng could only explore on his own. Yet, as the top cultivator of the Changqing realm, and as the temple master of such a top immortal sect like the Soul-Searching Temple, possessing boundless fate and fortune of the Changqing realm, boundless fate and fortune bestowed upon him, invisible and intangible, yet genuinely existing. With the aid of the obscure fate and fortune, even with his limited root bone, Lu Qingfeng's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Ultimately, he was the first among many reincarnated true immortals to face the 4-9 heavenly tribulations. Fate and fortune are mysterious and elusive. Whether it was Chang Fengzi or Chang Qi, or even Lin Chao and Sima Han, all wished to surpass or even kill Lu Qingfeng, all for the sake of that obscure fate and fortune. Fate and fortune being bestowed, just like when Lu Qingfeng held the position of mountain god on Fufeng Mountain with the office of heaven and earth added to him, there was the tilting of fate and fortune in the obscure. This enabled him to cultivate boldly and rapidly, far surpassing the ordinary. After coming to Changqing realm, it remained so. In just 200 years, even though facilitated by the second heavenly change for Lu Qingfeng's root bone to face the 4-9 heavenly tribulations so quickly, can truly be described as divine speed. It was the credit of fate and fortune. Before forming his golden core, he oppressed the contemporary age and received the fate and fortune of Changqing realm. Advancing to form his golden core took a bit longer, but in the future, surely many core formation cultivators will emerge. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 184, Core Formation, 2-in-1 Chapter. 2. Once embarking on core formation, one must undergo the refinement of wind and fire, just as it was back then, and challenge again. If one wishes to continue dominating alone, they must defeat all cultivators and ascend to the top. Lu Qingfeng was clear in his heart. In the Changqing realm, numerous true immortals have reincarnated as mortals over the past 200 years. By now, most of them have likely awakened their past wisdom. Many have even cultivated to the fusion realm, only a step away from core formation. Lu Qingfeng was slightly ahead, but these reincarnated true immortals, unwilling to be outdone, could catch up at any moment. He could not afford to be slack at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A great wind rose and clouds soared. Lu Qingfeng gathered his thoughts, only to see the heavenly tribulation brewing. In the clouds above, thunder flashed, and rolls of thunder gathered. A resounding heavy sound echoed, and the majestic pressure of heaven and earth descended. The heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. Lu Qingfeng stood up, hands behind his back, and with a tap of his foot, he rushed into the heavenly tribulation alone. Master of the temple! Master! Witnessing this, the group of cultivators watching the tribulation were shocked, each one exclaiming aloud. Zhang Wenye, Chen Fengyu, and others had even grimmer expressions. This was the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, the first step in a cultivator's transformation from mortal. As the saying goes, swallow a golden core, and my fate is mine, not heaven's. This shows the formidable nature of the core formation realm. And as the final barrier, the 4-9 heavenly tribulation is not something to be taken lightly. Lu Qingfeng's contempt made the cultivators feel uneasy. Aside, 3 cultivators in white robes stood tall, the men handsome and the woman graceful. Good looks were secondary. What stood out was their ethereal aura, like celestials among humans, quite extraordinary. Though they were spirit void practitioners like Zhang Wenye and the others, they stood clearly apart, distinctly separated. These 3 were the reincarnated true immortals from the Soul-Searching Temple. The elegantly standing handsome cultivator was called Chang Lin. The imposing monobrowed cultivator was called Zi Qi. The elegantly gentle and graceful female cultivator was called Xuan Music. The three were tutored by Lu Qingfeng, had achieved the spirit void realm, and had long been awakened to their past wisdom. Immortals do not mingle with mortals. There was a natural divide between these three reincarnated true immortals and the other cultivators of the soul-searching temple. Read a ad and get UPD and ads by Versailles. Tiang MNVLE at R. Unbridgeable. However, they were not arrogant or domineering, which were Lu Qingfeng's previous concerns. They simply kept a distance, detached. At this moment, seeing Lu Qingfeng rush into the heavenly tribulation, their expressions also showed solemnity. The might of the 4-9 heavenly tribulation, known best by these three among all the present cultivators. To those at the true immortal level, the 4-9 heavenly tribulation was naturally just a joke, easily shattered. But for those entering core formation from the spirit void realm, it was genuinely a divine might. A slight carelessness could result in annihilation under the 36 layers of heavenly thunder, turning to ash, hundreds of years of hard cultivation destroyed in an instant. For Lu Qingfeng to rush into the heavenly tribulation alone, even in their memory, was extremely rare. Does he truly possess such talent and wisdom? Changlin, true immortal, looked towards the heavenly tribulation, where lightning flickered and thunder roared incessantly. Lu Qingfeng's figure nowhere to be seen. Judging by this nominal teacher's past behavior, he seemed not to be a reckless person. Perhaps he is somewhat confident. Swan Music, true immortal, with her long hair like a waterfall and a delicate face, appeared as a Lin Dust immortal that one dare not look directly at or disrespect. She looked towards the unseen Lu Qingfeng in the heavenly tribulation, then turned to Changlin and Ziqi, asking, "What do my two senior brothers think?" Changlin, true immortal, shook his head. It was Ziqi, true immortal, who frowned and spoke gravely. The teacher is not a reincarnation of an upper realm true immortal, yet he has been peerless in our era for 200 years and is the first cultivator in the Changqing realm to transcend the 4-9 heavenly tribulation. There must be another fortuitous opportunity. Since he dares to leap to the heavenly tribulation, he likely has the confidence. In the worlds, such figures are not uncommon. Ziqi, true immortal, was the most difficult to get along with among the three, yet he trusted Lu Qingfeng the most. Xuan Music, true immortal, and Changlin, true immortal, looked at each other upon hearing this and nodded slightly, expressing their agreement. Crackle! Boom, boom, boom! Amidst the heavenly tribulation, thunderous roars continued relentlessly, rendering spirit void practitioners unable to look directly due to the sharp pain in their eyes, forcing them to look away. It was unclear how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a moment as short as a tea brewing, or as long as an hour. In any case, Zhang Wenye and others felt as though a century had passed. When they came to their senses, they saw the tribulation clouds in the sky disperse, with a Daoist standing tall in the center. Upon closer inspection, if not for soul-searching Guangyuan, who else could it be? Congratulations on your successful tribulation crossing, brother, master, temple master, inside the main hall of soul-searching temple. Lu Qingfeng sat high at the head of the hall, with Ren Changsheng, Zhang Wenye, and the three reincarnated true immortals, Zhang Lin, along with numerous spirit void realm disciples and cultivators, bowing respectfully to congratulate. No need for formalities. Please, take a seat. Lu Qingfeng, having crossed the tribulation and stepped into the Jeton realm, felt joyful and wore a smile on his face. Everyone took their seats. Changlin, true immortal, looked towards the head of the hall where Lu Qingfeng sat spiritedly and spoke. The 4-9 heavenly tribulations, 36 layers of increasingly powerful heavenly thunders, interspersed with heart demon illusion realm, yin, wind, fierce fire. In all the worlds across the heavens, those who challenge the heavenly tribulation like our teacher are but few. Zhang Wenye and other cultivators were aware of the three reincarnated true immortals' identities. Previously naive, they had merely felt that their temple master challenging the heavenly tribulation was truly imposing. They were unaware of the real dangers. Upon hearing Changlin True Immortal's words, everyone was startled. Being a reincarnated upper realm true immortal, his description of few suggested that their own temple master was truly extraordinary. Even if they left the Changqing realm in any other great realm, he would be an unparalleled prodigy. For a moment, pride surged, and their admiration deepened. Heavenly tribulation is perilous, yet it has its limits. As long as one accumulates a profound foundation, the tribulation is not a stumbling block but a stepping stone to the Jiadan realm. There is no difference between internal and external tribulation crossing. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand indifferently. For him, cultivating the mysterious level Yellow Robe True skill, his physical body was already incomparably strong, far surpassing mortal cultivators, and probably even many Jidan true people. With Luofu Sword Scripture, 12 Heavenly Demon God skill, 5 Thunder Heart Sutra, and other 3 mysterious level techniques, his foundation was immensely solid. The 4-9 Heavenly Tribulation seemed perilous, but for Lu Qingfeng, it was merely a light shower. After all, though the Heavenly Tribulation adapts to the individual, it does not stem from jealousy of the capable. Should the ordinary rule the world if not? Now I understand why the Temple Master didn't cross the tribulation sooner. He was accumulating his foundation to calmly break through the tribulation. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. The reason for the Temple Master remaining at the Spirit Void Fusion realm now became clear. Switching the topic from crossing the tribulation, Lu Qingfeng looked towards Ren Changsheng on his left and asked, "During my preparation for the tribulation, has there been any movement from the 4 directions immortal sects?" Ren Changsheng's progress in cultivation was slow, incomparable to many cultivators. However, he managed many mundane affairs of soul-searching temple, and being the Temple Master's junior brother, was one of the most influential figures in the temple. Responding to his senior brother's inquiry, Ren Changsheng spoke loudly. The 4 directions immortal sects have shown no movements, but it has been heard that Lin Chao of Six-Eyed Heavenly Gate, Sima Han of Dongling Sword Sect, Ling Feng of Four Bright Sect, Chen Shang of Breaking Demon Sect, and Luo Ming, the hermit from Zhenqing Temple, have all announced their seclusions. The day they emerge will be their time for tribulation crossing. Six-Eyed Heavenly Gate, Dongling Sword Sect, and Four Bright Sect are among the top immortal sects in the world, also being lineages passed down by the Upper Realm Thunder Department God. True immortals within these sects, like Lin Chao, Sima Han, and Ling Feng, were among the first batch of reincarnated true immortals. After 200 years, reaching the Jidan realm, although top among peers, was within expectations. However, Breaking Demon Sect and Zhenqing Temple, following in the footsteps of Soul-Searching Temple and Judge Star Sect, seemed alike. True immortals within these sects also reincarnated alongside Changlin, Ziqi, and Xuan Music. Surprisingly, achieving the peak of Spirit Void within a short span of 100 years was unexpected. Lu Qingfeng turned his head to look towards Changlin and the other 2 below. Understanding his cue, Xuan Music True Immortal spoke. There's no need to elaborate on Lin Chao, Sima Han, and Ling Feng. Regarding Chen Shang from Breaking Demon Sect and Luo Ming from Zhenqing Temple, both are remarkable. Even in the upper realm, they could overpower many true immortals. The chances of attaining the Earth Immortal Dao fruit were not small. Yet, for some reason, they too reincarnated to the mortal world. Upon mentioning Chen Shang and Luo Ming, faces of Xuan Music, Changlin, and Ziqi all showed surprise and considerable wariness. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 185, 3 years later, Demon Suppressing Mountain. Certainly. These 2 individuals also have considerable renown among the true immortals of the upper realm. Yet in their descent to the mortal world, they remain dormant until just before their core formation stage, barely revealing themselves, leaving Lu Qingfeng knowing very little about them. Go on, tell me more. Lu Qingfeng became interested and prompted. Master Xuan Music pondered for a moment, organized his thoughts, and began to narrate smoothly. It turned out that both Chen Shang and Luo Ming were top talents of one realm. Not only did they dominate one realm, but they also cut through brambles and thorns to ascend as true immortals and ascended to the upper realm. Once there, They joined the Thunder Department, became disciples under the demon-breaking Thunder God and the flying Heaven Star Suppressing God, and were highly valued. The demon-breaking Thunder God and the flying Heaven Star Suppressing General were just among the divine generals with thousands of soldiers under their command. With Qingfeng and Luo Ming, by leveraging their command of troops, they made repeated contributions within the Thunder Department. Qingfeng and Luo Ming also gained fame because of this and stood out among the many true immortals of the Thunder Department. In the eyes of the various Thunder Department gods, there was quite a hope to attain the Earth Immortal Dao fruit. That they would descend to the mortal world in the same reincarnation as them was something that Xuan Music and the other two had not anticipated. It seems these two have great ambitions. Their descent to the mortal, this time, must be aimed at the opportunities within the Changqing realm. They want to rise with the tide and seek to achieve the highest realm in one realm. They not only want to attain Earth Immortalhood, but also to strive for the Heavenly Immortal Dao fruit. Master Ziqi spoke, his eyes flashing with astounding fighting spirit. Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal. Both Xuan Music and Changlin's eyes shone with light. Of the true immortals who descended this time, which one wouldn't desire to attain the Dao fruits of Earth and even heavenly immortals? Upon returning to the upper realm, one would immediately become a divine general of the Thunder Department on par with their own master ancestors, or even a Thunder Department god. A revered status, with troops pouring in like rain. That is the true prestige, revered by 10,000 gods. However, very few true immortals who had hope of attaining the Earth Immortal Dao fruit were willing to risk the peril of descending into mortal reincarnation. After all, in this life, they were already in reach of Earth immortality. Descending adds many dangers, let alone that it differs from the previous life. Take Chang Fengzi and Changqi, for example. Both were true immortals of the heavens once, who fell into the dust of the mortal realm, dreaming of going even higher. In the end, they fell at the hands of lower realm mortal cultivators. Possibilities of entering the cycle of reincarnations and eternally sinking are extremely high. If they encountered a true immortal, a mortal cultivator like Lu Qingfeng could extinguish them with a single thought. Therefore, like Changlin, true immortal, like Master Ziqi, like Master Xuan Music, who were nearing the end of their lifespans and had no hopes of enlightenment, they would contend for the rare opportunity in the Changqing realm, fight desperately, and reincarnate into the mortal world. Success would mean becoming an immortal god in the heavens in another life. Failure would mean becoming dust for all eternity. Chen Shang and Luo Ming were different. They really had great courage. They had hopes of attaining Earth immortality and achieving everlasting life, yet they chose to descend into the mortal world, willing to face incredible risks, presumably not just for the sake of an Earth Immortal Dao fruit. Heavenly Immortal, that was their true pursuit. Great courage, great resolve. When I have the time, I indeed should meet these two true immortals. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but become curious. Those who had such courage and could swiftly rise in the lower realm surely had extraordinary aspects. He has been leading the world alone for 200 years since he descended, feeling quite lonely. Now there was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, making Lu Qingfeng's heart fluctuate for once. With thoughts in his mind, opportunity came soon after. The Changqing realm. Master soul searching. Guangyuan was the first to cross the 49 heavenly tribulations, becoming the world's first true man between heaven and earth. It shocked the world. It is said that when Master Guangyuan, the world's first immortal, was passing his tribulations, the winds and clouds gathered. Master Guangyuan leaped into the heavenly tribulations, taking control of thunder with one hand, and in a flicker, the tribulation dissipated. Truly unmatched elegance, following the core formation of soul-searching Guangyuan. 3 years later, across the world 5 more true men emerged, successively. Lin Chao of the Six-Eyed Heavenly Gate, Sima Han of the Dongling Sword Sect, Ling Feng of the Four Bright Sect, Chen Shang of the Breaking Demon Sect, Scatter Cultivator Luo Ming of the Zhenxing Temple. Suddenly, the names of these 5 great true men spread throughout the Changqing realm, crowning the collective cultivators of the world. Among them, Lin Chao and Sima Han already had great reputations. More than 100 years ago, when soul-searching Guangyuan killed Chang Fengzi, who was unrivaled, these two were figures of equal fame with Chang Fengzi. They also went to General Ridge originally to challenge Guangyuanzi. Unexpectedly, Master Guangyuan's thunderous methods killed the reincarnated true immortal Chang Fengzi. The two did not dare to act rashly, became friendly with Master Guangyuan, and after returning to their sects, they also led one side, stirring up a significant presence. But the latter three, Lingfeng, Chenshang, Scatter Cultivator Luoming, were all low-key figures. Their renown was not obvious. This time, they shot to fame in one step, becoming known to the world. The ascension of 6 great true men announced to the world that the grand drama of heaven and earth was slowly unfolding. Everyone is expecting whether the latter 5 in their core formation would head to General Ridge in Chen Country to challenge soul-searching Guangyuan, to challenge this head of Changqing realm, who has held the title of the world's first immortal for 200 years. Before the results could come, an unexpected change occurred first in Jin Country. 3 years later, Jin Country, located directly north of Chen Country, a small country with few people. Other countries abound with immortal sects, yet Jin Country has but few. Apart from Zhenxing Temple on Kangming Mountain, only a Heavenly Decree mansion on White Rock Mountain can barely be considered notable. All others are minor sects, not inheriting the traditions of upper realm immortals. 1,800 miles north of White Rock Mountain stands a black mountain, towering and solitary. This chapter was made possible by the MVL community. Black Mountain laid in ruins, like a long spear piercing straight into the sky, tearing through the clouds. Upon its body, layer upon layer of chains were coiled around it, reminiscent of an ancient penal mountain suppressing demons and monsters. This was a mountain that abruptly emerged more than 100 years ago, after the second occurrence of heavenly change. Across the entire Changqing realm, there are 72 black mountains of various sizes. The one beside White Rock Mountain, within the boundaries of Jin Country, is merely the smallest. Inside and outside Black Mountain, thick fog pervaded, enveloping a corner of the world. Some had tried to enter, and countless were ultimately trapped and died within. However, those who managed to come out alive harvested no small gains. Some obtained fragments of magic artifacts left by ancients, carefully refining them, and despite being broken, they possessed formidable power. Others unearthed true skill inheritances from within, dominating a territory, and even went on to establish their own sects. Thus, it attracted an endless stream of mortals and cultivators to sequentially enter the various Black Mountains. But those who were fated to find opportunities were, after all, few and far between. Those lucky enough to make it out were all wandering through the mist. Once inside, one could not see where Black Mountain was situated, nor know where they stood. Whether one could exit was entirely up to luck, and they would not enter a second time. As time went on, Black Mountain remained mysterious. On this day, a corner of Black Mountain's mysterious veil was lifted. The fog gradually dissipated, and the strange force field lessened. From a bird's eye view, one could finally see the full picture of Black Mountain, iron chains wrapped around it. It was collapsed and in ruins. Inside and outside Black Mountain, the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling was incessant, as was the sound of swords clashing and horses neighing. Upon closer inspection, one could see the Black Mountain emitting a ghostly aura, resentment soaring to the sky. Rattle, rattle. The heavy iron chains constantly trembled, making noises. It seemed as if the resentment was colliding against them. It also seemed as if the demons suppressed beneath Black Mountain were attempting to break free. As the iron chains vibrated, Black Mountain trembled. The whole land shook with it, putting everyone on edge. Cultivators and strong beings from all 4 corners of the Changqing realm rushed here due to Black Mountain appearing in this world. Upper realm true immortals evidently knew much more, whether it was the group of 5 spearheaded by Lin Chao and Sima Han, who had just advanced to core formation, or the reincarnated true immortals still hovering in spirit void. Each and every one of them dashed toward Black Mountain in Jin Country. Most of these individuals were the core of immortal sects. When they made a move, entire immortal sects would act accordingly. The major immortal sects were the center of attention within the Changqing realm. Once the immortal sects were on the move, many loose cultivators and small sects who were clueless also followed the wind, converging in Jin country. In an instant, thousands and tens of thousands of cultivators flowed into Jin country, drawing attention. Soul-Searching Temple. Master Guang Yuanzi of Soul-Searching Temple personally led the team, with Chang Lin, Ziqi, Xuan Music, and others all in tow. Descending upon Jin country. On the third month of Black Mountain's mist gradually dissipating, a group approached with a whistling sound. The leader rode a 5-colored flying phoenix, dressed in a green Daoist robe. It was none other than Lu Qingfeng. Following him, Chang Lin, Ziqi, and Xuan Music, 3 reincarnated true immortals, clad in white robes, stood tall with an exceptional air of elegance. Zhang Wenye, Chen Fengyu, and 13 other Spirit Void practitioners followed behind. The remaining 30-plus Spirit Void practitioners stayed behind in Chen country, unable to leave entirely. That is Black Mountain. Zhang Wenye looked forward, only to see Black Mountain standing tall, reaching 1,000 feet high, like a long spear piercing the sky, shattering the clouds. Previously shrouded in fog, the mountain's body locked by iron chains was barely discernible. Now, as the fog thinned, at first glance, a killing intent surged directly towards them, shocking one's soul. Demon-suppressing mountain. The eyes of the 3 from Chang Lin were filled with flashing eagerness. Unlike the others who were curious and shocked, their faces showed anticipation. Lu Qingfeng looked at Black Mountain before him, his expectations also burgeoning from the details he learned from the trio. Spirit Void practitioners moved with speed. All practitioners from Soul-Searching Temple rode spiritual birds, arriving at the foot of Black Mountain in a flash upon seeing it. By this time, groups of cultivators had already gathered outside Black Mountain. 5-colored flying phoenix. It's Soul-Searching Temple. The green-robed Daoist must be Master Guangyuan. Living up to his reputation as the world's first immortal, he truly appears elegant and distinguished. That's for sure. It's said that Master Guangyuan, despite not being a reincarnated true immortal, can suppress many reincarnated true immortals, which is really impressive. Apart from Master Guangyuan, Soul-Searching Temple has also brought 16 Spirit Void practitioners. Such a move is worthy of the world's #1 immortal sect. The arrival of Soul-Searching Temple immediately caused an uproar. Whether it was the renown of Soul-Searching Guangyuan or the influence of Soul-Searching Temple itself, both were the strongest in the Changqing realm. Every single action was closely watched by the people. Yet as strong as they were, their popularity was indeed very poor. The various immortal sects that had arrived early stayed put, merely observing from the sidelines, but did not come forward to greet them. One reason was that Lu Qingfeng had traveled through the 7 countries in the past, stepping over various spiritual mountains, forcibly borrowing cultivation techniques, seizing spiritual objects, and forming rivalries. Another reason was that Lu Qingfeng, merely a mortal cultivator, was able to suppress the various reincarnated true immortals. These immortal sects' true immortals felt humiliated and prideful, naturally not going forward to welcome them. With reincarnated true immortals serving as the pillars of the immortal sects, if they remained still, the sects themselves naturally would not act. Lu Qingfeng, however, paid them no mind and was merely assessing Black Mountain before him. Black Mountain stood tall. It was awe-inspiring from afar. Approaching it, one felt as though Divine Mountain had settled in the heart, bringing with it a sonorous heaviness. The original dense fog was gradually thinning, becoming sparser. Following this trend, in at most 1 or 2 months, it would completely dissipate. At this time, many cultivators and various immortal sects gathered outside Black Mountain, clearly awaiting the moment when the fog fully lifted before venturing into Black Mountain to explore the unknown. Lu Qingfeng led the practitioners of Soul-Searching Temple and occupied the nearest mountain peak outside Black Mountain. Previously, this mountain peak was occupied by the group from 7 Insect Immortal Mountain. Upon Lu Qingfeng's arrival, he forcibly took it over. The lingering prestige from Master Guangyuan decades ago, when he first killed Changqi, then seized the inheritance, was still potent. The 7 Insect Immortal Mountain dared not voice their anger and meekly retreated. Disclaimer: All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 187, Qingfeng True Immortal for Monthly Tickets. Lu Qingfeng remained impassive as he walked through the demon-suppressing mountain. Within his body, the four demon gods, Zhurong, Zhumang, Gonggong, and Qiangliang, each opened their mouths wide, frenziedly devouring the surrounding resentment and evil qi. These were inherently demon gods, the demons among demons, conjured by Lu Qingfeng through the visualization of the 12 heavenly demon god skill, gathering the thoughts of all heaven's demon gods. Resentment and evil qi, even these yin souls, were perilous and highly harmful for ordinary cultivators. But for Lu Qingfeng and for the four demon gods, they were nourishing. However, the yin souls of the cultivators mostly belonged to cultivators from various immortal sects in the Changqing realm before its destruction. Even those who were loose cultivators had countless connections with the immortal gods of the Thunder Department of the Upper Realm. Reincarnated true immortals dare not act recklessly. Neither did Lu Qingfeng. The divine generals of the Thunder Department sealed these cultivators' yin souls here, intending for the later generations of cultivators to purify them and reincorporate them into the cycle of rebirth. If Lu Qingfeng allowed the demon gods to devour them, he feared it would not only draw the ire of the gods, but also provoke the intervention of the immortal gods. Lu Qingfeng did not act. Aside from the yin souls, there were still resentment and evil qi, so dense that it even formed various illusions and environments. The consumption by the demon gods greatly assisted the growth of their power. There was no need to risk devouring yin souls. It had been only 3 years since Lu Qingfeng's advancement to the core formation stage, and he had only recently visualized and cultivated the Qiangliang demon god, whose power was still weak. The other 3 demon gods also remained at the peak of the spirit void fusion realm. Now was the opportune time to enter the demon-suppressing mountain. The demon gods devoured the resentment and evil qi, frantically refining it, roaring within Lu Qingfeng's body, their strength climbing step by step. In this manner, once the heart demon aura on Changlin, Ziqi, and Xuan music dissipated, and they had passed a heart demon tribulation, the 4 demon gods had successively advanced to the Jidan level, on par with Lu Qingfeng's cultivation level. Further advancement slowed down thereafter, but the continuous devouring and refining reversed to supplement Lu Qingfeng, increasing the layers of his 12 heavenly demon god skill and advancing his cultivation level. Time passed, delving deeper. Kill! More and more yin souls appeared, gradually forming groups and even battle formations, attacking swaths with boundless evil qi. Changlin and the others used their methods, but their speed unavoidably slowed down. Ziqi, true immortal, held a 6-jia golden god seal in his hand, resisting the evil qi while saying to Lu Qingfeng, "Inside the demon-suppressing mountain, purifying yin souls to enhance cultivation is only one aspect. Deep inside, demons are sealed. If one can break through the obstruction of the yin souls and reach the core depths to slay these demons, heaven and earth will naturally reward, greatly enhancing a cultivator's luck and cultivation level. Lin Chao, Sima Han, and others must be heading deep inside. Teacher can go ahead and slay the demons." His current cultivation was limited. Forcibly entering the core depths would likely be perilous. Under the hands of the 6 perfecteds, especially this teacher, it would be difficult to slay the demons and gain advantages. It's better to cultivate here, quickly overcome the heart demon tribulation, and improve his cultivation. Strive to possess the strength to slay demons before the next demon-suppressing mountain opens. All right. Lu Qingfeng nodded, heading deeper into the demon-suppressing mountain. After his advancement to the core formation stage, the restriction of his root bone lessened. But compared to the reincarnated true immortals, he had no experience in cultivation techniques, and his understanding also started from scratch. The speed was inevitably slow. If nothing unexpected happened, being surpassed by Lin Chao, Sima Han, and others was just a matter of time. But if he could slay enough demons, heaven and earth would respond. Fate would tilt, and continuing to surpass many reincarnated true immortals was not impossible. Kill! 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 The yin souls, wetless, violent, and full of malice, instinctively formed battle formations and attacked. Lu Qingfeng advanced calmly. Evil qi enveloped him, directly devoured by the 4 great demon gods within his body. Without the evil qi, the yin souls were mere paper tigers, disintegrating with a slight touch, scattering with the wind. Xuan Music, true immortal, watched as Lu Qingfeng's figure disappeared, holding thunder in one hand to combat the yin soul battle formation, meanwhile saying to Chang Lin, "True immortal and Ziqi, true immortal. Why do I feel that our teacher, though not a true immortal descending, seems more like a reincarnated true immortal than us?" Logically speaking, reincarnated true immortals cultivate with divine speed, especially after awakening their inherent wisdom. With their special identities and powerful cultivation levels, they could play a leading role in their respective sects. But since the 3 of them reincarnated and were taken into the soul-searching temple, this teacher had consistently been the leader. Other immortal sects would have long revered reincarnated true immortals highly, even if merely nominally, and treated them with great respect. Yet Lu Qingfeng was the norm, treating them like any other disciples, albeit slightly more favorably. This left Xuan Music, true immortal, feeling somewhat strange. Teacher, he? Ziqi, true immortal, held a divine seal in hand, protected by a golden armor divine general, impervious to all evils, shook his head, also feeling unable to see through this teacher. Chang Lin, true immortal, frowned slightly, puzzledly spoke. Not sent by the gods of the Thunder Department, perhaps he is a great immortal from the upper realm, reincarnated. The 3 speculated, but found no certain answer. Lu Qingfeng paid no heed. He pressed forward. All along the way, he faced numerous yin souls, but none could stop him. The 4 demon gods frenziedly devoured resentment and evil qi, purifying the yin souls even faster than other cultivators who used thunder skill by 3 times. Soon, he caught up with the vanguard. In the lead, one individual wielded a magic sword, surrounded by flickering thunder, transforming into thunder sword qi shooting in all directions. Whenever a yin soul attacked, a stroke of thunder sword qi would be launched, instantly dispersing the resentment and cleaving through the evil qi on the yin soul. The yin soul would then immediately become enlightened, bowing to this person, and disappear into the void. 4 bright sect, Lingfeng. Lu Qingfeng's lips curled slightly. Indeed, strange things do often meet. When he first arrived at the demon-suppressing mountain, this Master Lingfeng seemed to have some dissatisfaction and dislike for him. Now, in the vast expanse of the demon-suppressing mountain, he encountered the first Jidan true man. It couldn't be called a coincidence. But as Lu Qingfeng observed more closely, Lin Chao, Sima Han, and others were nowhere to be seen. Yet he found Master Lingfeng casually holding a magic sword, not seeming to meet him by chance, but rather as if he intentionally lagged behind, waiting for him. "Especially waiting for me?" Lu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Taking a few steps forward, he said, "So it's fellow Daoist Ling." Master Lingfeng held the magic sword, easily repelling the yin souls. Turning slowly to face Lu Qingfeng, he calmly stated, "Fellow Daoist Guangyuan has finally arrived. I've been waiting for a long time." "Oh? What important matter does fellow Daoist Ling have?" Lu Qingfeng looked towards Master Lingfeng and asked aloud. Master Lingfeng's eyes shone with Xuan light, and he said calmly, "Previously, fellow Daoist Guangyuan went to Yellow Cliff Cave, used his strength to bully the weak, and stole the magic gate of our 4 bright sect. His methods were somewhat despicable. I have been waiting here specifically to seek an explanation." "Seeking an explanation?" Lu Qingfeng sneered. If he truly wanted to seek an explanation, there was plenty of time, either decades before Demon Suppressing Mountain emerged or just outside Demon Suppressing Mountain last month. Why did he choose to wait until after entering Demon Suppressing Mountain? Ha ha! Old matters. I had already cast them out of my mind long ago. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Ling to still remember them. Lu Qingfeng laughed out loud, unconcerned. Hearing this, Master Lingfeng frowned slightly. The disgrace of the sect I dare not forget. How does fellow Daoist Ling intend to proceed then? Lu Qingfeng asked with a smile. First, Bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times to the 4 bright ancestors to ask for forgiveness. Second, the wind and fire pearl that was taken by force that day must be handed over to me, and I will return it to Wind and Fire Temple. Master Qingfeng had clearly thought this through before and straightforwardly spoke. Fellow Daoist Ling must be joking. Lu Qingfeng brushed his sleeve with a displeased look on his face. What if I am not willing? Then I can only apologize, as I won't show mercy. Seeing this, Master Qingfeng held his magic sword, and the thunder seal in the center of his eyebrows became increasingly dazzling, resembling a vertical eye that could open at any moment. In that case, let's have a fight and see. Lu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, fearless, obstinately ignorant. Master Qingfeng angrily shouted, "Witness the methods of a poor Daoist." Before his words fell, Master Qingfeng, one hand holding the magic sword and the other forming a sword with his fingers, touched the center of his forehead. 4 bright divine eye. The light was blinding as the thunder seal on Master Qingfeng's brow really transformed into a vertical eye that opened. As soon as the eye appeared, thunder began to brew, and a vast net of thunder shot towards Lu Qingfeng. 4 bright divine eye? Lu Qingfeng's eyes flickered. Methods involving divine eyes are all extraordinary, most even qualify as divine skills. Like his cultivation of the Yellow Cave Temple, a divine skill that when fully deployed can open divine eyes, observe the high heavens above, and pierce through the 9 nether below. Truly extraordinary. But Yellow Cave Temple is a probing technique, lacking combat capability. Meanwhile, the 4 bright divine eye deployed by Master Qingfeng is fused with thunder and is an offensive technique. It's a pity. This version was sourced from MVL. The technique scale is too low, merely a super-level technique. Luofu Sword Sect, as a top immortal sect within the Red Smoke realm, also has only one super-level technique to maintain its status. For other immortal sects, having divine skills is questionable. 4 bright divine eye is also just a super-level technique. It seems that even for celestial true immortals, even for sects like the 4 bright sect, divine skills are scarce or even non-existent. Lu Qingfeng's thoughts raced, increasingly appreciating the rarity of divine skills. As he pondered, the 4 bright divine eye thunder forcefully struck down. This thunder was fierce, laced with killing intent, leaving no room for mercy. It aimed to take his life. Lu Qingfeng lightly flicked his sleeve, and immediately a yellow light flickered, with the yellow robe faintly visible on his body. It was the yellow robe true body refined from the yellow robe true skill, directly clashing and dispersing the thunder. Master Qingfeng's expression tightened, anger rising. The vertical eye in his brow flickered, ready to attack again. Lu Qingfeng made his move. 4 bright divine eye is just like this. Now taste my methods. Since Master Qingfeng was not holding back, he naturally did not need to show mercy either. With a thought, moonlight surged around him, and immediately a robe appeared, draping over him. It was the Taiyan Calamity Crossing robe. With this robe, he was impervious to all law. After advancing to core formation, Lu Qingfeng's deployment of divine skills became even more unrestrained. The robe unfolded, and Lu Qingfeng did not stop. Raising his hand to the sky, thunder flashed above, and immediately a thunder prison descended from above 9 heavens. A furious sea of thunder, crashing down towards Master Qingfeng. It is indeed the thunder prison technique from prison controlling 5 Thunder Great God. The audacity! Seeing this technique, Master Qingfeng immediately shouted angrily. As he gazes, he struck towards the thunderous prison above. Thunder boomed. For a moment, the area within hundreds of miles was covered with thunder, and the surrounding yin souls, although only instinctual, were frightened into scattering. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 188, Combat Rule. Vote for monthly tickets? Both of them were exerting immensely powerful thunder techniques. Master Qingfeng was the reincarnation of a true immortal, His four bright divine eye was supremely fluent and his mastery incredibly profound. Lu Qingfeng had only recently reached the initial stage of core formation, hence his control over the Thunder Prison was somewhat lacking. However, the former was merely employing super-level techniques. The latter was utilizing divine skills. When the two collided, even though Lu Qingfeng appeared slightly green, the unstoppable momentum of the Thunder Prison still crushed the Thunder Barrage, breaking through the lightning net woven by the four bright divine eye, pressing directly towards Master Ling Feng. Not good. This is not the Thunder Prison Purgatory. Master Ling Feng's technique was broken, and with a throbbing pain between his eyebrows, a shock in his heart, he immediately realized. The prison controlling five Thunder Great God and the four bright ancestors were of equivalent divine positions and similar cultivation. The four bright divine eye and Thunder Prison Purgatory passed down by the two gods were both super-level techniques, seemingly not much different from each other. However, during the recent clash, he found himself at a disadvantage, clearly suggesting the Heavenly Thunder Prison was not the prison controlling five Thunder Great Gods' Thunder Prison Purgatory. The two were merely similar. Is it not now? Lu Qingfeng's face showed a mocking smile, and upon seeing that Master Ling Feng was about to retreat, he pressed his advantage, stepping forward twice and rubbing his hands together. A streak of white light flashed. Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light. The divine light burst forth. Master Ling Feng felt the hair on his body stand on end, and he swung his magic sword repeatedly, creating instantly hundreds, thousands of thunder sword lights in front of him, forming a square pagoda. The Gongbin Pagoda? In his early years, Lu Qingfeng had been to Yellow Cliff Cave, snatching the Daoist skill of the Four Bright Sect. Among them were two super-level techniques, one being the Four Bright Divine Eye, and the other was this, Gongbin Pagoda. It was said that these two Daoist skills were derived by the four bright ancestors after achieving the primordial monarch's divine position, based on the most powerful immortal artifact in hand. It was then incorporated into their own Daoist lineage to suppress the immortal sect. One offensive and one defensive, they were indeed formidable. Unexpectedly, Master Ling Feng had not only mastered the Four Bright Divine Eye, but also the Gongbin Pagoda. With this technique, millions of Thunder Sword lights enveloped Master Ling Feng tightly. And then the Thunder Prison descended. With a roar, it engulfed both Master Ling Feng and the Gongbin Pagoda. Within the Thunder Prison, endless torments lashed at the pagoda, causing it to shake and teeter. Master Ling Feng was inside it, holding the magic sword, immovable as a mountain. An 8th rank magical artifact. It was then that Lu Qingfeng noticed that the magic sword he had been holding was an 8th rank magical artifact. Needless to say, it must have been bestowed by the four bright ancestors and wielded by Master Ling Feng. Given his cultivation, with an 8th rank magical artifact in hand, unleashing super-level techniques, no wonder he could withstand the bombardment of the Thunder Prison. Though it seemed on the verge of collapse, in reality, it was as stable as Mount Tai. Merely this. Within the Thunder Prison and Gongbin Pagoda, Master Ling Feng's voice resonated clearly, his eyes flashing with sparks. Merely this? Lu Qingfeng smiled without speaking. The roar of Thunder Prison descended, suppressing Master Ling Feng so that he could not move. Between his hands, the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light brewed and in an instant burst forth. Suddenly, the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light broke through the void, spreading magnificently. Shattering 10,000 Thunder Sword lights, it fell directly into the Thunder Prison, striking the Gongbin Pagoda and making it shake violently, even burning a huge wound into it. Pfft. Master Ling Feng was injured instantly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his eyes revealing a look of panic. The next moment, the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light pierced straight through the Gongbin Pagoda, heading towards Master Ling Feng's chest. Condense. But then Master Ling Feng held the magic sword upright at its tip in front of him. The pagoda, which was hundreds of feet tall just a moment ago, suddenly shrank, covering his figure with perfect timing. This cover was remarkably stable. Boom! Almost instantly, the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light fell upon him. The strike sent Master Ling Feng flying back a considerable distance. The Thunder Sword light around his body shattered in waves. The Gongbin Pagoda was broken. Pfft. Master Lingfeng spilled another mouthful of fresh blood, his figure crumbling. Floating in the air, he steadied himself and looked towards Lu Qingfeng, exclaiming, "This is the Black Vein Golden Butterfly clan's divine power, the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light." Somewhat knowledgeable. Lu Qingfeng was stunned. Ever since he obtained the Great Sun Annihilation Divine Light and the tie-in Calamity Crossing robe in the Red Smoke Realm, this was the first time someone had pointed them out. How can a human clan cultivator possess the divine power of the demon clan? Master Lingfeng questioned loudly. Lu Qingfeng responded with a mute chuckle. He swept his hand lightly, and a crack immediately opened in the void, amidst the darkness. 10,008 Xuanhao talismans flew out, aiming to envelop Master Lingfeng. This hand that tore through the void seemed simple, but it was a sophisticated technique that could only be mastered by a Jiedan true man, known as the Sumeru Intermediary. It was a storage method far superior to a storage bag by many folds. As soon as Lu Qingfeng ascended to core formation, the first thing he mastered was this skill: personal magic artifacts and items placed within it, sparing the inconvenience of a storage bag. Compared to the ordinary cultivators with storage bags tied to their waists, the difference was clear at a glance. The Xuanhao talismans released. Lu Qingfeng was brimming with battle intent, with a burgeoning killing aura. Let's stop for today and battle again another day. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Master Lingfeng embraced his magic sword and turned to leave. Riding on the magic sword was genuinely like the swiftness of thunder. He was about to disappear in a flash. Where is it so easy to fight when you want and flee when you wish in this world? Lu Qingfeng sneered. With a wave of his hand, Xuanhao talismans dashed forward, and with a leap he transformed into myriads of sword lights. My virtual library empire, MVL0, hosts the original. It was the light-splitting and shadow transformation void-condensing sword technique. Divine power escape technique is indeed extraordinary. Master Lingfeng took the lead, yet Lu Qingfeng managed to get ahead from behind, blocking his path. Guangyuanzi, what are you intending to do? Master Lingfeng saw the sky full of sword light dissipate, revealing Lu Qingfeng's figure. His heart sank abruptly. This man was on par with him in cultivation. He originally thought that with his foundation as a reincarnated true immortal, he should be able to crush him, and after killing him, ingratiating himself with the 7 insect immortal mountain and windfire temple would also score him some points in the eyes of the 2 great gods from the upper realm. Yet who would have thought that although Guangyuanzi was not a reincarnated true immortal, he had an abundance of techniques. Even possessing the divine skills of the demon clan's Black Vein Golden Butterfly, he managed to thwart Master Lingfeng amidst the thunder. Completely unexpected, at this moment he was doggedly pursued without relent. Master Lingfeng thought of Changqi from the 7 Insect Immortal Mountain and Changfengzi from the Windfire Temple, and couldn't help feeling a premonition of doom. The two's battle was immense, having already startled Lin Chao and others who were ahead. The chase was drawing even nearer. Looking back, Lin Chao and his 3 companions saw Guangyuanzi in the lead with Lingfeng following. The former's robe billowed, with 10,809 strategies, Xuanhao talismans enveloping heaven and earth. The latter, with blood spilling from his chest and a magic sword in hand, was in utter disarray. His vitality dwindled. Evidently, Guangyuanzi and Lingfeng had clashed, yet soul-searching Guangyuan clearly had the upper hand. Let's go take a look. Lin Chao loved excitement and turned to join in. Sima Han's face was expressionless, but he moved back several miles. Apart from Lin Chao and Sima Han, there were 2 others deep within the demon-suppressing mountain. One was a young man with a spirited and lofty demeanor, brimming with vigor. The other wore a star Daoist robe, carefree and unrestrained. Though his looks were ordinary, his presence was extraordinary. These 2, aside from Lu Qingfeng and others, were the remaining 2 true men in the Changqing realm. The spirited young man was Chen Shang from the Breaking Demon sect of Juyi Mountain, and the star-robbed Daoist was Luo Ming, a hermit from the Zhenxing Temple on Kangming Mountain. Sensing the commotion behind them, the 2 exchanged looks, halted their advance, and turned to gaze backwards. Behind them, Guangyuanzi, You've already caused great trouble by killing fellow Daoists, Qingfeng and Changqi. The Upper Realm ancestors are probably at their wits' end. If you dare act rashly again, beware the wrath of immortal gods, condemning you to eternal damnation. Master Lingfeng's face showed fierce resolve, while his heart faltered. Reincarnation opportunities were rare, and he had no wish to perish right here and now, sinking down like Qingfeng and Changqi. Thus, he could not concern himself with pride. He had to use the name of Upper Realm immortals in an attempt to intimidate Lu Qingfeng. Alas. First, Lu Qingfeng had killed Changfengzi, seizing the wind and fire pearl. Then he beheaded Changqi, taking the purple insect bell. He had never feared the heavenly immortals, having long developed an iron will. Spare your words. Today, since you, Lingfeng, harbor the intent to kill me, then it's only fitting that you face this tribulation. Lu Qingfeng paid no attention to persuasion. With just a thought, he deployed the 9 strategies Xuanhao talismans to form a great array, covering all 4 directions of heaven and earth, not to kill the enemy, but to prevent Lingfeng from escaping. 4 spirits suppressing world array. Lin Chao recognized the formation, his face showing excitement. He's determined to start a massacre. Excellent! This 4 bright sex Lingfeng has always been haughty. He deserves to be cast down to the mortal plane to temper his character. Lin Chao did as he pleased. There were too many in the upper realm he couldn't stand, like Changfengzi, like Lingfeng. Now that he was in the lower realm, the former had already been killed by Lu Qingfeng, and the latter was about to meet his end. Truly most exhilarating. Sima Han, Chen Shang, and Luo Ming quietly observed, witnessing the 4 spirits suppressing world array. They could see Lu Qingfeng's intent to kill. Guang Yuanzi! How presumptuous! Lingfeng's brow furrowed, knowing Lu Qingfeng's determination to kill. He immediately threw out the magic sword from his chest, leaping to sit cross-legged in the air. Hands forming seals, he murmured an incantation. Be careful, Brother Guang Yuan. This is the 9 layers of heaven skill from the 4 bright sects Chongshao sword scripture. It is a desperate technique. Lu Qingfeng looked towards Lingfeng. In the midst of his puzzlement, the warning reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw Lin Chao sitting upright with an impassive expression. He slightly nodded his head. 9 layers of heaven skill. Lu Qingfeng pondered. Chongshao sword scripture is a side door level cultivation technique of the 4 bright sect. Lu Qingfeng had once obtained and logged it into his attribute panel, glancing through it, but he had not come across such a technique as the 9 layers of heaven skill within. It must be that only within the upper realm is such a legacy passed down, or perhaps that only true immortals could practice it. But given that it is a desperate technique, it clearly should not be underestimated. Lu Qingfeng's eyes twinkled with spirit light, and even between his eyebrows, a vertical eye slowly opened. Daluo Cave Temple. Under the scrutiny of his divine power, he saw from above the 9 layers heavens. Thunder seemed to be brewing, using an 8th rank magical sword as leverage, merging with Lingfeng through the void. The 9 layers of heaven enhanced, establishing the rightful thunder skill. Peers at the same cultivation level can't interrupt this process. However, as Lu Qingfeng's gaze swept over, a slight smile appeared on his lips. His figure flickered, and he rushed into the 4 spirits suppressing world array. Once inside, the array transformed, isolating the inside from the outside. All methods of investigation could not perceive the scenery within the array. Inverted heaven and earth array. What secret technique does Guang Yuanzi possess that cannot be proclaimed to all? Chen Shang crossed his arms, as his interest had just been piqued. Seeing this array, he was even more curious. Luo Ming stood in the distance with his hands behind his back, yin souls queuing up around him, their bodies flashing with thunderlight, yin qi dissipating and resentments vanishing, the yin souls bowing, happily crashing into the void. This Master Luo Ming, while watching the battle, was simultaneously purifying yin souls. His thunder skill highly skilled and meticulous in control. Impressive indeed. Brother Guang Yuan, this is too unfair. Lin Chao saw the array and complained. He had specifically warned Lu Qingfeng a moment ago, and now that Lu Qingfeng was about to kill, he closed the doors and wouldn't let others watch, which made him uncomfortable. Itching like cat's claws. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below.